of the Giant Storm Enterprise. Coming live and correct. Straight up. Correct. Straight up. Oh! I got. Oh! I got my power. I got my power. Come on with me now, finding a way to make it through the storm. 'Cause I'm giving my people love and I'm standing strong. But I'm dealing with this jungle and the rhyme, yeah. Oh, I'm the only one that can make a change. So I'll go inside myself and I'll find a way. No matter where you're from, it's always where you're at. Coming from the streets, I had to watch my back, baby. Yeah. I'm myself and coming from every direction. But I break it down. Give me the love, give me the love. Yeah.
When you look in the mirror, do you like what you see? Some are willing to sell the soul for a freaky fantasy, baby. We got the party, baby. Driving fancy cars, living a fancy life. So if you're gonna do it, you better do it right. If you're gonna do it, then you got to do it right. And if you're gonna freak me, sister, you got to do it right. And if you don't understand me, I'll try to break it down. If you don't understand me, I'll try to break it down.
If you don't understand,
down, baby, break it down. So when you get like that, it'll be love.
Do you find yourself waking up in the middle of the night drenched in cold sweat screaming, "Oh my God, he just asked me if I needed to cut my lawn"? Do you experience a sudden surge of adrenaline and uncontrolled rage whenever you see a man wearing a tan suit or eating Dijon mustard? Do you lie awake staring at the ceiling, convinced that the former president who left offices years ago is somehow still controlling the price of milk at your local grocery store? If the answer is yes to any of these questions, you and your loved ones may be suffering from Obama derangement syndrome.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying? No.
Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war, we got the weapon. People want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only there's one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system overcrowded prisons. 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tag say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? One.
It is 0931 Central European Time, Tuesday the 28th. That makes it 0331 Eastern Standard Time. America, what's good, everybody? Actually, I'm a little late for this stream. I was still grooving from yesterday. I don't know how many of y'all caught that stream, a little bio stream that I did, a musical bio stream. And damn, that was a really crazy time. And lo and behold, YouTube snatched that shit down. I still don't even know what happened. It's not even YouTube. It's not even YouTube. It's a YouTube update, y'all. It's a YouTube update that it takes time. Like, it is wild. They have some new AI thing and it just took it off because maybe it thought it wasn't even me. Maybe it thought it wasn't even me. I'm serious. Like, it is crazy. It is crazy. I don't know. I know a lot of maybe people, the listeners don't know about YouTube, how it really works in reality. And but now they have like a new like AI system. And so it has to know you, the streamer, individually. I mean, really straight up. It does. Otherwise, it doesn't work, you know. And if you're a new streamer, if you're a person that's been streaming like I have pretty persistently, like maybe the last couple years, 1-2 years, right? It already now that they have this new system, the new system has to learn your habits. It has to learn it. Otherwise, it will have you having to do a lot of extra stuff. And in light of it learning you, you have to keep up with it to educate it. And so yesterday I did a stream while I was just doing my bio, talking about my bio and musically, and taking people kind of through my life through music, because to be honest with you, that's pretty much what I've been doing since I was 15 years old, like music. A lot of people don't realize that, but that is true. Just making music, DJing and making music. Started off with a 2-track, 8-track, this kind of stuff. And I'm 56 years now, and doing that, it took me a lot of places to meet a lot of people and to really just have a beautiful life, to be honest with you. But as you can see, I always play music at the top of the stream because it's my music, and I continue to make music, and I'm still releasing a lot of music now today. So having said that, I appreciate everybody. Now let's get back to the news, because yesterday was just like Soul Kitchen type of shit. It was like get only good vibes, only intellectual music, only music that like gets into your soul and heals your bones. You know what I'm saying? Heals your sorrows, you know, and it worked. it worked. Like, but I had a couple beers. I had a couple IPAs, a few different ones, and so I was a little buzzing on that. You know what I'm saying? The rest of the night, and the energy just got me. I mean, the energy got me. I see why people on Sunday night, it's not Sunday, but I see why people on Sunday night mess around and can't get to work, or because, music is like that. Music, what's that joint? Music. Something, damn, But in any case, there's plenty of sayings about music and how deep it is. Now, before we get into the main news, the governmental news, I want to start where I left off yesterday. I didn't get a chance to cover a lot of stuff, so I'm going to jump right to it, into some layover Epstein things that I never got a chance to cover. So let's peep, gang. Here we go. Hopefully the algorithm knows it's me now.
Come on, Daniel, let's go. Today is the day. Come on. What people know me for is a daughter, a sister, a wife, a coach. You would see me on the street and you'd never think that twice.
Before dominating the fitness world, Rosa Gillis, a 4-time national CrossFit champion from Uzbekistan, began her career as a teenage model.
I was really tall and skinny, and I was like kind of awkward looking girl.
In 2008,
never under pressure. Exactly. Music makes me lose control. Exactly. That's exactly it. For real. Thank you for that.
Squared, the agency founded by French agent Jean-Luc Brunel. After moving to New York City in May 2009, she immediately owed the agency money for her visa and rent.
Your debt is just growing and growing.
Totaling over 10 grand by the end of the summer. As an 18-year-old girl, it's scary.
That summer, Rosa was sent to West Palm Beach for photo shoots at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion. She learned soon enough the power that Epstein had over her modeling career.
Okay, so this is his mansion in France. No, this is Palm Beach. Oh, this is Palm Beach mansion? So she was sent from there. Okay, all right. I'm just catching up. Sorry, it's early.
He goes like, I'm financing the agency. I gave him $1 million to start the agency.
Later that summer, as Rosa was struggling to book modeling jobs, Epstein made her an offer.
You should come to my office in West Palm Beach or downtown Palm Beach, and you work for me as a secretary. What I was told,
what's up, Mike?
Pick up the phone and say, Florida Science Foundation, may I help you?
Rafika.
Unbeknownst to Rosa, Epstein had just pled guilty in Florida to soliciting prostitution from a minor. He was serving jail time on a work release program. The first week.
Okay, so she's one of the first victims after he was released, after he was convicted in Palm Beach. All right.
Weekend at Epstein's office, Rosa was asked by another woman to massage Epstein's feet.
So they just kept straight at it. They never stopped, apparently. They just kept straight at it. Usually that's a hardcore criminal right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, just to put that out there. Normally, when you get arrested for a crime and, it's your first time being arrested, you come out and, you try to distance yourself from whatever behavior it was that you were involved in because, damn, you don't want to get locked up again. But that's not Epstein. He just dived straight back into it. That's crazy, man.
He gives me his foot, and I'm looking at his foot, and it has a ankle monitor on. But to me, what it looks like, he has a plastic thing wrapped around his foot with a black box on it with a blinking light, right? And I go,
they call that a criminal beeper.
What is this? And he flips around, and he goes, take off your shirt. I froze. And the woman comes over and starts unbuttoning my blouse. She takes it off.
What?
Then she takes off my bra. And then she walks out. I sat in that room, staring at the bottle of a Fiji water, while a man was groping me and masturbating. And then when he was done, he stood up and he left.
Ooh.
I couldn't scream. I didn't ask for help. And I thought this was all a dream. I sat back at the table and I answered the phone calls.
He's nasty, man. So he just got straight to it, man. Damn. So damn. Ooh, like anyway, wow.
Never told any soul about this. I thought I'm going to die if I do.
Rosa says Epstein abused her in Florida every weekend after that. She is still haunted by an encounter she
Look how young she is.
had one morning at Epstein's mansion with a man in uniform, someone she thought was a sheriff.
I thought to myself, thank you.
And so all those people that saw her, right, that were working with him because the staff was helping him, right? Obviously, you heard that, right? They all saw how young she looked. They all saw how young she looked. And notice how none of them said, hey, can I see your ID? None of them. That's crazy. That lets you know they were all in on it, you know? They knew what was up.
This is going to be the day that this all stops. Followed, the sheriff walked in, Jeffrey. They giggled, they laughed together.
The sheriff
Buddied it up. I just stood in the kitchen.
The sheriff's looking at her.
Looking at this sheriff, thinking to myself, at some point he's gonna turn to me and be like, who are you? And he walked out.
Didn't say anything to you?
Nothing. And then I figured it all out. He's currently serving his sentence while he's doing the same thing to everybody, and nobody's there.
And the sheriff knows. And you know what they were telling the victims? The victims, a few of them, this has been corroborated. They said that Epstein and Maxwell were telling the victims. The reason why they weren't speaking is because Epstein and Maxwell were telling the victims, we own the police, we own the DA, we own the FBI. That's what they said they were telling them. What's up, big girl? Like, oh my goodness. So, yeah, this is. So did they own the police? Did they own the police? And think about this. They had already, the police, before this, the police were investigating it, right? The police had interviewed 40 girls before this girl. He had already been sent to jail. He had already been prosecuted. He had already been given the sweetheart deal afterwards. But in the beginning, they weren't investigating it like it was a sweetheart deal. In the beginning, they was lining up victims. Like they were taking documentation. They were getting claims and statements from many victims, loads of victims. And they got some graphic stuff in there. But then the sweetheart deal comes in. What's the guy name from the Trump administration? He was the head of the DA in Florida. Damn, Acosta, right? He was the head of the DA then. He comes in, gives Epstein the sweetheart deal. They drop all the other stuff and they agree to only prosecute him for a few minor petty things that give him little jail time and allow him to go home for work release. So she's meeting Epstein during the work release, right? During the whatever it is, whatever that kind of midway transition to freedom again, right? He has this ankle monitor on his ankle, right? Now, the sheriff comes in now. So after all of that, now the sheriff comes back after knowing that. Now the sheriff, he knows this MF has been tried, and the sheriff should know all about these statements that were made from all the other little girls, all that. Yeah. Then he sees her and does nothing. And keep in mind, how young did she look? Look at this. How young did she look? Peep this. Where is it at? My God, she looks so damn young. Let me see. Where's the picture of her? It's horrible. She looked frighteningly, just staggering. She looked like she was 12. Because look, she doesn't look old now. I'm trying to find a picture. Or maybe. All right. Well, in any case, maybe they'll. Here it is. Look at this. Watch this. Here it is. You see how young she looked then? That's then. That's crazy. And the police officer looked at her, the sheriff, and just was like, oh, well, let the man get his freak on.
For that, she is still haunted by an encounter she had one morning at Epstein's mansion with a man in uniform, someone she thought was a sheriff.
I thought to myself, thank you. This is going to be the day that this all stops. Followed, the sheriff walked in Jeffrey. They giggled, they laughed together, they buddied it up. I just stood in the kitchen looking at this sheriff, thinking to myself, at some point he's gonna turn to me and be like, "Who are you?" And he walked out.
Didn't say anything to you?
Nothing. And then I figured it all out. He's currently serving his sentence while he's doing the same thing to everybody, and nobody's there to oppose.
They own the DA, they own the sheriff, the police, they own the DA, and they own the FBI. That's what they were telling these victims. And this encounter happened after he got the sweetheart deal, while he still got the ankle bracelet on. I mean, this is very, very telling. I'm glad she added this detail, because it lets you know Acosta, Pam Bondi, all of them in the DA's office in Florida, they didn't take none of that shit serious. That's what this says. They were in on it. They were in on it. They were actively playing a known part in covering up Epstein. Like, it can't be any clearer now, because this victim is after he got the sweetheart deal in Florida, while he still got the ankle bracelet on. Now the sheriff has taken a total role reversal. But they knew about it in the DA because he's already been convicted. So the sheriffs knew about the 40 victims because they're the ones who did all the interviews. The FBI, the Acosta, they knew about the 40 victims, and they knew about the graphic detail of it. And then they gave him the sweetheart deal where he gets released with the ankle bracelet. He meets her. The adults that's working with Epstein see her. She looks like she's 12 years old. I don't know how old she was in real life, but she looks fucking young. Like, so on site, a person would be like, damn, this is a goddamn child. The sheriff comes over, sees her with Epstein in the house. Epstein had already done things to her, and he just looks and like, okay, time to go. That lets you know the DA at that point, after that sweetheart deal, something changed. Like, they were in on it. It's not just that they were like, oops, what happened? Sorry, this happened. No, they became active participants in whatever Jeffrey Epstein was up to. She looked young. I don't know what her real age was, but it don't matter, because she looked 13. She looked, you know what I'm saying, 12. She even looked 12, 11. What the hell? Shit, 13 looks a little old there, but in any case, I'm not sure of her age, and it's not really important, because obviously she's a little girl. You look at that and that's what you're supposed to think. Little girl. Ugh. You know what I'm saying? Like, but so this one case, I say bravo to her. I say bravo to her for sharing that with the American people, because it brings more light to what is really going on. Because before it was being posed, the scenario was being posed to the American people that they didn't know. The police didn't know. Acosta didn't know. It was just an accident. They were just doing their best. This is not what happens when you're doing your best. This is what happens when you're part of what's going on, yo. Like, that is scary. That is fucking scary, yo. I don't know if everybody who's hearing this peeped what happened. If you didn't hear this, like, you need to hear this. This is wild. This is wild. This is wild. And I think this she's a woman now. I thank her for sharing her story with the American people, because this makes it clear that it wasn't a simple matter of an accident after he got locked up. It wasn't like they just like, oops, sorry, we didn't know he was still doing this. No, it's like the police, they knew. The FBI had to know. The DA had to know that this man, because the police, the sheriff's office was all over Epstein, taking cases. They took 40 cases. They took 40 witnesses, testimonies, just the sheriff. So the sheriff department knows who Jeffrey Epstein is. They give it to Acosta. He knows. They process it. The FBI knows. They process his case, give him a sweetheart deal. He's out in Palm Beach with an ankle bracelet. He meets her. his staff helps him molest her. His own staff saw a young little girl and was like, take your shirt off. Da, da, da. Get to it. Jeffrey Epstein commits acts, grotesque, right? Assault. Sheriff comes into the place, sees a little girl, looks at him, and is like, okay, see you later. I mean, just takes a whole role reversal. Don't quote it. I'm talking about the sequence. I'm not talking about exactly, maybe the sheriff didn't see the act, but you know who the hell Jeffrey Epstein is, bruh. The staff knows. Everybody knows at that point. How the hell could the sheriff even be anywhere close to knowing anything about Jeffrey Epstein and then see a little girl at his place and be like, see you later. Have a good day, Jeff. Like, what? He has no kids of his own. All the stories that the girls told the police, how he was able to get away with it. Yeah, he told people I was his cousin, I was his daughter, I was this, I was just a nurse, I was over here babysitting, I was doing this. So he knew you can't just look at this little girl and say, she's just a massage therapist. She's just she's just a house sitter. She's just here to walk the dog. They knew all of that. Like, this is damning, bro. This is damning. I'm gonna play this and continue.
Rosa says Epstein abused her in Florida every weekend after that. She is still haunted by an encounter she had one morning at Epstein's mansion with a man in uniform, someone she thought was a sheriff.
I thought to myself, thank you. This is going to be the day that this all stops. Followed, the sheriff walked in, Jeffrey. They giggled, they laughed together, they buddied it up. I just stood in the kitchen looking at this sheriff, thinking to myself, at some point he's gonna turn to me and be like, who are you? And he walked out.
Didn't say anything to you?
Nothing. And then I figured it all out. He's currently serving his sentence while he's doing the same thing to everybody, and nobody's there to help us. He was wearing an ankle monitor. He didn't stop what he was doing while convicted. He was doing the same thing.
The abuse then continued for years in New York City.
You've told me that you thought this is not going to end until he dies.
Correct. I ran around New York City as a child, trying to get an STD to kill a pedophile because I didn't believe the government would ever stop him.
What? She went around trying to get a STD just so he would stop? What the? As a kid. So he trafficked her from Florida to New York?
Trying.
Let me hear this.
Correct. I ran around New York City as a child, trying to get an STD to kill a pedophile because
She tried to get a STD to kill him, maybe AIDS or something like that. Like, seriously, she just said she went around New York City as a child, right? So obviously, so she's not 18, she's younger. And, I don't know exactly what her age was. I missed that part, maybe, but she looks 13. I mean, a lot of the victims were between 13 and 16, something like that, right? But she said she went around New York City because the police wouldn't do anything to stop him, and she was still being trafficked. She tried to get basically a killer STD to transmit to him. And think about this. We still have the Congress and the Senate. They, woo, yay, Mr. Trump. Great job. Keep those Epstein files hidden, Todd Blanche. Why don't you? We won't do anything about that. We signed the law. What else are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to remove his best friend from office? Nah.
This is not going to end until he dies.
Correct. I ran around New York City as a child, trying to get an STD to kill a pedophile because I didn't believe the government would ever stop him.
Damn.
That wasn't my job to stop him.
Rosa.
And think about this. How American taxpayer paid all these fucking people's salary. All those police down there in Florida, all those FBI agents, American people paid their salary. Right? Everywhere, every state this shit was going on, the American people paid their salary, right? These people get paid salaries that allow them to have private health care at your expense. Are they doing their jobs? What kind of job are they doing, you know? I would like that job where I could sit on my ass and pretend like I don't have to do my job. You know what I'm saying? Be like, oops, sorry, my boss told me don't investigate Epstein. You know what I'm saying? While he's raping and pillaging, you know? By the way, now I'm going to go to my doctor's visit. Too bad you can't. I mean, yo, this is fucked up, man. This is a waste of taxpayer money. Think about that. That's a whole damn police department. One dude. They couldn't rein in one guy. This is a whole FBI system. How many people? Let me just find out right now. How much money is the whole justice system's goddamn what is the budget? What is the budget? What is the budget for the entire USA justice system? Because if they can't prosecute this, what the fuck is it for? Wow. I mean, can I get one big ass number? Listen, $70 billion. $70 billion. It's split up into overall system breakdown, all levels combined. Recent comprehensive economic studies such as data synthesized by the Prison Policy Initiative and the Urban Institute estimate annual government expenditures on the criminal, legal, and law enforcement system as follows. Policing, local, state, and federal, $200 billion. Includes local police departments, county sheriffs, highway. So that's bigger. Damn. FBI, DEA, federal law enforcement. Corrections and prisons, $115 billion. Okay. Courts and judicial systems, $44 to $52 billion. Immigration policy and detention. Because Epstein, was he? Yeah. Well, he was a citizen of some other countries. So that involves immigration. $40 billion to $54 billion. Right. Total government. 450. It's $500 billion damn near. $500 billion. They couldn't rein in this mother MFer. Like straight up. That's $500 billion. They couldn't, all those people, they couldn't rein in Jeffrey Epstein, huh? Wow, that's deep. You know? So that basically tells you they were in on it. You know what I'm saying? That's what that tells me, because I'm saying rationally speaking, because nobody can escape that amount of money chasing people. Like, goddamn, per square foot. I mean, per square foot, you got this many people out there patrolling the streets, doing all this shit, stopping people, investigating, paperwork, administrative investigators, goddamn detectives, goddamn, you know, like everything. You know, come on, just, I mean, and this one guy, he could just go out after they had 40 victims get interviewed, tell you the detailed graphic case of their assault in Palm Beach. The man gets released with an ankle bracelet and immediately goes back to taking little kids, right back in the same place he was yesterday before he went into jail. And the sheriff comes down and is like, okay, nothing strange here. Although the sheriff departments are the ones who took the 40 goddamn interviews and were going after him in the first place until he got the sweetheart deal. I mean, come on, what does it tell you? What does it tell you? I mean, they aren't releasing the Epstein files. What does that tell you? You know, it's absolutely only, it can only rationally mean that the federal government of the United States of America is involved with Jeffrey Epstein somehow, some way, somehow, some way. Whether it's involuntary, whether they want to be, whether they, you know, who can tell you, because they're supposed to be in charge, right? They're the ones that's supposed to be in charge. So they're the ones that know why they're doing this, but they're definitely doing it. You know, it's not a matter of if they're doing it. They are involved. They're involved. And yeah, it's just American people, it's a time to buckle up, you know what I'm saying? And demand your rights. Like, demand your rights. Seriously. Let me see here. Demand your rights, because this has huge implications over your life. Over your life. Now, I myself, if you can't catch Jeffrey Epstein, I don't even want you fucking stopping me and asking me a goddamn thing. Like, if you can't release the Epstein files, get the hell out of my way. All law enforcement. I'm talking about in the USA. Like, get the fuck out of my way. Don't you give me a traffic ticket. Don't you pull me over, give me a traffic stop. Don't you ever fucking advise me about my goddamn rights about any goddamn thing. And I suggest people goddamn go and vote. Like, select your territory and change this shit, because this is not what freedom looks like. It's not what freedom looks like. This is captivity. And if they ain't trying to do anything about prosecuting the people that did this, they don't give a fuck about anybody. That's what I think. It's insulting. You cannot say that you are about justice right now. Our Justice Department is not about justice. You have to laugh in their face. You know, like, really, how many cells do they have? You know what I'm saying? How many cells do they have? You know, can they lock up all Americans? I mean, if everybody just said, man, fuck you, take me to jail right now, bitch, and didn't cooperate, would they be able to stop it? Nope. They wouldn't be able to stop it. If everyone just said, man, fuck you, you know, fill up the prisons. Yeah. They won't be able to. Everybody should just say, stop, motherfucker. Don't you come near me. Okay? Stop. You know?
B.
Yo, Michael, I'm serious, man. This is some bullshit, bro. How
I mean, it is true. I mean, if we, you know, obviously they don't have enough manpower to, you know, mass incarcerate. This is not El Salvador with a small population, right?
I'm like, and why are people going along with this? Bro, like, I don't want to be fucking harassed. I don't want to be paying your taxes when you can't get to the bottom of this shit. Like,
and even with Epstein, right? Like, he was really only in jail for weekends. He was never there long term. He would check himself in on weekends and leave during the week to go work.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. He undermines their fucking authority. You know what I'm saying? You got a copper pulling you over with a bulletproof vest. Excuse me, sir. Why are you driving here tonight? It's like, bitch, go find Epstein, motherfucker. You couldn't even catch Epstein, right? You faker. Like, get out of here.
Clause, right? They're immune, right? They're immune. Rules for thee and not for me.
Yeah, bro. This is I'm really shocked. But the thing about this woman right here, right? She ties in the fact that the sheriff's department, after he had been locked up, after the sheriff's department took all of those statements from all of those victims, 40 victims, after the FBI read all those statements from all those 40 victims, after he had been locked up and prosecuted, after they read all those statements from all those victims, they knew every little milk and cranny of his operation, how he did things, how he got the girls in the house, who they were, what he would say when someone would come around. They got all the information. They release him with an ankle bracelet, and the sheriff's department comes back acting like they don't know nothing.
Which is insane. But remember, if you know, she had mentioned that even afterwards, he ended up in New York, right? Where the charges brought up, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
Was that in Florida? Florida, and then he ended up
in New
coming back
York.
to New York
Yeah,
after.
yeah, 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 exactly. And he's roaming the streets there, doing the same thing in New York. What's the
He
FBI?
just switched states.
Yeah, what the FBI doing in New York? But they he could switch states all he wants. They read those testimonies.
Yeah, they should have kept. They should have kept him on a watch list,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Which I think he ended up being on a registry, but that didn't stop him. That still didn't
Right.
stop him. I think being a part of the registry was on his plea deal.
Yeah. Police was
But
like, "Oops,
for what?
Epstein the molester. Better let him go. Can't follow him tonight. I can't pull him over. I can't pull him over tonight." You know what I'm saying? I can't.
And even afterwards, if I'm not mistaken, they had like I think they're still debating on the whole New Mexico ranch situation where they're trying to stop the investigation. It's a whole hoax there. It's a whole fiasco there too. So
They're literally
no,
saying,
for sure.
"Stop asking us. Please stop investigating. We will not help you investigate Mexico. Stop asking us.
Yeah,
We do
the
not
Fed is
care."
trying to stop the state.
The New Mexico is like, it's alleged that it's likely that two young underage girls were killed on the property and buried. And Todd Blanche is
Yep.
like, "Do not ask me again. Don't you understand? No means no." It's like, what the fuck? God damn. It's like, what the hell is going on here, man? They just want, and see, this is where I think American people just got to put your foot down. You just have to put your foot down, because this can't be. One has to be true, the other has to be a lie. You either have justice or you don't. It can't be like you have it and you don't at the same time. What the fuck?
Well, I think they want the illusion of justice, but it's never really served out, right? And the Epstein class is just a very different. It's a different breed, right? These are multi-hundred millionaires and billionaires that roam around untouchable, right? They know individuals like the Todd Blanches of the world, like the Howard Lutnicks of the world, right? Who just end up becoming part of the current administration, which is even like that's where it's like, come on, guys. Like not only is Trump alleged to have his own allegations, but you mean to tell me that it's okay to have someone who was in known contact and a neighbor of one of the most prolific child predators or sexual predators in existence, and his base doesn't even see anything wrong with it? Like that's where I'm like, oh my god, like what more do you want
Yes.
to allow you to understand that this is not okay, right? But I mean, it goes to show that the Epstein class is very different, and Trump exemplifies that as well, right? Like the fact that he's not questioned at all, like the fact that he would be able to hire the likes of Howard Lutnick is insane. Like that blows my mind. It really does.
Look,
It's like,
somebody
wow, okay.
somebody in the chat says, "Prove it." Okay, well, release the Epstein files.
What?
The proof is in the Epstein files. Yeah,
Look at
I
Howard
can prove it. Are you
Look
gonna?
at who Howard Lutnick is.
The proof is in the Epstein files. I guarantee you. I bet you $1 billion. Okay, hop on up. I bet you personally $1 million. What is your name, sir? We're gonna go into an official bet right now, me and you. Okay.
Please, like what?
These
I
Epstein.
want in on that bet too. God, like what?
Exactly. Come on. You want me to prove it? Come on up and bet me. This is going to be a legal bet right now, and I'm betting you straight off the bat. When those Epstein files are released, okay, it will prove unequivocally that Donald J. Trump participated in the acts of Epstein, okay, and that the victims who allege Donald J. Trump did some shit did it. I will bet you, okay? So hop on
If
up.
he wanted to distance himself from Epstein in general, why would he hire Epstein's neighbor who was also mentioned in the files? Like, what?
But look, it's people out there talking about prove Marilyn Manson did it or some shit. No, not Marilyn Manson. What's the other? I'm sorry, that's the singer. Prove. What was the killer?
Marilyn Monroe?
No, the killer. Who?
Oh,
was
wait, no.
The Manson.
Yeah, Charles Manson.
Yeah, Charles Manson. Prove Charles Manson did it. It's still people out there. Prove Polite did it. Prove Brother Polite did it. It's still so you're never gonna prove Jeffrey Dahmer did it. Prove it. These motherfuckers are wild and shit.
It baffles me though that you can't understand that Jeffrey Epstein and the people involved in the Epstein files are surrounded by Trump. Like they are currently serving in our administration. And him knowingly being a good friend, if not a best friend of Jeffrey Epstein,
Trump said,
he had first-hand access to these files, and he still hired these people. Like I'm like, it's wild.
yeah. And didn't Trump
It's
say
insane.
grab him? All you got to do is grab him by the. There it is. He's talking about at his
Yeah.
little modeling contest and shit. Just grab him by the, So I mean, there's always going to be people like that. Prove El Chapo did it. Prove it. Did you prove it? It's like even El Chapo's not saying he ain't do some of this shit. It's like, damn, bro. Like, what the hell? Come on, man. Prove Rayful Evans did it. It's over, man. It's pretty much a wrap. We know. I mean, whether you know what I'm saying. This shit wild and shit, man. Anyway, man, people be mingling in other people's business like, prove it, you can't prove it. It's like, damn, dude, you go like I can understand you defending a person who did, who smoked a joint. Prove it. Did the police?
Yeah.
Did he really have it? This is 40 witnesses. I mean, what else do you need? 40 little children gave their accounts before the one we looking at on the screen. What other proof do you need? Like, somebody should kick you in your ass, yo. Like, for even saying something like that, for real. Like, no joke, man. That's like,
It's victim shaming, right? It's victim shaming. It's allowing a scapegoat by blaming the victims and not believing the victims at that. That's insane. While you have plenty of people who have came forward as if it's supposed to be a coincidence. It's not one person, it's multiple people, right? So critical thinking escapes you.
right. You can't,
Even if you run into it, you still miss it. Like, insane.
you can't prove anything to a moron. It's like you can show a moron their own birth certificate. See, you were born on this day. Prove it. It's like, what the fuck? Prove I was born on this day. Okay. Here's your mama. Your mama. They be talking to their mama like that. Prove it. Prove I was born on this day. It's their damn mama telling them, you were born on this day. Prove it, mama. Prove it. All right. Like, goddamn. Is it really going to be like that, man? All right, now. Even the daddy's going to be like, damn, son, come on, man. I'm telling you, I was there. Prove it. Like, what the fuck? You need a some people only believe if you go by that logic. Okay, yeah, prove that's your mama. Prove it. How you gonna prove you were born on this day? It says it on your birth certificate, but prove it. Where's the video camera? Where's the evidence? How you gonna prove it? You know what I'm saying? This is just stupid. All right, so let's hear some more.
I also spent years wondering why no one at her modeling agency intervened, even as they saw her in distress.
They saw me drink every night. I would just scratch myself.
Whoa.
Wondering.
She looks crazy young right here. She looks crazy young. And they have somebody else's picture. Let me see. There's a dude. Is this her family or who is this?
Why no one at her modeling agency intervened, even as they saw her in distress.
Right here. Who is this person next to her? Why do they have this person's picture blurred out? Where's this location? This location right here. I don't know. Anybody know anything about this picture? Of course, there's been a lot of people out there doing some good work, like going through all of these Epstein files. Obviously, they weren't helpful in how they released them. They just, they basically, they blurred this person out. Is he a victim? Why is his face blurred out? Is he a victim? That's the FBI. That's the best the justice system got. Oh, well, oops, did it again. Oops, did it again. Investigation. Oops, did it again. Prosecution. Oops, sorry. Like, wow. Close up of the face, eyes. That doesn't look too happy. It looks like a fake happy, like a kind of happy. You have to, just be good at pretending to get through whatever you're doing, whatever's going on. But they have this guy's face blurred out like he's the victim and shit. Can't shame him. Oh well, got to protect his identity. Won't release his address. All right, let's go.
They saw me drink every night. I would just scratch myself until I bleed. And as I was spiraling down, as I was losing weight, my hair was falling out.
Whoa. Her hair was falling out. She was losing weight. I mean, things like this, trauma can kill you from the inside, yo. Like, straight up. Trauma kills. It's sad.
I kept this secret inside me for so long.
But earlier this year, that painful secret was suddenly exposed. The Justice Department released millions of Epstein files, including years of correspondence between Rosa and Epstein with her name unredacted.
People tell me about these emails and they want to tell me this. I don't want to hear it. Mm-hmm. I know what I said, and it was so wrong. Mm-hmm. For the government not to protect me.
After finally leaving Epstein's grip,
Todd
Rosa
Blanche
relocated to the Midwest.
I said, hi, I'm Pat. And that was the first time we talked.
That, walk through the gym is, one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
Another chance encounter with her now husband, Pat, helped turn her life around.
I am in the photo wearing something Jeffrey Epstein gave me.
One person from MC Squared that Rosa recently reached out to is Jeff Fuller, the agency's former.
So that dude in that picture is somebody down with Jeffrey Epstein.
President. She says unlike some others, he has not responded. But Fuller recently told CNN that he never saw any abuse at MC Squared.
Oh, this is the guy. Is this the guy in the photograph? Or is it somebody else? Mike, you following this? Sorry, bro, because it's just I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Let me see here. Is this the actual dude? Fuller said being a parent and
I'm gonna look at it right now. I'm also looking for a video that kind of has this whole tree of people connected to Epstein and all this other stuff. But I'm gonna look at this video. I'm looking at it right.
Okay, thanks, man. Yeah, this is, let me just go back a little. That's curious. Let me just play that little sequence real quick.
First time we talked.
That, walk through the gym is, one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
Another chance encounter with her now husband, Pat, helped turn her life around.
All right, here it is,
I am
right here.
In the photo wearing something Jeffrey Epstein gave me.
One person from MC Squared that Rosa recently reached out to is Jeff Fuller, the agency's former president. She says unlike some others, he has not responded. But Fuller recently told CNN that he never saw any abuse at MC Squared.
I'm trying to understand because, producers and editors and writers, people that write scripts, these kind of things, people that do documentary style news media, right? They can be clever at suggesting something without being too obvious because they could be sued. Like if they don't know 100% or if they don't want to risk being sued somehow and that they know but they don't want to go through litigation, they can cut it in a certain way to where you get the timeline. Like put it to you this way. Chubby guy in a photo, obviously old age, right? A person older than her. He's in a photo. They blur his picture out. Next man you see of that age is this guy, and they're talking about him. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying that it is him. I'm just curious if that's the case. Yeah. So
I am in the photo wearing something.
Maybe not though. This guy's got a hell of a belly. It's a nasty. Okay. Well, in any case, sorry about that. I'm sorry. Sometimes I say things that aren't so polite also. I'm curious about this. I'm very curious.
One person from MC Squared that Rosa recently reached out to is Jeff Fuller, the agency's former president.
And you said it's a trap door? Somebody said it's a trap door? Hold on, let me look at that. Is it in that photo, right? Okay. I mean, this looks like, is this Palm Beach? Is this Jeffrey Epstein's Palm Beach residence? It had a lot of weird rooms and stuff. Yeah, it's an old villa, you know, obviously been remodeled a million times, you know, to for it to be, you know, made to whatever. But apparently he had a lot. It was a big place. So, but I'm curious about this. But yeah, you know, you never know what's going on there. Obviously bad things went on. I don't know how many people saw the videotape where the FBI goes through the whole villa on camera. They go through every room. They shoot every single thing that's there as it was, right? It's a big ass place, and it had a lot of kooky things, but it had a lot of different rooms, kind of different style rooms. Some more homey and hangout type of room. Other rooms that look very suspicious, you know, suspiciously made up and just different, you know. But
wearing something Jeffrey Epstein gave me.
One person from MC Squared that Rosa recently reached out to is Jeff Fuller, the agency's former president. She says unlike some others, he has not responded, but Fuller recently told CNN that he never saw any abuse at MC Squared.
He said, "I'm really sad that nobody said anything."
And with how heartbroken I am already, that made my heart break even more. I guarantee if Jeff Fuller to book his daughter for a photo shoot right now, that would be the last place he would want to send her there.
More than anywhere else, the beginning of Rosa's healing has taken place here, the gym she now co-owns with her husband.
My happy place, right?
She works primarily with kids and women, including fellow survivors.
My first reaction when I meet somebody, I feel extreme pain for them. And I'm almost like echoing their pain in me.
Until now, Rosa has only spoken briefly about Epstein's abuse in public. She said she is finally coming forward with her full story for one reason.
I hope somebody hears my story and finds themselves in the same place, would reach out to me and say, help me. I hope my story, when somebody hears it, they'll pay more attention to adults around the children, around immigrants, around the people who are easy targets.
Rosa's own recovery is a work in progress.
You know, that's another interesting aspect of this, is that there's a lot of immigrants involved in this being abused. And typically under the Trump administration, they cast immigrants as being bad people, right? Illegal, you know, when did you get here? You can't have it, you know, did you get here legal or not? You know, how did you get here? And this is a case of a lot of interesting immigration paperwork, modeling under the guise of models and, you know, sex trafficking, model agency. You know, is that legal? Is it legal to do that? Is it legal? I'm just curious, you know, what does MAGA think about that legality? Those type of situations, you know, is it only okay when people that are higher up, you know, are allowed to finagle the system and slip through, you know, make the paperwork funny? You know, it's so interesting. Right now, MAGA is tripping on voting, you know, voting, but you better have proper ID. Yeah, exactly. Did these models get their proper ID? What kind of scrutiny went into the paperwork of the human trafficking victims under the guise of modeling? Any, you know, did somebody lie on that paperwork? If so, illegal. You know what I'm saying? But in any case, let's continue. Let me see here. There was also some other shit that's coming out about this case. Let me see. Is it here? Right. Apparently there's more stuff. Here we go. Let me just catch up. This is who is this right here? Let me see. Who is this exactly? Right. Zach Faust show. Let me peep this. What's up, Zach? Let me peep. Somebody who sent this to me. This was Michael, right?
Yeah, that's the video I was looking, the Zach Baus show.
Okay.
So that I think I had sent that to you as well.
Mhm.
That gives a breakdown, a really thorough, detailed breakdown. It gives a timeline, a whole tree that just connects how well connected they are to Trump,
Mhm.
who in particular is connected to Trump. It's a really extensive video.
Okay. All right. Well, let's rock it. Let's see what they got here.
Corruption map?
Big up to Zach.
So this is a corruption map we've been putting together on corruption in different spheres, government corruption, other countries, banking. We have a very serious title at the top. We take a great deal of time to put this together. But if we go down to the orange sphere, this is the Epstein sphere. Over on the right-hand side of it, Sean and I, a majority Sean actually, who's on the ones and twos right now, put together pretty much every single person from the Epstein files that should be looked into, investigated, or in the most PG sense I can say for the algorithm, hung.
Let me make sure this is let me look at something real quick. Sorry about that. 2 seconds. Yeah, okay. All right. Let's go.
These are the most disgusting individuals that are still in power, some of which aren't. We've marked a few that have fallen out of that seat, whether by their own resignation or firing. Some have passed away. We're going to talk about one passed away just a week or so ago.
Mm-hmm.
There are people walking amongst us, not just at Wawa, but at board meetings and at the World Economic Forum and within our own White House that should not only resign respectfully from their position, no, they should be tried for their crimes and yet are going to the NBA Finals games and are going to the FIFA World Cup and are celebrating with all of the NHL hockey or USA hockey players after their win. Like, spare me the dog and pony show for 1 week, would you? Spare me from the slop you put in front of us just to get us to not talk about the lack of transparency, the lack of any form of authenticity, but for the lack of actual accountability around the crimes that have been committed. It's atrocious, and it embarrasses me as an American. It embarrasses me that this is a worldwide topic, okay? Everybody knows about this. Other world leaders are talking about it. They rub it in our face. The Epstein class, the Zionist class, the billionaire class, they're running things, and we're doing nothing to stop it. We have 6 million files, of which only 3 million have made it to the light. They're holding back the others, Todd Blanche's, and he says we're not getting it. He says we're not getting it. At that hearing, a day later, we'll pull up a clip real quick. Oh, no, this isn't the clip. Let's go to the clip. Right here. Right here. Yep. It says Epstein abuse survivor on meeting with acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. If you're unaware, Pam Bondi, the queen of, hey, we should stop talking about the Epstein files because the Dow Jones is over 50,000, 5,000, whatever thousand. I think it's 50. Let's hear what this victim, one of the many who, by the way, not only were victimized, that's enough. By the way, that's enough by this disgusting group of individuals. Where sexual exploitation, by the way, is really only the tip of this iceberg. The many victims that had their names released in the files, their physical addresses, as you'll hear, lost their jobs over being publicized as a victim of this ring. We're not holding accountable or ruining the lives of the perpetrators. We're ruining the lives of the victims. And I think that should say something about how we're treating all of this. Pam Bondi.
All right. So it appears like they have an extensive list, and it looks like, to me, just if I step back a little bit, it says, okay, there's a hierarchy of people that are connected in industry or connected in politics. And, because industry and politics, they intersect because of let's give example, Elon Musk. That's a perfect example of it, how it intersects. They get taxpayer dollars or they get help from the military to protect their industries overseas or whatever it is, right? So they intersect, right? Power intersects on different levels, right? Now, it appears that generally that what's being said here is that people that have a lot of power, their morals and ethics have been compromised, and they have evidence of it. Someone's been going around spying on them, keeping a record of it, or even entrapping them to some degree, and that is essentially what is going on. But the problem is that what does that pose? What threat does that pose towards everyday people's freedom? Like, what does that mean when someone can have dirt on folks that have power? And power meaning in the country you live, someone has political power, someone has economic power, and they're being controlled by someone else who has the dirt on them, right? What is that? What implications does that have on your actual freedom? What if the person who, because you're the one that pays the taxes to the person being blackmailed, right? You're the one, you're funding, you're actually basically funding your own demise, depending on who has access to that information and who can blackmail these people and control them and get them to do things that they may not otherwise have planned on doing. Like, for instance, Trump. Is Trump doing what he otherwise would do on a regular day, or is it because he's being coerced, blackmailed because somebody has dirt on him? It's kind of, Trump is not the only one, but he's the best example because he has loads of people who mention him directly in FBI paperwork and in public accusations, like horrendous things. And on top of that, he's adjudicated perpetrator in a civil level, right? Because he just paid out $5 million. He lost that civil case with, what's her name? Carol, I forget her last name. Carol something, right? But everybody follows me, right? Now let's peep. Damn, that's a deep list that he has right there, though. Yeah, I don't have a list like that, a personal list, but it's interesting to see that there are people out there that do, and kudos to them. Because a person like me, I would be blind to this shit. I'm going to be not totally blind. I don't mean blind like that, but to the extensive nature, like the global nature. Yeah, of course I would be blind to how deep that is. Come on, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Eugene Carroll was her name.
Eugene Carroll. Yeah. She just got her $5 million now from Trump.
Yep. That was reinforced by the courts.
Mm-hmm. And she probably
goes to show again.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, she has millions more in damages. So
okay, yeah,
$5 million is just an initial payment.
Okay, because she was getting death threats likely, and
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the whole time.
Well, you got to remember where do you think she can work now? Where do you think she can be employed? Right, like
nowhere.
Her image, everything is right. Like she can't be out in public at certain times in certain spaces, right?
Yeah.
So she has to circumvent her whole life just because she told the truth, right?
Yeah. It goes to show you how cruel society can be to their own. You know what I mean? Like, damn, a person
to show you the power of the Epstein class.
Yeah. They have a lot of people who do things who. They've manipulated a lot of people's minds. And another interesting thing, but I want to play some more of this, is that what I heard that after this case, after Florida with Epstein, we just saw one of his Florida, New York, early 80s victims, right, speak about it. Or 90s, I'm sorry, 90s, right? Yeah, that would be somewhere around there, 90s, right? I heard that after he was released, he actually is one of the early internet troll farm people. Like, he funded a lot of troll activity online to clear his name online. Like, he funded people to go out there, not just remove information about him online, but also little trolls in social media, bro.
Yeah, like
crazy, right?
Through Reddit.
Yeah, Reddit, right? Reddit. Yeah. It's through Reddit, exactly. So So there you have it. These Reddit folks, watch yourself. Everybody online, watch yourself. Use critical thinking and don't be in a hurry to believe something. But just how can I say this? Be fair in your assessments, in your judgments, because obviously if Trump had Hillary Clinton drinking baby blood on Epstein Island in a tape, he would obviously release it, right? I mean, unless there's a new conspiracy why he can't do that. right? They have control over Trump. Is that what's going on? They won't let him release it. Is that it? They're protecting the Clintons. I don't know. People want to believe whatever that. Me, I start off with just what's in plain sight. The victims, man, the victims and their stories. That's it. I don't need any belief. I'll just go by what the victims are telling people is going on. You know what I'm saying? Everything else is kind of secondary, but it's worth keeping into account, right? Just so you can have something to manage your own concepts of freedom. Like, how free are you when people like this get off, like, you know, on cases over and over and over? How free are you when you're paying taxes and somebody like Todd Blanche is not releasing the Epstein files when the law clearly says you have to release the Epstein files? Like, what is going on? I think everybody can question that. Like, that is a real conspiracy going on. Huh?
It's a two-tier justice system that we live in.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And it's a real conspiracy. In everybody's face. Yeah. That's not a fake conspiracy. That's not something you have to reach far for. That's actually happening to people right now in their face. The law says one thing, they're doing something else. Like, and there's nothing that can be done right now about it.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Like, because the people we trust and pay taxes to have said we are not going to follow the law this time. What can you do about it?
And this is what we publicly know. Imagine what we don't know and what they get away with, right?
Yeah, there's a lot more. So, all right, let's play some more here. This is kind of cool, man.
He was
Do me a favor, click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. Let's see about
originally
this.
in charge as the attorney general. She has since been let go. A lot of the controversy was potentially around her handling of the Epstein files. Now Todd Blanche is at the helm, former personal attorney of Donald Trump. Sure, there's no conflict there. Let's hear this.
Ms. Stein, were you one of the people who met with Todd Blanche after his confirmation hearing and he was exhorted to meet with the victims?
Yes, I was.
Yes?
I think it's only coming through the right speaker.
So how did you feel? I mean, how would you describe how what his attitude was toward all of you in the meeting?
Well, I want to preface this by saying that we have been requesting meetings with the DOJ for months, and they have not indulged us or given us any indication that they would indulge us. And so it wasn't lost on us that this meeting happened only after Senator Tillis made it a requirement of Todd Blanche's promotion.
During his confirmation hearing, I asked whether his Todd Blanche's attitude to our victims was one of dismissiveness. Would you say that that is a good way to describe his behavior toward you during the meeting?
We had approximately 4 hours to prepare for this meeting, and we did so. We went into that meeting in good faith with the hopes of working with Mr. Blanche in the Department of Justice. And we were met with gaslighting. We were met with Mr. Blanche.
Okay. So they're talking about the meeting that they had with Todd Blanche, the victims and Todd Blanche, right? And she's saying clearly, who's the representative questioning her? She's a Dem, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll double check.
Yeah. Okay. I was curious because she's pretty thorough in her questioning, and also just in general, I've seen her actually in a lot of hearings, and she's very thorough in her questioning. Like, she's definitely a strong advocate for not just these victims but her constituency. Like, she's not a joke, this lady. So I just wanted to make sure I get her name right. But in any case, so the victim here is saying that when they met with Todd Blanche was like fucking gaslighting them. Like, that's Todd Blanche right now. That's the justice system right now. The justice system is not working to help the victims. It's not working to help the victims get justice. It is an obstacle. It has basically become an obstacle in them getting justice, meaning that the perpetrators that are still alive of these victims and the people that knew about it and participated in watching, helping, things like that, they are being protected by the justice system instead of the victims being protected by the justice system instead of the justice system going after and prosecuting the actual people that did this, the people that are people that participated in doing it in some way, shape, or form. Now think about this. Let's say you got a buddy who's selling drugs, right, from whatever part of the country, and let's say about it. Let's see, but you're not doing anything about it. You're not telling the police what you know. You're not. You're witnessing things, but you're just not talking. That makes you a part of the conspiracy. And when you're dealing with a drug case, right? You're obligated to say what you know and what you saw, even what you suspect. Even what you suspect, basically, if you suspect a crime is being committed, you're obligated to speak on it. Now, just look at this. There's all these people with the Epstein files, and none of them, and plenty of them are obviously still alive. Because why would they not release the files if they weren't alive, right? Come on, there's loads of them in there that are alive. These people were children. This was 30 years ago, 20 to 30 years ago, right? So they don't remember. They were giving them drugs. They were doing things. So they don't all remember everyone. But in the cases where you have folks that do remember, I mean, you have Sasha Riley. He's got his audio tapes out there. Sasha Riley has been identifying people. He identified people that are sitting in Congress right now. What the hell? Jim Jones. Goddamn. Who else? Donald Trump. Epstein. He identified all of them in graphic stories, graphic detail. He alleged Clarence Thomas knew about it, was there and at these events. He doesn't remember if he did something or not, but he knows Clarence Thomas was at these same events. Who else? Andy Biggs, still sitting still getting paid off of American taxpayers. Like, and in case you don't know, Jim Jones is the guy who was the head of these little hearings you would see, and he was chairing the fucking hearings. Like, how does that happen? How can that happen? You're not even if a person has been alleged, that person is not supposed to be involved in those hearings. They can't have control over the hearings. Like, it's crazy. So here's if you don't care about Sasha Riley, even though they've mentioned him in these congressional hearings, they have mentioned his accounts. You can't avoid them. They're all over the internet. They're in audio form. They're like 8 hours, 10 hours damn near of audio from this guy. Right? He's a veteran, a veteran of the Afghan war. Right? If you don't trust him, right?
Yes, the Afghan war. Yep.
Yeah. Then what about this woman sitting here before you? Right? Did she take an oath? I believe she took an oath too. Right? When they sit in these hearings, yeah, they take an oath.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah.
So she can't lie. She's subject to penalty if she's lying. You see what I mean? So here, let's just listen to the rest of this now. Yo, did you find out who the rep was? What's up, Flamingo?
No, I haven't. I haven't been able to identify her through her picture, actually.
Okay. Don't worry. I will look it up. Yeah, let me see here. Yeah, I see Chipmunk.
Was one
What's up?
Of dismissiveness.
Big up, Chipmunk.
Would you say that is a good way to describe his behavior toward you during the meeting?
We had approximately 4 hours to prepare for this meeting, and we did so. We went into that meeting in good faith with the hopes of working with Mr. Blanche in the Department of Justice.
Yo, Eric, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Big girl's in the chat.
Okay. Yo, tell me, what's up, big girl? But yo, Eric, who's the representative there questioning her? You remember her name?
Were you talking about Jim Jordan?
No, the representative questioning the witness right now.
Oh, I don't know. I can't see.
Okay, hold on. Let me bring it back. Here we go. Here's her face right here. You see her? Who's this rep? Is she the representative for Hawaii?
That's that's Maria Kono or something like that. I forgot.
Let me you see her name right there? Can you see it on the screen now? It's Miss.
Yes, she is she's the rep for Hawaii. Yes.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay. I thought so. All right. So let me let this play again. Sorry, folks. Let's get back to what they were saying here. Boom. Here we are. Let's continue.
did so. We went into that meeting in good faith with the hopes of working with Mr. Blanch
Hey,
in the
big girl,
Department
tell
of
us when you're ready.
Justice. And we were met with gaslighting. We were met with Mr. Blanch talking around our questions instead of answering them. And we walked away with a feeling of, the best word that I can use is demoralization, because...
See, here's the part I don't understand about the politics side.
Whoa.
Maisie Hirono.
Hirono. Okay.
Maisie Hirono, yes. That's her full name.
Macy
She's a
Hirono.
senator.
Okay, she's a senator. Okay. There you go. There you got it. Hirono. Okay. Yeah, she's asking. She's thorough as hell, by the way. Whoever, she's a representative senator for Hawaii. They're very lucky to have her because she is sharp as hell. And I'm not just talking about this thing here. She's straight up legit. She's always thorough in her questioning. Like, she's no joke. But in any case, big girl, you here? You there? Bev. Okay, Bev. Well, when you get it together, let me know. Let's see here, because I.
You can't. She's on, B. You can't hear her?
No, I can't hear.
She's on. She's probably on your end.
You on mute, big girl. That's why the others can hear you, but I can't hear you. You gotta hold on. Wait a second. There you go, big girl. I can hear you now. What's going on? What do you think about this?
Oh, yeah, she's good.
No, I was saying that I don't think it will ever be fully known or investigated. I don't think it's going to go anywhere, because the feeling I get from it, the little bit I do know about it, is there's a lot of high, it goes very high up in government, in all forms of it, CIA, everywhere. It's a lot of people that's involved, more than Donald Trump. I don't know. I just don't feel like it will ever be really fully investigated, and anybody's ever really going to get charged with it. Maybe sometime, but not in the near future. I just don't see it.
Yeah, I understand you. Yeah, I kind of, I'm getting, my sense of it is like this. The American people can get anything they demand. It's just a matter of whether they demand it. And what does demanding look like? Demanding looks like you are literally going to be on the government's ass. You are never anyone who plays a role in not releasing these files. You are going to demand that they are criminally dealt with, because what they're doing is against the law. It's already law. They're supposed to be released. On top of that, they can never hold another position in any type of banking, any type of government, any type of, any type international corporation. You know what I'm saying? They have to be totally anyone connected in this. You got to go through that list, and they all have to be banned. Like, the people can get it if they want it. It's our country. The thing is that, are we just going to accept? Are we going to accept less than what we deserve? That's, to me, and think about this, like, freedom exists, but not for those that accept less than freedom. You can voluntarily accept less than freedom, and you know what I'm saying? And I think that's pretty much where it comes down to, where do the American people want this? Or are they willing to say, fuck it, my freedom is not that important. I don't need it. I'm okay with what I got. I got me my pension, and my life is okay. Fuck demanding it. Like, there's a lot of people that would say that, but then there's other countries where damn well, even though people don't even have guns, man, people would be on the damn street. People would be on the damn street about this. Like, you didn't release those Epstein files? Oh, hell no, you are finished. You would be cooked. You would be out of government office overnight. Look at how the Brits react. Starmer knows. Soon as that shit became public, I'm going to step down. Because they know the Brits ain't going for this shit. The French ain't going for this. Loads of governments and people pay taxes, and they are pissed. They would never pay taxes, because life is not easy. They would never pay taxes, except that their pension, the date where they can access their pension keeps going up. while people like this walk free. Like people like this exist in their government. They would never accept it because they know the connection to these things is their taxes. So,
but the reason.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who's this?
That's a big girl. Go
Yeah,
ahead, big girl.
Rafika's in the chat.
Go ahead, big girl. You were
Yeah,
saying?
go ahead, Rafika.
Rafika.
Oh, okay. That's Rafika. What's up, Rafika? Hold on. Let me double check something. Oh, okay. Go ahead. There you go. Go ahead.
I figured it out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sounds good.
I've been said we need to drag his ass out that White House.
True.
He's trying to rig it. He's trying to rig it where we can't. He's trying to rig it. He's telling us what he's doing with that White House. Besides the ballroom. He's saying that he got snipers on the roof. He got all type of stuff going on. We need to rally up and drag his ass out now. Before we can.
Yeah.
I just say too, the whole government that we got in, the administration, everything has to be just taken out, because now everybody is saying that once Trump gets out, we got to rebuild the government. But if you don't get the ones, I don't know how to say it, but I agree with her. We need to go in there and just take them all
Get them
out.
out.
They all need to
all
go.
of them. They need to go because they don't have no plans on leaving.
They don't.
Anytime somebody plan on reconstruction the White House to their liking, they don't have no plans on leaving.
They sure don't. They have no
plans on
whatsoever.
leaving.
I agree 100%. I've been saying this.
So get him out before he rig it to the point where we can't go in there and get his ass out.
I mean,
ladies, let's stay on topic. We're talking about Epstein. Let's circle back to Epstein.
Now,
okay, go back to
Why
Epstein.
should we go back to that?
So what was the last thing about Epstein?
Well,
Epstein is all a part of this.
Yeah, it's all a part of it.
Why
Yes,
everything
they
is
all a part. They all a part
to
of
get
it.
the
It ain't gonna
Epstein, you
never
gotta
come
get
out.
rid of him. To get rid of to get the Epstein and get to the files and get to those who are on it, you gotta get rid of Trump before, like she says, he rigs
Exactly.
it so nobody can do nothing.
But also remember, ladies, there's a lot of individuals who are high net worth individuals who donate to both parties, right? Both Republican, both Democrat. It just so happens to be that Trump himself is implicit in terms of how he's mentioned. A lot of the people in the administration who are loosely tied to Trump or directly tied to Trump. But even on the Democratic side, we do have individuals who are heavy
You're missing
donors,
the
right?
point.
Hold on. Epstein himself was a registered Democrat, right? So that's why we call it the Epstein class, because it's a different class of individuals who have partaken in the Epstein files in general, right? In the luxuries that Epstein provided in terms of sexual deviance, right? So that's where it's a whole lot more, and it's the reason why people on both parties were kind of hesitant on releasing it. It just so happens to be that Trump does have, obviously, he's widely mentioned in these files, and his direct current AG, but his prior AG Pam Bondi, have both decided not to release the full Epstein files, and also a good chunk of it has to do with the fact that who he's presenting now as current AG, the person who's acting AG, Todd Blanche, is the one stopping it, right? He's stopping the release of these files.
You're missing
And he
the
was the one
whole
who mentioned
point.
it prior. So go ahead.
You're missing the whole point.
Go ahead, big girl.
We are missing the whole point of what we were saying. To get to that point that you're saying, I agree with you that it's more, but you gotta take Trump out of office to get rid of everyone else. That's what you have to do.
Even not taking Trump out, and we win the midterms, it will come out. But even though I understand that Maxwell was being tried and all this and all that, and it couldn't come out due to Biden couldn't bring it out because Maxwell was being tried. Okay, I understand that on our side.
Right. You can't.
It should have came. It should have came out afterwards.
It should have came
It
out
should have came
afterwards.
out.
Yeah. And
It should have came out. Point. It should. It just. It should have came out. I
right.
don't
It
care
shouldn't go any further.
who was in it. It should. It should have came out.
You know, and
I'm a
it's okay.
Democrat, and even if Democrats are in it, it still should come out. I
Yes.
still say
It should have came
Democrats,
out.
whoever's guilty, everything on it, everybody that's in
Yeah.
it ought to come out. Be they Democrat, Independent, whatever. This is crazy. This is crazy. It gets crazier and crazier. The government's falling apart. You got Trump
Yep, it
I
sure
think.
is.
rigging. He's rigging everything. We know that. He's
Right.
mentally
Mhm.
deranged. He's got
Fucking
dementia
crazy.
real bad.
He just went to a rally in who was it? Was it Ohio
Mm-hmm.
today? Talking crazy. He was tormented, and it was just crazy.
Yeah, I think they booed him. They heckled him.
he-
Was it Michigan?
Yeah,
Was it
they
Michigan?
heckled
You mean?
him.
I think it was Michigan, right?
Last week it was
No,
Ohio.
no, just
I know
yesterday.
that.
No,
I
no,
think it
just yesterday he was somewhere.
was somewhere
Michigan.
where they had.
Yeah.
It was
Where's
Michigan.
foreplay at? Where's foreplay at?
They're all over. So
I think it was
he probably
Michigan
went to
yesterday.
okay.
Yeah,
Michigan.
yesterday it was
It-
Michigan. Yeah. But
yeah,
go
it
ahead.
was the Ford plant. Most likely he went to Michigan.
It was a
'Cause
foreplay, and he went there, and it was crazy.
Well, I want to say this. You know, there's two sides of this. There's the law, how the law functions. And so when people say, how do we remove him? They're talking about the law, right? Basically, you know, and then,
He ain't following
you know,
the law. If
but-
he ain't following
yeah,
the law, we
yeah.
shouldn't follow the law.
Right,
If
yeah.
he ain't following the law, we shouldn't.
and I think that's the other side of that, right? That's the B side to the law conversation. How do you legally get him out? He's not following the law. But then there's at the same time there's another line that exists too, that's growing, and that is, what are the consequences of this not coming out?
Afterwards.
What are the consequences for the country
okay,
of the
I'm
Epstein?
pulling him out.
What are the consequences of not releasing the Epstein files? What are the consequences of that?
There you go.
And we see what's happening, because if you have the Epstein class running amok, you don't have a country. You don't have a country.
Well, this scene where Katie Faye had an interview earlier with one of the girls, and she was saying that she was let down because she was hearing where some of the girls' cases was let down because of statute of limitation.
Yeah, but
And she was hoping that.
But a lot of the cases ain't have nothing to do with that anyway. Yeah, but I hear you. Yeah, that's also a bullshit excuse, because there's different levels. There's individual cases of witnesses or victims. There's individual cases, but then there's larger ones, the conspiracy case, and you can't just dismiss things like that from a broader conspiracy case anyway. There ain't no statute of limitations or in that regard. But
And that's what she was saying.
Yeah.
And that's what she was saying.
so
The statute of limitations is going to differ in every state.
Yeah,
right. Depending on
yeah.
where these crimes happen,
Yeah.
it's just individual to each state.
In
So
countries.
statute of limitations do exist. We don't have large jurisdiction across overseas, right? That's
No.
another country.
And
That's
that's what
another
she was
country's
saying too.
time to deal
That's
with,
she
right?
was from
We can't
overseas,
deal with that.
Michael. She
Right?
was from
Yeah,
overseas
yeah, but-
too, and she was
and that-
she was saying
like
that
if the crime-
France and another country I can't remember. She said they wasn't really doing nothing either.
Well, again, we can't control another country, right? Unless it happens
Yeah,
here,
I
we would
know.
prosecute them here, right? And we can only hope that they would, whatever they do with their government, right? Because we elect our officials, we don't elect French officials, right? Whatever they do with their
Yeah.
country, hopefully they care about their constituents
Right.
enough to prosecute that, right?
Right.
We saw
Yeah.
Prince Andrew step down, right? Why? Because I'm sure he obviously got that hindsight that, hey, look, we're not gonna, accept this type of behavior. We can't be seen with this type of behavior. And if we want to continue to set a precedence globally, you have to step down. Unfortunately, there's no shaming the U.S., right? The U.S. hasn't taken
Yeah.
that route of shame, right? And so there's a lot of
Yeah.
nuance when it does come to the files. But what I had mentioned before is obviously, where who choose to prosecute it. Obviously, we know that there's a plethora of individuals who haven't been named, right? And if they haven't been
Yeah.
named, what role did they have to play, right? Because tomorrow, let's say they release the Epstein files, and Trump has something that's speculative but isn't definitive. Do we charge him with something, right? So that's why we want the transparency, right? That's where the
Yeah.
Epstein
Yeah. Correct.
Transparency Act
Yeah.
exists, right? And that goes for
Yeah.
any of these other multimillionaires, billionaires, and also it
Mhm.
allows for us to see how in depth their investigation was, right? Did they stop at Trump and just said, you know what, he has something questionable, but we're not going to dig further into this,
Yeah.
right? If
Right.
we look at some of the other individuals, right? Hey, you know what? This person's too powerful. I was told by higher ups to kind of leave it alone. We have a call log. They called, whatever the case is. They were on a flight log, right? The Bill Gates of the world, right? Who we know utilized Epstein's services, right? In the
Yeah.
form of, call girls, right? And ended up getting an STD, right?
Mhm.
Which he later on passed on to his wife, right? Which led to their divorce, right? So those are the finer details that we want to know, right? That's why we're
Yeah.
asking for the
She did
transparency,
bring
right?
that.
Okay.
She
But
did bring that up. She did say that it was little things that was what's that little cases that was being brought up,
Yeah.
and she did mention that why did it take 5 days for y'all to uh go into his house to raid his house
Mm-hmm,
5 days after he died.
right.
mm-hmm. And
But
also, go ahead, B.
yeah, I just wanted to say, just to get back to
Please.
where we were, right? Because I want to hear some more about this victim here and why it's being obstructed. Because she's saying Todd Blanche, who is the vice of the second in charge of the DOJ, because we have no number one. She's saying that
Yeah, he's the
he
acting.
gaslighted
Yeah.
her. He gaslighted the
Okay, yeah.
victims. But here's the thing regarding statute of limitations and all of that. Yeah, in individual cases, say this victim says,
Send it to you,
hold on,
B.
hold on, hold on,
Not to
hold
cut
on.
you off, but I sent it to you.
Okay, no problem.
You can play it, but I sent it to you.
Okay. So here in the individual cases, let's say this victim versus whoever victimized her, right? The fact that the statute of limitations, as an example, could have run out, that has nothing to do with a case of conspiracy and treason where blackmail is involved, where her case overlaps. There's no statute of limitations on that. So it says here, look, statute of limitations.
That's what she was saying. She said, and about other girls too.
Right. Well, it says here, right, there's no statute of limitations on treason. But when it comes to federal conspiracy charges and individual crimes where it has not run out, the legal mechanics work differently. The statute of limitation on treason. Under federal law, any capital offense, meaning crime punishable by death, has no statute of limitations, because treason under statute 18 USC 2381 carries the death penalty as a potential maximum punishment. Federal prosecutors can bring
Defining treason, B.
Huh?
How are you defining treason?
Right. Well, let's go on. Well, if it's a conspiracy against the United States of America,
that's treason.
Yeah, that's a
A conspiracy in what sense? What sense? What do you mean?
If this has been if this is a blackmail honeypot scheme where it involves foreign agents or individuals conducting crimes in the United States, a honeypot scheme to blackmail federal officials, to blackmail, let's say, federal officials like Supreme Court justices, congressional members, president of the United States, for example, and it obviously is. It's obviously that, because what else would they not be releasing this shit for? People have suspected that for quite some time. That's why they want to know, why is Epstein looking for Clinton? Why is Epstein looking for Trump? Why is he allowed to have carte blanche and not even be prosecuted? Why did the federal government give him a sweetheart deal? Why did what's behind this? So I'm not saying that it can only be treason, But this is an example of just saying that when people say the statute of limitation run out, they're talking about the individual incident with that one person. But if this one crime, if this one crime connects to a larger conspiracy crime, they can't just throw it out, the evidence out. They will still use that evidence to prosecute the larger crime. You see? Yeah. So Todd Blanche, you know, he can say that there's limitations, we couldn't use it. It's like it's only because of how he's defining the crime. He's saying there's no bigger crime. So of course, but the next person, the next government that sits in his place, they ain't going to see this shit at all the same way. And listen, and the American people need to know that. The American people need to know that no, this shit can definitely be all of this stuff that's in those Epstein files. If it leads to a larger conspiracy, it can still be used in evidence towards people to prosecute people. That's all. That's basically.
Let me ask you this. Maybe I don't have an understanding. Like the Tate brothers, like Andrew and Tristan Tate. Maybe I have it wrong. Let me know if I have this wrong. They're trying to bring them back to the United States for sex trafficking.
Not the United States.
No, they're here already.
No.
Yeah, they're trying to bring them. They're trying to extradite them to the UK. Yeah.
To the UK.
Yeah, because they're on charges. They're on charges in the UK now. They have charges in in Romania that still exist, and they have new charges in the UK, and the UK wants their extradition.
Because I was gonna say that if it was the United States, I was gonna say that they would never be. How could you prosecute them and not prosecute Trump? But I wasn't sure of that. That's why I asked you.
It's because it's the UK.
The thing is they gonna leave? Is Trump is gonna interfere on them leaving?
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Yeah, is Trump going to try to hinder them from leaving because they have information? So how it plays out is if the Tate brothers have information about Trump or his sons.
Wait a minute, where are they leaving from?
Wait a second. Let me explain.
Miami.
I'm going to cap this up. I'm going to explain all of it in 2 seconds so we can get back to the next part, right? So the extradition, the UK wants the extradition for crimes in the UK against the Tate brothers. The Tate brothers have been arrested in the United States in line with that extradition, but they're fighting extradition in the federal courts right now. So the question is Trump going to try to assist them to fight the extradition because maybe the Tate brothers know information about his sons because his sons were in fact communicating with the Tate brothers, and because somebody in Trump's cabinet assisted them in being removed from the Romanian jail and coming back to the U.S. in the first place. So they wouldn't be in the U.S. if it wasn't pretty much for the Trump cabinet. Someone played a role in that. Yep. They contacted the Romanian. Yeah, so he was on charges. They were in charges in Romania for sex trafficking, RAPE also, and other things, other crimes. The Trump administration intervened somehow, or someone connected to the administration, and they got them released and brought to the U.S. while that investigation and case still goes on. So they've been here in the U.S. for a year, and in this time, the UK had cases come up against them also. So the UK is now ready to prosecute and wants them delivered right now. And so they're fighting that extradition. But let's
go ahead. I'm just one more thing. But so then the United States is in with the Tate brothers. And if that goes through, No. What I'm saying is if, like Vic is saying, they want, if Trump interferes with that and they stay here, it's just a big mess. It's going to make a worldwide mess.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's where it's at right now. All right, so let's hear some more from let's hear some more from the victim. Right, she's talking about Todd Blanche's reception in the meeting with Todd Blanche and how he gaslighted the victim. So let's hear that. Let's hear.
Because if you are going to a politically attack this. Okay, let's just call it for what the politicians see it as. It's just a political game they're treating this as, not as a real crime that they want to find the perpetrators of and hold them to any form of justice. This is a game. So if we're playing their game, this sociopathic game, I don't really understand why you wouldn't, at the very least, hear out the victims for the sake of the PR of it. Right, you're going to go months without meeting with them. Months without meeting them. Pam Bondi wouldn't even look at them in her last hearing. Wouldn't even look at them. And now you're the new AG. This is the most important topic on your desk. It probably will remain so until something is actually done. Why are you only meeting with them once? And why so when you're meeting with them are all of them feeling unheard?
It's a defensive posture that the DOJ is taking. That's an excellent point. All right,
just shut up and listen. If I'm playing the game, at the least I could say I'm going to listen. I'm going to hear them out. I'll meet with you guys as much as you like. But I know for the life of me, nothing's going to be done about it because all the billionaires are in my pocket. At the very least, for optics, this looks atrocious. And these victims aren't feeling heard. Nevertheless, is any justice being done? I bet there's a good chunk of the victims who very well know that nothing will ever be done of this. That would, at the very least, not like to be doxxed or gaslit by the very people that are supposed to be holding them accountable. Now, there is a little bit of an update on who can hold them accountable. And we do have a clip or two to go in on that. I didn't organize these well. This is on me. Can we go to the tweet on the right? There we go. Yeah. And we can get rid of the other one so we can keep it nice and clean. That's my fault, guys. This is Thomas Massie on CNN talking about the latest legislation he has presented. Now, of course, there's a lot of legislation we could talk about right now. There's legislation around the affordable housing bill. There's legislation around the Save America bill. There's legislation around combining the armed forces of the United States and Israel.
If you want the Epstein files released now, today, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't really care if it's released anymore, put a 2 in the chat.
There's a lot we could talk about here. But there's legislation right now for a part 2 on the Epstein Transparency Act that was originally presented, I believe, by Marjorie Taylor Greene, Brooke Hannah, and Thomas Massie back in August of last year. They are now presenting a second one because as of July, the United States government, our White House, or DOJ, was supposed to release the rest of the tranche of Epstein files. Because again, just to be very clear, we have half of them.
Well, Zach, it looks, Reggie, what's up, Reggie? Reggie the G, you don't want the Epstein files released, Reggie? Reggie, put a 1 in the chat if you want the Epstein files released today. Put a 2 in the chat, Reggie, if you don't really care.
Filters might just be duplicates. Then just release it. Who cares? Who cares? Well, Zach, there could be victims that are brought out to the light. Well, you didn't care about that the first time. Plus, yeah, do that. But let's also not redact the people who are a part of it like you did last time. So this act is being brought up to not only release the second tranche of files demanding Todd Blanche does so, it also brings up something else that's interesting, is going to potentially allow for state attorney generals, because your state has an attorney general. Your state has an elected Todd Blanche. So your Todd Blanche.
I think that means Reggie doesn't want the Epstein files released. He doesn't care anymore. He cares more about the politics of it. Who did it? Is it Democrats or Republicans? Okay, Reggie, no problem, man. I said
this is exactly what I was talking about.
I said
before
1 or 2, Reggie.
Yeah,
go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, that's what I was talking about before, right? When we talked, he brought up the AG, right? The AG for your state is the one who's going to be able to prosecute that on a state level and see what those statute of limitations, what they can charge in terms of the statute of limitations, and if they can circumvent those statute of limitations by adding additional charges that maybe have longer statute of limitations that fit those particular cases, individual cases, right?
Right.
And so again, that's why in combination to the AG, you would need the state's AG in which a lot of these cases took place in order for real action to happen, right? Because there's a difference, right? Like the states have, again, states run themselves pretty much, right? With the exception of very few circumstances. you know, you can prosecute it on both a state and a federal level, right? So if the statute of limitations maybe falls out on the federal level, reconsidering it on the state level is what you would try to do if you really wanted to see some level of prosecution and justice in the Epstein files.
Right. Yeah, I
But
hear
yeah,
you.
go ahead, B.
I mean, we're gonna see how it plays out. But listen, Reggie, everything you're saying is wonderful and fantastic. That's what you believe. But you need to answer the simple question that I asked you and stop deviating. Okay. The chat is open. The chat is in unsubscriber mode. You're welcome to be here. You're welcome to give your opinion. You're welcome to hop up on the panel and speak. But you must actually answer the question the way that is being asked only. That is it. So when I ask you a question, if you don't answer it exactly how I'm asking it, then I have to time you out. So that's the rules. So the reason why we do this is to help other people qualify more of your statements. So here's the qualifier question. And I do this in every episode in case you've never been here before. So I'm going to take the time to explain it to you. The qualifier question is this. Put a 1 in the chat if you want the Epstein files released today. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't really care. If you don't answer that question, nothing else you say gives any meaning. That's the point of a qualifier question. So, Reggie, put a 1 in the chat if you want the Epstein files released today. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't really care. So everybody sees he don't really care. That's his own admission. All right, let's continue.
Blanche, in your state.
Oh, and Michael. Well, we know Todd Blanche ain't going to be prosecuting Donald J. Trump or anybody connected to the Epstein files for treason anyway. He ain't doing that. Yeah, so we can talk all of the ins and outs of a prosecution once his ass is gone.
Exactly. But like Zach said, just say that. Like, at least let them be heard, release it, let the public see it. And if you're not going to prosecute that, then let that be so blatant that we know now, right?
Exactly, man. All right, yeah, let's go, man. Big up to Zach also.
If there are crimes linked or criminals within that state attorney general could have authority to investigate it. The most prominent example would be New Mexico and the Zorro Ranch. Let's play this clip.
Congressman Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna back with us now. They are the bipartisan team behind the Epstein Transparency Act from April of last year, and you're now proposing a sequel in this, right? So what's new in this bill, and how is it different from your previous bill that the president signed into law?
Well, what we've noticed is the DOJ is just uninterested in prosecuting any of the men who've been exposed from the records. But we saw an attorney general in New Mexico who is ready to prosecute the crimes at Zorro Ranch, but he can't get the DOJ to cooperate. So what we did is we put in this bill the special ability for the attorney general of New Mexico or any attorney general from any state to get the documents from the DOJ so that they can prosecute the crimes that the DOJ won't.
So is that in a way a fix as you see it to the first bill?
Well, we didn't anticipate that the Department of Justice wouldn't release the files and wouldn't investigate or prosecute. So now we need to empower state attorney generals. But one reason I was thinking, why did this break through? Why is this broken through for over a year? And my view is it's about integrity. It's about character. There's people in this country want moral renewal. They see
yeah, it's true. Maybe Reggie's family is all up in them files. Who knows, man? Reggie, are you in the files, man? What's going on, man? Stop protecting people, bro.
Corruption, and then they're seeing this group of
All right. That's enough, Ro. Thanks. Classic Ro. Yeah, I like the Ro's up there. I like the Ro's backing this, but every time I hear him, it's about the midterms. Massey's up there like, I'm out of this thing anyway. I just want to make some noise. And Ro's like, well, this is really just about honesty and integrity. All right, dude, you're not going to be president. Just chill out.
I don't know if you noticed. They don't seem worried about that.
President?
Just the whole admin.
Oh, got it.
Mitch McConnell, all of them.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, if you ask me, I don't understand that statement because they are politicians and they are all thinking about the next election, even Massey. So I don't know why he said Massey is out there because, come on, Massey can run for another seat, in the same state. He He's not totally out of this like that. And I don't think he has any interest in being totally out of it, I think he wants some electoral revenge, to be honest with you, somehow, some way. I don't think he's going to sit down. But in any case, that's his opinion of Ro Khanna and why he's saying that. But I think it's a jump, For me, politicians are going to be politicians. Come on. But citizens have to be citizens. Citizens have to just always step to the politicians with demands. That's your job. It's your actual tax dollars. You're the one that actually pay their salary. You don't have to. If you step to all politicians like they work for you and you got demands for them and it ain't personal, you won't have a problem anyway, So, but let's hear some more.
That's fair.
Yeah.
All right. So in going back in through what Massey just said, this would give the ability for the potential of things like Zorro Ranch. If we could zoom in on the bottom right of our sphere over here. Right there. Yep, perfect. We have a little bit on Zorro Ranch. Kathy Mueller has some involvement in this, as well as we have Turning Point's involvement in the purchase of the property. So just to kind of give you a quick synopsis, the reason Zorro Ranch is one of the things talked about with Epstein is because this was one of the properties that Jeffrey Epstein prominently owned. He had property in New York City, he had properties in Palm Beach County, and he had property in New Mexico. Zorro Ranch was the main property. Now, this is a property that goes a lot deeper than just, unfortunately, sexual allegations. If we could scroll down real quick, I'll read off this real fast. Says the Jeffrey Epstein purchased Zorro Ranch in 1993 for around $12 million from the former New Mexico governor, Bruce King. That's interesting. Epstein built a huge mansion at the ranch with a living room the size of an average American home. We scroll down, we could see the original blueprints from when they were planning out where it was going to be. Thought that was interesting. We found that in the files. Just out in the middle of nowhere. Now, there's a lot of speculation as to what this ranch was utilized for. Its secrecy seeming to be very purposeful. Holy cow, look at that house. It's a lot of house. But also not as huge as some billionaires build their house. We've seen bigger. But if you scroll over to the left, we'll see people that say this is where the super rich were injecting the blood of children into themselves. And unfortunately, there is some evidence to that in the files. If we scroll back out, we'll see emails alluding to the ranch. Let's pick one. Let's pick the one right next to him and the dogs. Let's pick right there, him and the dogs. It says to Zorro Ranch. It says good.
It kills me how people. This is not something to be politicized. If you're watching this and the first thing you think is, how come a Democrat didn't do something? Why don't you start off with saying, yes, more and people need to be informed about the details because legacy media and the government has failed people. Why not just make a statement like that? Instead, we got people in the chat that's like, well, if the Democrats had done this before, like, what is going on here? Didn't this bother you? Doesn't this stuff that you hear bother you? So you mean you know everything already and none of it is news to you? Sorry, most Americans, this should not be perceived as everyday normal shit. And most Americans do not know the details of it because the government hasn't shared the details. Don't you know half of the files have not even been released? What? So how do you know every damn thing, Reggie? Half the files haven't been released. Who are you? Goddamn CIA officer that was working with fucking Epstein? The only people that can know everything that was going on were the people involved. Reggie, were you involved? Like, goddamn, like, take it easy, man. Stop getting all political over here and or partisan. It's okay to be political, but stop the partisan shit. Okay? I'm not your everyday average Dem. I'm registered as a Dem. Okay? But that don't mean you're going to walk all over me and act like my integrity is somehow, faltered or some shit. Okay? I'm just a citizen like you punk ass. Okay? Get a grip of yourself.
Whose attorney general stopped the file from being released?
Trump's did.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, man. What the hell?
Crazy.
Reggie in the chat talking about it. I'm a Marine. Man, Marines rape kids.
No one
did you know that?
you, and if you truly were patriotic, you would care that your active president is trying to circumvent an act that's supposed to have these files released. his current AG. No one else is not a Biden's, not Obama's.
It's a crime
not
right
Kamala's.
now. It's a crime happening right now in
He
people's
purposely
faces.
hired this man to do this.
It's
and here you are being a fool, advocating for someone who doesn't know you exist. That's a sad existence, brother.
Someone who wouldn't even have you in the same room with them unless you're participating in these acts with them. So I mean, come on, it's cut the cap. You know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't be surprised if some people in the Marines actually worked for Epstein because he had a little private army too. So what's up with that? But in any case, let's focus on this. Did you hear the shit about the wealthy getting blood transfusions, bro, from kids?
Yeah. So I how can I say it? They were getting certain treatments like blood transfusions and even like stem cells. So it's I don't obviously want to say it online because it isn't like confirmed.
Okay,
but
it's suspected to be. It's suspected to be.
Yeah, it's suspected that even some individuals would have relationships. Some billionaires and multimillionaires would have relationships with certain women, and they would force them to abort and use those stem cells in their own treatments.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Are you serious? Wow! Now, where did you hear this from?
I'll put the name. I'll send a link in the article. In the chat, I'll show you. You can let the video play. And
is this from the Epstein files? Is it from the? Is it someone?
No,
that,
but
okay.
This individual was loosely connected to Epstein. And so I'll send it in the chat. Go ahead, continue.
Okay, all right. Let's play some more, man. This shit grossed me out, bro. Like I'm shocked when I saw this, and of course, again, everybody that watches my program, right? You know that I'm not all up in these files every goddamn day, and to be honest with you, I'm more concerned with things that everyone should already know. Listen, you shouldn't have to be a goddamn expert on the Epstein files. You shouldn't have to know everything in it to believe in universal health care for all American citizens. Hello, I'm here for the goddamn votes. Okay, I want people to vote rationally. Okay, you shouldn't have to be all up in the Epstein files to believe that every American should have access to education regardless of your economic status. You shouldn't be an Epstein expert to believe in those things. Okay, so there it is. Fair housing. Do you need to be a Epstein expert to believe and vote for candidates and vote for representatives that believe in fair housing? Do you need that? But I'm finding a correlation with a lot of Americans where they're not so rational, and they will be all up in the Epstein files when it's politicians. When somehow it connects with, they like the Epstein files only when it suits the argument of get rid of people that want universal health care. They only interested in the Epstein files if it could be used as an argument to get away from fair housing, a fair wage. They only interested in the Epstein files when they want to stop a politician that says, we need more child care accessible to American citizens. So it is connected in American people's psyche somehow. Like, look, the Marine in the chat, he shows you the correlation. You know what I'm saying? It's partisan. He care about the Epstein files if it could be used to stop a Democrat. That's crazy. That is crazy.
It's a separate segue, but the name of the guy who I'm speaking in particular is Peter Nygard.
Peter Nygard?
And
Peter Newgard.
And so
in Danish it would be Newgard. Yeah. Okay, Nygard. Let me look him up, and I would look him up right
now.
So
you'll see, and essentially they're kind of hinting at this kind of treatment when they're talking about kids and obviously blood transfusions. Aside from the blood transfusions, other stem cells and things of that nature. The acts that Peter Nygard was.
What chat did you put it in? What chat did you put it in, man?
Hold on, I'll link it right now. Do you want me to? Which chat do you want me to send it to?
Can you put it in the main one in the YouTube chat?
Okay.
Okay, do that. Yeah, that's easier for me. Yeah, now, yeah. So for me, this is not a partisan issue. I don't give a damn who's in it, Democrat or Republican. I'm for universal health care. I'm for universal education in the United States of America. I'm for fair housing, right? And I'm for a livable wage. Those are the things I'm for politically. I'm for a woman having the right to choose herself whether she has an abortion or not. I'm for everybody having the right to control their own body and not have somebody else tell them what the fuck to do with it. That's what I'm talking about. I'm only talking about this because it intersects with the politics in the U.S. for some reason. Like, everybody should be on board when someone is trying to commit espionage against your own congressional members, against your president, against your Supreme Court justices. Everyone should be on the same page with that. Why? Because if they're running these operations on our elected officials and on our courts, right? It means the effect is we're not free. Don't you get that? So this is not about Democrat or Republican. This is about do something about this shit right now so we can fucking have our goddamn freedom back. That's what this is about. If you think this is about Republican or Democrat, it's crazy. You should be on board even if you aren't for universal health care. You should be for doing something about this right now. You should be against what Todd Blanche is doing right now, even if you're not for a living fair wage, even if you're not for childcare, even if you're not for people controlling their own bodies. You should still want something done about this right now. Like, and it's so odd how the two correlate. Sometimes I'm so confused, man. I'm so confused by Americans and their feelings because it's our own country. I'm an American. It's our own country. But if you can't think rationally, you ain't going to get better.
And unfortunately, there is some evidence to that in the files. If we scroll back out, we'll see emails
So I left
alluding
two articles.
to the ranch.
The second one is a better one that better describes it. But go ahead, B.
Okay. All right. Let me check it out now. I'm going to open it up now.
Let's pick one. Let's pick the one right next to him and the dogs. Let's pick right there, him and the dogs. It says to Zorro Ranch. It says good evening to all. Attaches a contact list for Zorro Ranch if there are any questions or concerns.
Oh, you want to say something? Yeah.
No. And this designer, he's an example of the Epstein class, right? He's an example of the type of wealth and influence you have that makes you a part of the Epstein class. But go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, this says Peter Newgard abuse case. Okay, let me see. Our team of attorneys is currently investigating claims of sex trafficking and abuse by Peter J. Newgard, a wealthy fashion mogul and well-connected Canadian businessman. Has been, that's why they call him Nygard, okay, has been accused of sexually assaulting dozens of women and children. Peter Nygard, charged with federal sex trafficking. Okay, on November 23rd, 2020, this is a recent case, by the way. Peter Nygard, I keep saying that because that's how you say it in Danish or in the Scandinavian vernacular, was charged with 9 counts of sex trafficking, racketeering, and related sex crimes in the Southern District of New York. Damn, that's your district, Mike. According to the criminal charges, yep. Newgard forcibly sexually assaulted, drugged, and coerced victims into sex contact. Okay, that's interesting that they frame it that way. Sex contact said the indictment after. Hold on, wait 1 second. Sorry about that, because I realize people may not be able to see this because I got my glasses on, and if I'm struggling a little bit, that means I need to make the text larger. All right, so here, Nygard forcibly assaulted, drugged, and coerced victims into contact, said the indictment, after often leveraging the guise of jobs in the modeling and fashion industry to lure victims into Newgard's orbit and keep them there. Damn, this is some very detailed, high-level, like, coercion, bro.
You know something even funnier is I knew about this earlier on because while he was being investigated, I was being recruited to work for his store in Times Square.
Are you serious? Damn,
yeah,
bro.
I had a district manager who was trying to recruit me to work. He had a big flagship store in Times Square. But yeah,
they might have you all wrapped up in this shit in a minute, man. Yeah. Did you get the job?
I declined it. I declined that job. I was like, I'm good.
It's crazy, bro. Yeah, you're gonna be the cleanup man and shit. They're gonna have you, Michael Best indicted. indicted for, kidnapping and shit, transportation of minors. Like, damn. Under the guise of yeah, bro. Under the guise of modeling. All right, here we go. So, yeah, straight up, bro. This is what's happening. This is what they do. This is what they were doing. So, Newgard alleged actions took place in the United States and the Bahamas and in Canada and the indictment states. So this is like federal. Again, this is federal, bro. This is international. It's not even just federal.
In Toronto, yeah.
This is and now who is what is the court that is supposed to take this kind of shit up when it's international, when it's an international villain?
Well, what they do is they'll try him here, right? Southern District of New York, and then now he just more recently was convicted in Toronto, I believe.
And think about this.
So what he'll do is they'll decide who gets primary custody of him, and if he's obviously convicted of both, which he has been, he'll serve time here first, and then if he has any time left, which most likely he won't because he's old, he's gonna die.
Mm-hmm.
He'll get passed off to the next prison, which would be in Canada.
Let me find out something. I'm curious about this, like, because this seems like it just made something pop into my brain right here. Look, the international court does not prosecute typical transnational sex trafficking rings. Instead, organized crime sex trafficking rings is almost exclusively handled by national law enforcement. Yo, that should be stuff. And Trump, he wants to close down the ICC, right? He's threatening to close it down. But actually, and I noticed there is a case right now where one of the judges has an accusation against him, and the judge is claiming that it's the Israelis behind the accusation because he's prosecuting Israel in the criminal court regarding Palestinian deaths.
There's another video I sent to you earlier in our Discord that covers just that, how so they're not necessarily Israel, but the cover up of the boat bombings.
Okay.
From the Venezuelan, there's one of Venezuelan and Trinidadian boat bombings.
Right.
They had an investigator investigating that in Ecuador, and that investigator recently got killed.
Okay. Right. Now, that's a current case. That just happened, what, like maybe a week ago?
Yeah, yesterday.
Just yesterday he just got killed, or was it 2-3 days ago? I thought I heard
it was
about
2 days ago.
Okay, maybe, yeah. I did hear that. I didn't have time to follow up on that. Yeah, so it says ICC, its mandate is genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and crimes against aggression. But I'm curious if sex trafficking can't be crimes against humanity because it's slavery, bro. Come on.
Well, no, not necessarily. Not unless it's like on like such a high level where it's like hundreds of individuals, right? In an organized sense. They normally wouldn't prosecute it. That's why I said normally it plays out on the federal level for for each country. You get tried here, then they send you over there. You get tried there, and wherever you got convicted of first,
right,
you'll serve your time there. And if you have any, if you get released and served your time in that country, then you get extradited to the next country and you serve your time in that prison.
Right.
Essentially, what would happen to Andrew Tate? So, for example, no matter how like Andrew Tate was. He clearly it crossed country, but it wasn't, how can I say, it wasn't a network that was vastly connected where hundreds of women were being trafficked, right? It was a handful of women, and he's going to be tried in the UK. Obviously, whatever comes of his case in Romania, he's going to be, if he's found convicted and guilty, he'll serve time in Romania first, and then he'll serve time in the UK right after. Two separate.
Right. Yeah. That's how it's currently being done, and it says here that that's true. What's been corroborated here too. That's exactly what they're saying. It also has to be, for it to go to the ICC. It can, but it has to be such a high level of trafficking going on that but they don't have to rule it out. But the level that you have to prove, or that you have to have evidence for them to be involved is on an extremely high level. I think they should just screw that, man, and change that. I'm like, man, forget that, because you could see, look, think about this. If they did have an international criminal court, shit, Trump wouldn't be fleeing anywhere. He wouldn't be going. He would be like, damn. He would be scared to go to places, and the other people involved would be scared to travel because they'd be in. See, they have this kind of loophole, and this is what what made me think about it right here. It's like just the fact that they like skipping and jumping across from Canada to the Caribbean, and back to the United States. That seems to be their little safe haven, right?
But this is also why it's important to honor extradition treaties, right?
Right.
Similar to how we're trying to enforce it with Andrew Tate in the UK.
Right. Exactly.
Because now what you don't want is someone to be able. There's very few non-extradition countries. I think like Russia's one of them. Very few, like very few.
Russia's one of
them.
Huh? Oh, really?
You can
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Russia's
obviously.
One of them. So,
obviously, this one.
Edward, right?
But we're
Edward
one
Snowden,
of them too. But we're one of them too, right?
Yeah, I mean for Russia,
we don't. But we're not a member of the ICC,
then,
right?
No, we're not. We're not. But we have our separate extradition treaties with each country.
Okay, yeah, we have bilateral agreements. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So look at this, man. Oh, go ahead, Mike. You did catch my point there, but go ahead.
I said Edward Snowden is an example of that. So Edward Snowden, who obviously released classified information, was said to he's living in Russia now. That's where he's at now.
Yeah, they say he's for just to throw something out there. They say he's not doing well anymore now, bro. They say they say it's turning into basically being trapped because he can't leave and he's not living. He's not living the high life.
He can't.
The internet is not functioning, so he's not getting money through the internet anymore. Through his, and who knows what's going on with Snowden? But then again, yeah, it is what it is. He fled there, and it was his choice to do that. What he did, But in any case, back to this one. Now, Peter Newgard companies have also been hit with a class action lawsuit accusing Newgard of sexually assaulting and trafficking at least 57 women, some of who were younger than 18 at the time they were allegedly done. According to the lawsuit, Jane Doe's Nos 157 versus Peter J. Newgard. I'm sorry if I keep changing how I'm saying his name. It's because I'm used to the Danish way of saying it. Filed in the Southern District of New York, Newgard recruited, lured, and enticed young, impressionable, and often impoverished children and women with cash payments and false promises of lucrative modeling opportunities to assault and sod them. The lawsuit alleges that defendants engaged in a decades-long trafficking scheme, which involved, this is decades, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, is there any overlapping between Trump, Epstein, Bruno, what's his name from the France dude? Is there any overlapping? I'm curious about that, because if there is some overlapping, this is huge. That would be a huge development. But in any case, let's see here. Let's go more. Now, lawsuit alleges defendants engaged in long trafficking scheme, which involved coercing vulnerable. Newgard corporate entities are also named as defendants. Damn, so his corporations are up for grabs too. Complaint, they can be civilly sued also. Alleged that the entities in upper. Now this is criminal, but it's also civil, or it will turn civil, I guess. Entities in upper level.
He's a millionaire, so his victims can essentially be monetarily compensated based on a civil case, right? But he's also being prosecuted on a criminal case, and once you get convicted on a criminal case, they tend to wait for you to get convicted on a criminal case because it makes it much easier, and it has it's a easier burden of proof when you're on the civil case, because you can point to the criminal case for the actions that were done in terms of injustices and why you should be compensated. But go ahead, V.
And it says it's because of these allegations that the entities and upper level employees financed, facilitated, and covered up the abuse. So they were engaged in the crime. Members of his corporation were actively doing this. They were engaged. They were the infrastructure for his crimes. his corporation. So
Yes,
yeah,
they were covering up.
Yeah, that's what they're alleging. So recoverable compensation in an S trafficking lawsuit. Trafficking is not about moving people from one place to another. The essence of human trafficking is coercion, not movement. Commercial S involving an adult is human trafficking if the person provided. Commercial S is doing so against his or her will as a result of force, fraud, or coercion. Traffickers commonly use psychological means. Right, and providing, yeah, okay, so people can read into that. Traffic, oh yeah, you put this in the chat too, so good, Mike, I appreciate that. So the Trafficking V's Protection Reauthorization Act 2003 created a federal law that allows survivors to recover actual damages, punitive damages, was reasonable attorney fees. Each state has its own statutes. States vary. On the amount of types damages. Okay, depending on the state law, survivors may seek compensatory damages. I'm sorry. Damn, my English is getting crazy. Compensatory damages, injunctive relief, attorney's fees, punitive damages, treble. Is it treble? What is this? Treble? What word is that?
Treble?
Is that treble? Tribble? It looks like triple damages. If the defendant's you know what this word is, bro? I'm sorry, man. Because all right, treble. In my world, it says treble. Okay, damages if defendant's actions were willful or malicious. I'm gonna have to look that up. Is that a typo? Treble? Okay. In addition to compensation, a civil case. Okay, so in any case, why should you choose to ask if you don't need to suffer the sound? Okay, so now there was one more. Then we're gonna get back to Zach here. So let me see here. Fashion mogul Peter Newgard found. Yeah. So this is. Oh man, he looks like he's about to hit the. He looks like he is headed straight for the coffin already, bro. Wow, this is deep. Montreal, huh? Wow. And you know, is he arrested yet? Is he arrested? Is he free? Let me see something here, man. Let me see something here. Is Peter Newgard free or in custody? I'm curious about this. That is wild, man. He's in custody and serving a prison. Okay, so he's already been convicted of this, right? I didn't know, bro. September 24. Okay, so he's been in jail a year, 11 years. All right, so there it is. Damn, man. I didn't even realize that, man. This guy, he is creepy looking. I'm sorry, but he's an old man. But this is, man. This is something else right here. Oh my God. He's 84 years and he went to jail. Quebec case separate from Newgard's conviction in Toronto where he was found guilty. Okay, so he has different cases. Some he still hasn't faced yet. Where he was found guilty in 2023 of 4 counts of assault, 11 years. So that's the one we just went through. Let me see here. Damn. Newgard's change of heart was quite sudden, told reporters at the courthouse after the hearing. The plaintiff present in the courthouse, she's been prepared to testify, and I can't wait to go meet her and explain her situation. Court background, unexpected loss, prepared 10-day trial. Evidence presented by the Crown, which the defense did not contest. So he didn't contest, showed Newgard took advantage of it. Wow. So he didn't contest this. Okay. That's interesting. So yeah, I guess it's easier when you don't contest. You get 11 years and maybe you'll get free when you're 100. What the fuck? Dude is done. But in any case, all right, so back to this one now. Back to what we were just currently reviewing. Let me pull this back up.
Let me know, warmest regard.
Sorry for that little segue there. Just wanted to make sure we got that out the way. And
then the dogs.
All right, so.
It says to Zorro Ranch. It says good evening to all. Attaches a contact list for Zorro Ranch. If there are any questions or concerns, let me know. Warmest regards, Karen. And if we scroll back out real fast, and scroll down real quick to Miss Mueller. This was the former. Oh, that's Eva Dubin. That's not Karen Mueller, but we could talk about her too here in a split. So this is Miss Dublin, not Mueller, who was basically the property manager, it seems, for Zorro Ranch. Her billionaire friend, Glenn Dublin, married her. And the two, if we go over to the left on the highlighted section, says Mr. Epstein's relationship with Mr. Dublin was multifaceted. Mr. Epstein helped broker the sale of Mr. Dublin's hedge fund to JP Morgan, for which Mr. Epstein received a $15 million fee. Mr. Epstein previously dated Mr. Dubin's wife, Eva Anderson Dubin, and was the godfather to the Dubin's children. So someone very close, very financially well off, assisting in the purchase of large assets. And we could see here a list of a lot of funds transfers between the two. So the people running this, very close knit. I highly encourage anybody.
Okay, so it says here, sorry to interrupt like that. It says Peter Newgar's orbit overlapped with Jeffrey Epstein's, both in high-profile individuals they cultivated and structural methods they used to operate. They cultivated and in structural, so they overlapped because of these parallels and shared social circles. Newgard was often referred to as the Canada's Epstein. Overlapping social figures: Prince Andrew, Ghislaine Maxwell. Prince Andrew, longstanding friend of Epstein, and Ghislaine Maxwell resulted in several public Newgard's connection.
And Master B, he was also involved with Leslie Wexner of Victoria's Secret.
Okay, damn, wow, this is.
Sorry, I'm back. My phone died, but yes.
Yeah, and Peter Nygard's company went defunct over all this, and him going to prison, and then they started investigating the Victoria's Secret guy, and he's since Les Wexner, and he's also gone down, but he hasn't necessarily gone to prison.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. Wexler hasn't gone to prison. He's our Congress seems to be light-handed on these folks, right? Our justice system is like, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. What the hell? So that means the Epstein class, they can run free in the U.S. If you're, if you want to,
so far, yeah.
Yeah, and look, if you got charges in other countries, just come to the U.S. Maybe we won't extradite you. Just ask Trump. Just befriend one of his kids or Trump, and just say, "Hey, man, you're a great guy." Yeah, maybe he will help you fight that extradition if it comes to that. Shared geography, the Bahamas, and elite circles. See, this is why I thought like the ICC, like, why doesn't this reach the level? Because to me, now, don't get me wrong. An investigator, you don't investigate things when you count out shit from the top, right? You don't say, oh, nah, this is not international trafficking ring of a slavery network. Nah, this is not this is not a big thing. You just say, no, this is individual. Let his buddy stand over there, even though they handle shit exactly the same way and they hung out in the same circles, probably shared a lot more. But that we will prosecute him separately. And over here, we do you like this. I'm like, to me, this seems like it's almost hard to prosecute. And there's another level to this, bro. It's just something really weird about this. These people are being prosecuted. I'm sure everybody understands this. They're being prosecuted. Wexner isn't really. Trump isn't. But these other people are. Like Epstein went to jail. This other guy went to jail. To me, it just seems so. It just is bleeding like it.
But none of them seem to be too nervous about it, or look like they're even worried about going to prison,
right?
Until it actually happens.
Exactly. It's just crazy that it's the same pattern. We don't know. I'm not saying we know what's going to happen. Like even with the Tate brothers,
and then they mysteriously die by suicide or show up dead, or there's a long list of people who've died related to the Epstein case, including Epstein.
They're going to cover it in the video.
Exactly. All right, let's let this play, man. This is crazy, bro. All right, so
here we go.
Yeah, here we go. All right. Appreciate that, Eric. Let's see here. Let's go.
Access to this document. Our Dollar Club members, go watch that. We weren't going to watch it right now. It's a podcast. It's actually very good.
The Epstein Chronicles.
The Epstein Chronicles. Yes. And if we scroll over to the right, we'll see another email. This came from Miss Eva Dublin. This was Jeffrey Epstein saying, "I'm at the ranch, redacted," on August 14th, 2010, with Eva Dublin responding, saying, "Come and visit next week. Selena will have 5 friends over." Just an interesting thing, by the way, to add to that 5 young children are going to also be attending. It's an interesting thing. Her daughter was 15 at the time of that email. It's just interesting. We see that with Howard Lutnick describing his kids by age. It was like something about children being present that it had to be known in some way, shape, or form. I'm not sure what's in there, but again, the deeper my brain goes into it, it makes me not want to talk about it. Honestly, it makes me not want to talk about it.
If someone emailed me and was like, "Come over, I'm going to have 6 15-year-old women in my house," I'd be like, "No, thanks."
Yeah, why did you think that was
sounds
what
like
you needed
one
to
of the
tell
most
me?
annoying things I could do? I grew up with 2
There's
sisters.
going to be 5 teenage girls running around the house. Why would that be the thing that makes me want to come?
I grew up with 2
I don't want to go
sisters.
there.
I don't want to hang out with them again.
No.
They're not a fun
That's a great
time.
take.
Please come over. I'll have 16 teenage girls in the house. Sounds brutal.
Yeah, it does sound brutal. So why is that the line? So yes, I'll come see you.
Insane.
It is insane. It is insane. It's insane because these are billionaires that are still running around completely unaccounted for. They're just living their normal everyday life, attending sporting events, going to dinners, doing investments together. Why have you zoomed in on the pup, Sarah John?
Just showing off who we're talking about for people joining in.
Yeah. A rather normal picture of him, by the way. If this is the only picture I ever saw of Jeffrey Epstein, I'd probably think he was like just a normal farming guy.
No, he's wearing sweatpants. Farmers don't wear sweatpants.
Is he wearing sweatpants?
Sweatpants and a denim jacket. What's up with that?
The denim jacket is a bit odd. That looks like a girl's jacket.
He's
It's
cosplaying.
It's a little short on his waist there, too.
Stylish.
The point of this being is if we're going to look into everything Jeffrey Epstein was a part of, it can't just be only the victims. Go back into where we were and then over to the right. It also has to be his property in New Mexico. So New Mexico, this is an article from February 2026, had reopened the probe of the illegal activity going on at Epstein's former Zorro Ranch. Scroll down. Highlighted, it says, "Epstein, this is sensitive, so it will be a first and last email depending on your discretion. You can choose to take it or trash it, but this comes from a person that has been there and seen it all as a former staff at the Zorro. The material below has been taken from Jeffrey Epstein's home as my insurance in the case of future litigation against Epstein. Sorry, no questions. What is damning about Jeffrey Epstein is yet to be written. Did you know somewhere in the hills outside of Zorro Ranch, 2 foreign girls were buried on the orders of Jeffrey and Madame Ghislaine? Both died by strangulation during rough fetish sex." Below, he would link videos.
What? Who wrote this? Let me see. Damn. Now, I remember hearing something about this before, but let me just see. Who the hell? Edward. This is sensitive, so it will be the first and last email depending on your discretion. You can choose to take it or trash it, but this comes from a person that has been there and seen it all as a former staff at Zorro. The material below was taken from J. Epstein's home as my insurance in case of future litigation against Epstein. Sorry, no questions. What is damning about Jeffrey Epstein is yet to be written. Did you know somewhere in the hills outside the Zorro Ranch, 2 foreign girls were buried on the orders of Jeffrey and Madame G. Both died by strangulation during rough FS.
That's the reason for the open investigation to the New Mexico ranch.
Okay.
That's a part of the evidence and the reason why they want to reopen the case and investigate that in particular claim.
Okay. So this is
And that's what the New Mexico AG is trying to get done, but the federal AG, Todd Blanche, is essentially withholding information for them to go forward with an in-depth investigation.
I mean, and why would you do that?
Wow. Look, just ask the question.
That's crazy, bro. That is crazy. Like, to me, it seems like if you don't believe it's anything there, you would just give up the information to help clear it, to resolve it, so people know what happened, right? You would be helpful. But in this case, it's like, we're not going to cooperate. That screams guilty. Think about this. If the police suspected you of committing a crime, and you came to they came and they interviewed you, and you at the police station, and you're like, I ain't got nothing to say. Does that help you? Does that help resolve it? Do the police think, you must have something to do with it? You're not being cooperative. That's what they're going to think, that you're guilty. And this is the same thing. Like, what else can people think is logical?
The bigger implications is they haven't released the files that detail their investigation into the Zorro Ranch.
Yeah.
This is the reason why New Mexico AG is trying to further that investigation, right? This is how we know there are files that are relevant now in the Epstein case. They have not been released, and things like this show it.
Yeah.
This is further evidence that shows that, hey, look, there's shit you guys didn't release that matters. We want to know how you investigated it. And that's essentially what the New Mexico AG is trying to find out. Like, hey, you guys had this file for how long? Now, let me know what you guys investigated and what evidence you have so I can further my investigation independently as a state and use your information that you have in the Epstein files on a federal level. But they're not doing that.
And Todd Blanche
he's had it for 2 years.
Yeah, he did what? Say that again.
They've had the information for 2 years. I think right before Trump got elected. So
Literally
you can see how long it's been delayed.
And Todd Blanche said there's no evidence of any crimes, right?
Exactly.
There's no more crimes. It's like, okay, no evidence. All right. Wow. Interesting.
It's just duplicates. Release the duplicates then.
Yeah. Yeah. This is crazy, man. All right.
But now you have a situation where Trump's friend purchased the property, I think about 6 months ago.
Yes. Which they stopped the sale, though. I think they put a postponement on the sale, though.
Because the state can do that, right? Yeah, the state can do that, right?
Yeah, the AG did.
Yeah,
pending the investigation. Yes, that's exactly what she did. But
yeah, that's what they have to do when they're investigating a crime, bro. That's what you're supposed to do, right? All right, so let's hear some more. Damn, this is crazy, but I would not expect it. I mean, I would not expect it to be anything less than crazy. But when you hear it, it's more damning than what you would expect. Because I mean, and I don't even know why that is, because the stuff that's been said already is horrible. But this is just you just can't imagine that it just continues like this, but it does.
During rough fetish sex. Below, he would link videos with timestamps and with the only one not blurred out saying sex with a minor. This was in the Epstein files. Were the actual links? No. But this goes back to the fact that when the original Manhattan property was raided, in fact, before I say this, let me actually put this up with, go to the Instagram real quick. I believe Ian touches on this. Good friend, Ian Carroll. We're going to have him on a couple YouTube videos here coming up soon. Here's a recent video he has on his take about all this going on.
There's more than enough in those files, the files that we all have, to open many investigations today. There's copious evidence to hold dozens and dozens of perpetrators accountable. There are countless leads that could be dug into. Certainly, the cover-up started as soon as the journalists and cops started sniffing around back in 2006 and 7. Certainly, the original investigation was obstructed from the inside at basically every level. They never raided the New Mexico ranch, where much of the worst abuse likely happened. They also never raided the island until August of 2019, after Epstein was already dead in his jail cell. When they raided his New York townhouse in 2019, they took photos of all of these binders of discs that appeared to be video and photo blackmail material, but they didn't actually confiscate the material. They said that it wasn't within the scope of their warrants, so they photographed the CDs and hard drives, and then they just left them all there. When they went back with the new warrant a few days later, it was all gone and didn't resurface until some of it was provided by Epstein's own attorney. So the vast majority of the story was already covered up before it even reached official investigation or documentation. All the worst crimes and abuse exists only in the victim's memory, haunting them and all of our collective consciousness forever. We are never going back to the world that we used to live in. There is more than enough.
Also, you heard it here first. There's only 2 times in my life, and I'll react to this clip real fast. There's only 2 times in my life where I've seen our live chat get spammed with a message outside of what we're talking about. The first time was back in September when Charlie Kirk was taken, and the next time was just a moment ago. When
I just see somebody in the chat talking about Kamala is horrible. Like, what does that have to do with the conversation here? It's crazy.
LeBron
It's
James
crazy.
signed with the 76ers. So, two very similar events. Just wanted to be clear. You heard it here first. LeBron to the Sixers. There's plenty of evidence in the files for us to have further investigation. There's plenty of evidence in these files, and you heard it there too, because as we're talking.
Yeah, R.I.P. Virginia. Yeah, for real. It's crazy, man. It's so sorry, and all the victims. My heart goes out to all the victims. It's hard to watch it because any man, I have 2 daughters, and obviously this is what these kind of events kind of bring out some kind of animal in you when you hear about how these men are treating girls, right? Your job as a father, that's your main job. That's your instinctive job, like to protect your kids, so it kind of brings out some kind of difficult feeling when you hear this kind of stuff, because as a father, there's creepy men out there like this. So, and that the moment your child is born, the first day, like, damn, my job is actually to protect this person from creepy people, period. And it's sad to see. It's sad to see that so many people don't give a damn, man. Particularly in law enforcement, like, don't give a damn. That is an eye opener.
Laurel Ranch, and we talk about evidence. He makes it very clear that a lot of the evidence was not gathered during the 2007 case against Jeffrey Epstein. And during that time, I would assume when he's originally taken in on these charges, of which he got a knee slap of a deal from Alexander Acosta, that they probably would have started covering tracks. And we even saw what he brought up there. When they raided the Manhattan property, that's what I was alluding to earlier, they saw the discs and the hard drives, the videotapes. Probably not video cassettes. I mean, it's not the 80s anymore, but the videotape, the digitized files. And they only took pictures of it. Let me have things that disappeared for $800, Ken. Why would anyone leave that behind? After it's obvious they're leaving room for these people to be able to get away with more. I mean, Pam Bondi's the very person who told us at one point there are so many hours of footage with these criminals with underaged minors, which is a child, by the way. We can keep calling them, young women or whatever. They're children. Sex with underage children, and then it just disappears. And I'm supposed to look at that and say, oh, yeah, normal.
Yeah, but it's never disappeared. This stuff doesn't disappear. Now, somebody has this stuff, and somebody is using this stuff. That's what's going on. And judging by Trump's behavior, the shit hasn't disappeared because he does some strange shit that can't be explained. And others, not just him. Clarence Thomas does some strange shit. Some of these Supreme Court justices, strange shit. A lot of them, a lot of the congressional members, they doing some strange stuff that doesn't totally add up to. Yeah, it just makes you wonder how many of them are involved,
Another thing completely normal.
Wouldn't you impeach a president? Think about this. Wouldn't you impeach a president that signed a law but refused to execute the law? What else is there to it? Like, you passed the law. You all came together to pass a law, and the president signs the law, and his attorney general says we're not going to follow through with the law, and the president does not fire him. What else are you waiting for? So it means some of them are implicated. That's the only thing I see it as meaning. Like, that's the only logic I can make out of it.
Let's go to that Leon Black article again. Billionaire Leon Black, Apollo Management. You wanted to know who that was. Apollo Global Management, one of the main firms that invests in a lot of the companies you've known and loved, was an extreme confidant, similar to a Les Wexner, to Jeffrey Epstein. He had a closed-door hearing, as all of these hearings are. Howard Lutnick was a closed-door meeting as well. And after that closed-door investigation, they deemed that he's good. Nothing to investigate here. Yeah, sorry. We know he's another billionaire that's clearly involved in the sexual misconduct and financial misconduct at a minimum of what happened with Mr. Epstein. But again, according to the investigation that we did on ourselves, we found no crime. Is essentially what happened. If we go over to the next BBC article, not the biggest BBC guy in the world, but Jeffrey Epstein's Howard Lutnick had an exclusive investigation brought onto him from a BBC reporter. Can we scroll down real quick? Broken from the BBC, July 19, 2026. It says, in an exclusive investigation, a whistleblower has told the BBC how he unearthed evidence suggesting that the U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick failed to disclose a business relationship with the pedophile financier Jeffrey Epstein. Simon Andrees was a trader at one of Lutnick's Wall Street firms, but it wasn't until the Epstein files were released earlier this year that he says he confirmed a long-standing suspicion that his boss was misrepresenting his relationship with Epstein. BBC Financial Investigations correspondent Andy Verity joins us to unpack the new investigation. Let's go to our corruption map real quick. Let's zoom it on back. Let's go to the pink middle. Let's go over to the right to Mr. Howard Lutnick. Scroll up for me, brother. Keep going. Now to the right.
Got this web memorized.
Lutnick and Epstein were in business together. Epstein files show February 7th, 2026. So let's scroll down. Here's an FBI whistleblower report dated 10/19/2020. Speaking about the same thing. It says the CEO, Cantor Fitzgerald Howard Lutnick, was Jeffrey Epstein's neighbor, and he believes some of the suspicious financial activities could be related to Epstein's case. He says that Redacted does a huge amount of charity work relating to 9/11 because Cantor Fitzgerald lost many employees that day, but he thinks that the charity is a fraud and has documentation, but he is willing to provide to the FBI to back these claims. Is this the same guy? Is it the same guy that worked at Cantor Fitzgerald, now a BBC reporter? Probably not. Scroll back a little bit, because we have this all documented, which is why I was confused when I read that article initially. Can we scroll on those signatures right there? See, this is a document in the Epstein files on a dual venture on a fintech startup, a financial tech startup. Here is the signature of the investment of president of Cantor Ventures, a subsidiary of Cantor Fitzgerald LLC, of Howard Lutnick. And if we go over to the right, we see the signature of Mr. Jeffrey Epstein, president of Southern Trust Company, one of his LLCs. Can we click into the actual document right above it? We're going to scroll down quite a bit. It's about page. Keep going until you see the signatures. And we're scrolling and we're scrolling. I just want everyone to see, because I see a lot of content creators, by the way, just utilize some piece of information or a little snippet or a little clip or a little out of context quote to get their point across. I want to be very clear. Look, there's Jeffrey Epstein right there, right here on this document, page 21 on the PDF. Scroll to the next page. Howard Lutnick. Right next to each other. Right next to each other. Same exact document. Oh, what's that say at the bottom? Signature page to $350,000 Series A preferred stock investment in Advent Solutions, Inc. I wonder why they wrote that. Regardless, Howard Lutnick is yet another individual that has now gone 174 days since January 30th, lying on a podcast about all of his connections to Jeffrey Epstein. And he has gone free. You're here to tell me, by the way, because I know some people hear the intro to the podcast and think, well, Trump's not actually on the Epstein list. If you think this guy can survive all of the lies he's already put out like an idiot, by the way, puts out this podcast in September, full well knowing the files are probably going to come out. Maybe he didn't think that. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he forgot. Maybe even worse, maybe he forgot he went to the island. I doubt it. Lied. So if this person can do it, if another Epstein son-in-law, Kevin Warsh, can run the Federal Reserve, why can't the president on the flight logs 8 times through the 90s, has many allegations, E. Jean Carroll being one of the confirmed one recently, of his character and his view towards women through the 80s, 90s. His connection to Roy Cohn, who also reportedly ran a blackmail sex ring. Robert Maxwell, same exact deal. Jeffrey Epstein, same exact deal. I mean, he's got pictures with everybody you wouldn't want pictures with. And also is the same exact person that could just say, here's all the files. Whoever it incriminates. We protected all the victims. I want this dark, stormy cloud over my head. Because I've said this from the get. If I were the president, which, by the way, I don't want to be, a lot of pressure. But with that pressure, I would not allow for added nonsense to cloud the media sphere. I already know the media is fighting against us. They're trying to overwhelm everybody. If I can't take any care of that, at the very least, I'm going to clear my name by saying, here it is. Boom. All of it. We protected the victims. We're going to meet with the victims. We're going to make sure their voices are heard. We're going to make sure that the whatever right we can make for this wrong will be done. And we want to make sure it's very clear that the people running and leading this country have nothing to do with this pedophile ring. And those that we find that are will be swiftly relieved of their position and investigated. That's what I think a president would do. But he doesn't. And I've read enough John Maxwell books to understand what a decent leader looks like. It doesn't look like decent leadership. It looks like a cover-up. And I don't think a lot of people from both sides of the aisle, from both sides of the age gap, are starting to see it's probably a cover-up. And when you look at all the other things that are being not talked about, covered up, you start to wonder, when's something going to be done about this? And that's where my frustration ends. Is you get through all of this, you walk through all of this nonsense, and you start to think, when does something actually happen? Like, that's just one little sector of this map, by the way, one little sector of a larger sphere, and that's just one of 5 other spheres, and there probably could be 40 of these spheres. We're just 3 dudes in a basement. Just connecting stuff, screen sharing stuff, snipping stuff, and putting links. Because it's like, geez, it's every direction, from tech bros to politicians to... Can we go to the blue tab right to the left of the Instagram tab up there? This is another Epstein accuser, which I hate that verbiage. She is a victim of a crime. Gets emotional describing pain from DOJ's failures.
Not just my name, it's the identifying information. These documents contain disturbing yet incomplete accounts of my abuse. They were available not only for the entire world to see, but my child, my students, my friends, my employers, my colleagues, and my family. It was humiliating. Worse, my FBI 302 exposed a Jane Doe who had fought for decades to conceal her identity. It's been absolutely devastating. Outing survivors causes real and irrevocable harm. While coping with our emotional distress and psychological trauma, we also have lost our privacy and confidentiality, suffered reputational harm, lost jobs, and now fear for our personal safety. We are not activists. We are crime victims. The survivors in this room know there are investigative leads because they are our stories. Mr. Blanche knows it too, yet he has chosen not to pursue them. Mr. Blanche's actions have destroyed survivors' trust. According to public reporting, Mr. Blanche spent approximately 9 hours meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. He did not even spend 9 minutes meeting with a survivor.
The United States and Saudi Arabia.
Wow.
That puts it in perspective a little bit. 9 hours with Ghislaine Maxwell.
That is crazy. I mean, this is the taxpayers. The taxpayers pay for this. This is what it is. This is what you get for your taxes. This is the type of services that are rendered.
Well, I wonder if that was at her Texas Spa Day prison. Oh, well, here's the deal. We have a Epstein Transparency Act number 2 coming from Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey. I don't know if there are any other. Can we look up real quick? Are there any other co-sponsors on that bill, Joe? Joe's got it, Sean. Joe's got it. We hit the Justice Department declines. Yeah, can we go up to this? Because this is the most recent part that we can talk about. So this is as of July. The Epstein Transparency Act was introduced simply on the basis of in early June, they were supposed to release the other 3 million files. They didn't. And Todd Blanche and the Justice Department defends their decision not to release or unredact more Epstein files. Let's scroll down a little bit. It says the Department of Justice declined Thursday to release additional unredacted records from its investigation into convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, telling a federal judge it had already adequately complied with the law. The DOJ's response came in the final hours of a court-ordered deadline to remove redactions and at least a dozen documents, or quote-unquote show cause why it could not. Those documents included, quote, at least 8 email exchanges with Mr. Epstein regarding a torture video and sexual activity with young women, including minors, unquote. To the next one. Act came in the final hours of a court-ordered deadline to remove redactions and at least a dozen documents, or quote-unquote show cause why it could not. Those documents included, quote, at least 8 email exchanges with Mr. Epstein regarding a torture video and sexual activity with young women, including minors, unquote. To the next one.
You know, that's really interesting because Sasha Riley in his audios that are online everywhere, Substack, YouTube, just Google or just put it in the in your search apparatus there in YouTube. Sasha Riley. Just do that and you will get hours of his tapes. But he also says that there's torture involved, that he said he witnessed it and he was the victim of it also, not in physical and psychological torture, not just SA and not just typical trafficking, right? So this is interesting that this is being mentioned here by or corroborated by another individual, you know? So
and interviews with a woman who claims she was abused by President Trump as a minor. Can't forget that. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, through his attorneys, told District Judge Emmett Sullivan that his department has devoted incredible time and resources to reviewing more than 6 million documents in connection with the Epstein files. Quote, as will become apparent, it would contravene the settled application of the EFTA, the Epstein File Transparency Act, the first one, for the department to produce unredacted versions of many of the records at issue, so redact them. And nothing requires that result, Associate Attorney General Stanley Woodward wrote. So if you're reading this, just to be clear, they're not going to release it. They're not going to. They're not going to unredact priorly redacted files that covered up for the pedophilia that was involved, for the crimes that were involved, from financial to, I mean, like we're talking about Zorro Ranch bodies being hidden and creating designer babies. We're describing women as seafood and drinks and children as pizza and what it's insane to me. It's insane to me.
There are 2 extra co-sponsors, one of which is the representative of the New Mexico district where the Zorro Ranch is.
Oh, interesting. What's his name? Shout him out.
Her name is Teresa Leger Fernandez. I don't know how to read.
Not sure if we properly shouted her out there, but that was good.
But this is the point I want to make about that is they're asking for the files to be released to law enforcement in local districts.
Mm-hmm.
So this is essentially a back the blue bill. Police officers and their representative in New Mexico are like, hey, we need law enforcement to just work with us on the federal level.
Mm-hmm.
They're just trying to give more information to police to let them do their job. And if you're somebody who's like, I'm anti-big government, I'm pro-small government, this is a pro-small government bill. This lets the states do work so the federal department doesn't have to. This lets local jurisdictions have control over how they charge and prosecute people for crimes in their region. It's actually a great bill for local government.
Facts.
I just wanted to say that.
I agree. Sean, can you bring up your screen?
Yeah, well, you were talking about describing how they describe women and underage girls as different like food items and stuff. This guy, Just Staley, There was a
This is the Jack Frost show. For those of you that don't know, it's actually very compelling here. I subscribe to his show, man, and I'm so happy, Eric, you sent this to me. He has, this is some detailed reporting on the matter, and for a lot of people, it's interesting because Sasha Riley hasn't come up in this yet, right? So that's interesting. I guess they're just dealing with the Epstein files from what has been released of the Epstein files from what's there. And he's doing some excellent, him and his team, by the way, excellent reporting on the matter, just making sure that the facts are all there and that there's a map. And obviously you could see they have a huge map of it. Me, myself, I prefer to let other people do the work like this. I'm not going to, I'm not an investigator in this manner, in this type of thing. This is a big case, and obviously there's a lot of people covering it, right? But having said that, overall, it still intersects with everybody. Everyone should be concerned about this case. Every American should be concerned because obviously this is a very real conspiracy that is still ongoing regarding the U.S. government that reaches all points of government, the federal government, the Pentagon, the White House, the Supreme Court, the Congress, the Senate. It seems to have implications for everyone, and so it shows you it's a big espionage case. I mean, that's how I see it. It's a huge espionage case, and it has huge tentacles, and it's also international. Not to mean that American citizens shouldn't be totally concerned with the implications it has just in the U.S. Like, that is devastating to your life, period. Right? And I still don't understand how Americans could conceive it any other way. I'm an American. I say it like that because I live outside of the U.S. and I'm looking back in and scratching my fucking head because I'm like, damn, any other place in any other country in Europe where these people, where there's ties to Epstein being exposed, people are being relieved of duty, kicked out of government, kicked out of private industry. People are like, see you later, farvel. In Danish, that means goodbye. They don't want anything to do with you. Like, you are a national security threat, period. And in the United States, we're still watching and the information, the people implicated and the stuff that took place on the soil of the U.S. is devastating. It is like ground zero for Jeffrey Epstein's activities. Like, not to say that there's not other places crazy shit was going on, but it is ground zero for over 3 decades, thousands and thousands of victims. I mean, it's horrible for me to watch my own government just twiddle their fingers at this shit, man. I don't know, man. Let's
go
ahead.
I'm gonna
bro.
hop up. I'm gonna see if I catch up and hop up on Zach Frost's channel on his live.
Yeah.
And see if we could potentially do a collab. Same thing with
do that.
There's another YouTuber who I actually have his email.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll work on that one as well.
Yeah, do that.
So we might see some collabs in the future. No, for sure. I've already been. There's one I know will happen.
Okay.
I haven't emailed him yet to obviously we'll talk offline about that, but
right.
We'll be able to potentially see who we can get to collab with, especially if we can plan it. So it's a midday stream.
Yeah.
Maybe your day off, and we could kind of get them on board, and we could see what topics we cover.
Yeah, we could do a lot of good work that way. The different time schedules coming together for a special stream, and then also the different audiences. Yeah, exactly.
So it's between Jack and Jack Frost and Skyjack Morgan, him as well. Those two are the two YouTubers that Zach Frost and Skyjack.
Okay. That's so funny. Those names, Jack Frost and Skyjack. Okay. Yeah.
Well, no, Zach Frost. Yeah, Zach Frost.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, that's cool, but totally, man. I'm really impressed with his team and the reporting they're doing. And we all have our differences. We got to do different things. We all can't do this. Have the same exact focus, but I'm impressed with how they've been focused on this, bro. Like this is deep. So
well, no, he does real estate. He does economics as well. So he covers a wide variety of topics. It's it's very similar to what we do, but obviously we do it a whole lot different.
Right.
So it would be good just to be able to set up something, just cohesive. We'll see what's up. But yeah, between Zach Faust and Sky Jack, we'll see what's up. Sky Jack for sure. That collab is definitely gonna happen. I've been working. He already, I've been on a few of his lives. I've been on a few of his lives commenting and contributing. I have his email. We're in contact, so I'll definitely make that happen. But yeah, it'll be a good crossover. But go ahead, V. Continue.
All right, let me see. Let's listen to some more of this. Yeah, appreciate that, Mike. All right, let's see here. Let's just follow up real quick because then we got some other news connecting with this. So we'll see how that goes.
Dressed up as characters like Disney characters. So.
Email says June 2010 from Jeffrey Epstein to seems like to be Jess Staley. It says Brett Ratner is going to film a big movie, Snow White. I would love to take photos of you in a Snow White costume. You can get it from the costume store.
Yeah, I don't know what the context was, but I remember seeing that about just.
Well, this is a man who's been fined by the British government and told never to hold a financial position ever again within their country.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Being investigated in America.
So sick.
That is what I'm saying. So. To me, it tells me the epicenter is in the United States. But listen, there's always a potential for, people have said this before, for Jeffrey Epstein to have been a double agent or for a spy to flip on whoever their employee is or have three different employers. You see what I mean? And it sounds like Jeffrey Epstein had kind of gotten to the point where he knew that he needed some escape route and tried to play his hand, and it didn't work out for him. He got X'd in prison. It sounds to me like that anyway. I don't have the proof that that's what it is, although it's screaming a lot of proof. There's a lot of things that lead in that direction. But, but when you hear about this and you hear that people seem to not just, when it comes to the U.S., they're not being prosecuted. What about France? People are being prosecuted in France, right? UK, people have been prosecuted. A few other countries, people have been dismissed from duty, kicked out of government. And yet in the U.S., we seem to be the place where we have Ghislaine Maxwell. She's kept away, and that's it. Everybody else is free, running around, doing their business, better than ever, living life. You know what I'm saying? Probably down there in the Bahamas too, because or it's still down there in the St. Thomas Islands or whatever, because that's a U.S. territory. Yeah, it just seems very ironic. It also tells me that maybe it's not the U.S., maybe it's just Trump. What do you think about the possibilities of that? Like, is it because it's the Trump government? Was the government investigating this and Trump interceded by becoming president and shutting it down? Is that what we're seeing, or is it something more to it? I'm curious what people think about that. I mean, I'm open for that conversation too. But none of that supersedes the fact that Trump, you have to, no matter what you think it is, why would you want Trump to continue doing what he's doing? I mean, to me, that's screaming. I don't see another person out there saying, don't release the Epstein files. I don't see another Justice Department saying don't release it. The crimes are over, right? There's no one else to investigate, says Todd Blanche, right? That's it. Open and shut case, been resolved. So if it's resolved, there's nothing stopping you from releasing it, right? So obviously something is there that's not right. Yeah, let's hear the rest of this.
I love the UK for that.
They want to step out and say something, at least to say, hey, you can't work here. You can't influence our financial markets anymore. You can't benefit off this.
I don't think America would do that.
Let's shout another guy out as we're in. This is a list. Oh yeah, there's Deepak Chopra. That weird.
He's a creep.
Oh yeah,
just an absolute creep.
What
He's
an
a
oddball, man.
he's a everything's energy. God is all of us. Like one of them, like mysticists. And he has plenty of pedophilic Israeli. What are you reading,
bro? To type out and send an email that says I'm not a predator, just a lover. The absolute mental gymnastics.
Somebody said to him, it looks like Jeffrey Epstein iTunes at gmail.com. His other email says, I like watching you zero in on your prey. Made me smile.
Very
to him. And in response, he says, I'm not a predator. He doesn't even say I'm not a predator. I'm not a predator, just a lover.
It's a second language. Dude, but like imagine typing that out, seeing it on your phone and going, yeah. Send that.
Yep. Oh, from Deepak Chopra. Come to Israel with us. Relax and have fun with interesting people. If you want to use a fake name, bring your girls. It will be fun to have you.
Wow. That's interesting right there. Not just, well, number one reason why it's interesting is because the Pentagon says that Israel right now, they're actually spying on Trump like never before. I mean, who the hell? When the Pentagon tells you that Israel is spying on your president, they tell him more than ever, up to the highest degree ever known. That's why I'm interested in this shit. Look at this. This is crazy. Come to Israel with us. Relax and have fun with interesting people. Okay? If you want, use a fake ID, a fake name, bring your girls. Deepak Chopra. Damn. I mean, what the hell? Yo, what the hell? What's going on here? It will be fun to have you. Love. I mean, what is going on here? It's just like the other dude wrote, I am not a pedophile. Yo, what the hell? Who? I mean, these are interesting conversations to say the least. Very, very interesting. I don't know what the fuck to say. God.
Oh, from Deepak Chopra.
Too much.
Come to Israel with us. Relax and have fun with interesting people.
Who is Deepak?
If you want to,
who is Deepak Chakra? Let me see here. Who is Deepak Chakra? Who is Deepak Chakra?
He runs a meditation clinic out in San Diego.
Ooh, ooh, that's your part of town, bro. Damn.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. It's about transcendentalism and and yoga and meditation and all that.
He's from India? No?
Yes.
No. Okay, let me make sure. Chopra, Deepak, right? It says background trained as a conventional medical doctor, right? In India and the United States, he later served as chief staff at New England Memorial Hospital before shifting his career focus towards alternative medicine and spirituality in the 1980s. Core philosophy.
Look up Deepak Chopra's connection to Tulsi Gabbard.
Oprah
Go ahead.
Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard.
Look up his connection. That's what I'm trying to get at. I was on mute before, but that's one of his main connections, and that has to do with how she was influenced as well. But go ahead, continue.
He's also connected. Well, he was on that show. Oprah. I'm sorry, Winfrey promoted him right on her show, as he had authored over 90 books. Damn, I don't even want to know about that. I can't read that
That's when
shit.
he became mainstream. When Oprah promoted him, that's when he became a mainstream name in America.
Do you think Oprah's hiding right about now, or laying low?
I think she has been for a while, but I also do think,
that's probably more because of Dr. Oz.
Well, you have to understand, it's not just Dr. Oz, right? You have Deepak Chopra, you have Dr. Oz, Dr. Phil, right? All of these individuals who are questionable now in mainstream and who lean MAGA right, not even just regular conservative, but MAGA right.
Okay.
And she's not as active on the political scene. So the people she has championed and promoted tend to be from that MAGA right or right conservative ideology. But go ahead.
Okay. So they're both Hindis. They're Hindu. This Tulsi Gabbard and this guy, Doctor Deepak Chopra or whatever. he's a Hindu. They're both Hindus. Is that what it is?
Yes, but it's kind of a different thing that they're both involved in. She was more involved in like a Hindu sex cult. Their thing, his thing's a lot more toned down. It's a lot more down to earth.
Okay. I was just curious about that. All right, but it's worth looking up because you never know. Like, damn, it says there they share indirect second degree overlaps through cultural circles, political events, award networks, even though they don't have a personal relationship. Shared honors. Doshi Family Bridge Builder Award, okay. Overlap in the American Hindu Vedic space. Yeah, that's just because they're Hindus, right? Interfaith yoga conferences. Alternative anti-establishment media circles. Bingo! That's interesting. Both figures frequently appear on the podcast circuit and media platforms that cater to anti-establishment wellness or alternative views such as Joe Rogan Experience or various independent news. Okay, I don't know, man.
It segues into this.
He has a big giant compound out in Carlsbad, they call it, and I drive by it all the time. But it's on prime properties.
Be careful.
So I've always wondered how much it's worth because it's pretty big, and but they say that they're, besides doing the yoga and everything, that they might be also having some pretty crazy parties.
Bro, as soon as I hear a huge compound, I start. My imagination just says, "Be careful, be careful." Because I mean, typically when people
let's just say it's clothing optional.
What? Okay. Well, yeah, man. And I just think when you mix these things together, man, it's not necessary. You might not necessarily make it off that compound. That's all I'm saying. Like, big compound, what's going on? Who you never know. You just walking into an environment that's already been established where things are already working and you're the new individual. And oh well, similar to what's that island? No, not that island. Those mountains where up in the in the weed district in California in the mountains. What did they call that mountain where all the people were disappearing from? People going up there to grow weed and shit like this, or to work in the weed.
That's Mount Shasta,
Death Mountain or something. They call it something. And all these people already know each other up there, and then Humboldt County, and the new people go there, and it's like they find out like, damn, this it's not a vacation like we thought. It's not a
a lot of people disappear.
Also, it reminds me of that movie.
They probably were trying to steal weed, and the people caught them.
It could be anything, bro. I don't. Yeah. It's something weed related. It also maybe better reminds me of The Beach, the movie. You ever seen the movie The Beach? DiCaprio's movie. Like where they all go there, they had a little thing to meet in the beach, off in some Asian place, and it's an exotic island.
That's about Thailand.
Yeah, it's an exotic island, and then the leader gets, the leader gets all crazy and like starts tripping, and they start fighting over power, and then they want to leave, and the motherfuckers are like, nope, you can't tell nobody about this place. It's crazy, man. I mean, this is reminding me of that. Whenever people try to I don't know, man, like.
That's a funny story, V, because they've actually had to close that beach since it got so popular because of the movie that they kind of started overrunning it.
Oh,
so
really?
now they've closed. Now they've closed it.
There's this thing that people have about I guess it's the line, the edge, knowing the ledge. People want to get as far up to the edge as they can. For some people, that's like they want to explore things, be different, try to I don't know, it's always like you said, they got a nude ranch out there, San Diego, nude ranch, clothing optional. And then for Epstein, it's like the island, come and get the little girls, and wow, and then, to me, it just, I'm always cautious. I prefer regular life, regular place, leave the crib, have a regular job, regular kids. I don't want to be with the super elite. I don't want to be with the super elite at all, man. I want just regular stuff to work right for everybody, you know? Yeah, in any case, I know my place. I'm down here with the regular people, all right? So, in any case, let's let him finish up on this because I want to see. Is there more? How much more of this is there? Yeah, there is. Hold on. Let's go.
Use a fake name, bring your girls, it will be fun to have you. This is essentially the guy who wants to hang out with the dude with the vape because he doesn't have a vape. Yeah. He doesn't want to hang out with the guy with the vape. He just knows if he hangs out with the guy with the vape, he's going to get to vape.
Oh my India God. Does have.
He's like, yo, come to Israel. It's really cool. You can meet some interesting people. By the way, you could also bring your girls. Like, you're just thinking about it. Like, you don't have to, but like, if you're thinking about it, like, that'd be cool.
India has a notoriously repressive society towards women where he's from. So,
also, what is up with this guy and Ghislaine?
Yeah, they definitely have something going on. But listen, he's dead. We're good. That's one better. We're one better.
Killed himself in jail.
Jean-Luc Brunel. Yeah, killed himself. Yeah. Let's go over to the right real quick. Here's one that I hit my family with the other day because I keep it kind of concealed every now and then, but sometimes I just gotta let people know.
Wow.
Can you scroll out real fast and then go all the way to the right? All right, abracadabra. It's David Copperfield, Epstein's favorite cohort, as he was described in an October 2007 email. Backstage passes and things were extremely frequent for Epstein and his girls post 2008. Which is a very important date. It's not that they are innocent if they talk to Epstein before 2007, but if you chose to continue that relationship, it is far worse. It is far worse, and you're guilty by association. Yes, and our other magician friend, David Blaine, in an email from Jeffrey Epstein to David Blaine on May 2015. David needs some letters of support for her visa. Would you be comfortable sending something like the enclosed? The one thing I notice about Epstein is slowly but surely his texting gets worse and worse and worse. David, without an A, needs some letters of support for her visa. Would you feel comfortable sending something like the enclosed? I'd appreciate it.
Something.
On a bother note, we should plan on a magician night for Woody Allen's 80th birthday around Thanksgiving. We have plenty of time to get it right and invite the right people. Very close cohort.
This was in New York, I believe.
Post 2007. Yes, that's in New York. That's Woody Allen back there.
Yeah,
that's apparently in Epstein.
Hold on. Let me see this photo real quick. What is that in the photo? Is that a statue or animal or what? And this is a bathtub with a statue in it. What the fuck is going on here, man? Hold on. What the hell? Wait.
It looks like he just made someone disappear.
This is weird. I don't understand. Like, what is he made somebody disappear? Well, Woody Allen's sitting there with his foot on it. This is like a walk-in bathtub with a side area where you stand down, a foot down, so it's a foot up. Okay, so he's got his foot. Woody Allen's got his foot on the thing, the bathtub, and the other guy's sitting to the left. What is this thing in the back? What is that statue there? What are these glasses? What is this, soap or what? Let me just, one more thing. Let me just make it a little bigger, man. I know I'm not going to be able to see it so clearly, but I'm just curious about what is this? You want to explain some of this, Eric? What is this shit, bro? I'm sorry. The good thing about me is I'm behind on any of this stuff. So can you let me know? Is this some mystical, magical? What's happening here?
I mean, I think it was that they were hiding evidence or something.
They're what? Hiding evidence? Oh, wow. Wow, bro. Are you serious? They burned something and then put water on it? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know, but it looks like they're trying to flush something.
Whoa, dude. And this is a picture obviously taken by who? Who took this picture? Is it Epstein? Ghislaine Maxwell? Nobody knows. But it's definitely a picture about something. This, because they wouldn't take it, right? So this is a.
I don't know if those are actual pictures from the Epstein files. I'm not sure.
Okay, right. That could also be something, right? We got
That
to
could
be
just be
sure.
a public photo that they used in the slide to be able to give you.
No, bro. Look at yeah, I understand what you're saying, but it has an ABC
It,
logo
it, it
there.
almost looks like there's bubbles, and there maybe is somebody under the bubbles.
Okay, because ABC.
Yeah, but then
this is from
if
ABC.
were to release it, yeah, if ABC were to release it, that'd be a public photo that we would be able to search up now
Right.
in the internet.
Right. Okay. So let's do that. That's weird. Let me just.
You can reverse search it.
Yeah, that's
Capture
what I'm,
the image, Google Lens it. But if it were, that would have made headlines, right? They would have noted that picture, and they would have furthered an investigation publicly. If it was on ABC, they would have publicly opened an investigation for David Blaine himself, especially if that photo was accessible. I don't necessarily think it's from the files themselves. I think that's just a regular public file image that they use to give us the picture and context of who David Blaine is.
Okay. Let me just find out. I'm
I don't know.
curious.
It'd be curious to find out if it's full of sulfuric acid.
Bro, I don't trust none of this shit, bro. I just think it's really weird, man. What are they hanging? So they're all just hanging out like this. This is what this is, right? They're all hanging out. So this, okay. So the image is from a video. The clip of filmmaker Woody Allen standing alongside magician David Blaine around the bathtub in Allen's New York home. So this is Woody Allen's home.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you were right about that, Mike. Background and origin. Where's this from? The scene comes from David Blaine's 2013 ABC television special titled David Blaine Real or Magic. Okay, so he's performing a magic trick, basically, right here. Right?
Yeah, that's what I figured, because that, again, it doesn't make sense that it would be broadcasted on ABC.
That's a different case than I was thinking about.
That statue in the back looks like some sort of like a ancient Greek or Roman statue, right?
That's weird.
Probably similar to like Athena or something, but it's not. It does, like it's just a public image. And again, if that image was out, we would have obviously it would make headlines, and they would force some sort of investigation or try to find out where in the Epstein files is David Blaine due to that picture, right? They would say, hey, look, we have picture evidence, right? But they haven't released any of that, which I'm sure obviously in the Epstein files, they probably do have images or certain evidence against some of these individuals that they just haven't made public.
Right.
Well, if anyone's good at making somebody disappear, it's David.
What you mean by that, man? Come on. Is that what they're claiming? Are people claiming that in the Epstein files too, that he got something to do?
No.
Okay, look. It says the three men moved in high society, New York circles, the same circles, and there overlaps both individuals as part of the same dinner groups, it was revealed through public appearances, television products, and released Department of Justice documents. David Blaine and Jeffrey Epstein unsealed federal files, email records, and investigative reporting show that David Blaine maintained a multi-year social relationship with Epstein. Correspondence from the Epstein files reveal a years-long relationship between Blaine and Epstein, including regular dinner invitations between 2012 and 2016. So that's after he was a known PD. Right? After his 2008 conviction. Filming at Epstein's townhouse. Reports from the release files revealed that Blaine filmed magic tricks alongside Epstein's Upper East Side Manhattan townhouse. Transactional ties. Email records show that in 2015, Blaine agreed to write a letter of support upon Epstein's request to help secure a U.S. visa application for an associate. Okay, David Blaine and Woody Allen. Blaine and Allen's connection stem from Allen's lifelong passion for magic and sleight of hand. television specials. Allen was featured as a celebrity guest in Blaine's famous 2013 ABC televised special. So that's where this picture is from. David Blaine, Real or Magic, where Blaine famously regurgitated live fish into Allen's personal bathtub. So that's what he's doing. That's nasty. To overlap Epstein's blame altogether. The three men were part of the same wealthy Manhattan dinner circle. Unsealed emails and reporting show that Epstein organized small, high-profile dinners at the Manhattan mansion were attended by a rotating cast of public figures, with both Allen, David Blaine present in some of the same gatherings. Woody Allen himself was a frequent guest at Epstein's townhouse in 2010 onward and attending. Okay, so while Blaine's connection to Woody Allen is primarily tied to magic and media appearances, both Blaine and Allen independently maintain personal and social ties. So, yeah. So let's see. What are they saying about this guy here? Let's see.
Epstein's townhome. People think that was in Epstein's townhome.
It looks like a scene from The Godfather.
You can't watch Magician.
Wait a second. He's saying people are saying that's in Epstein's townhome, but that's not what we just heard. Let me see.
That's not in Epstein's house. That's in Woody Allen's house.
This is in Woody Allen's house.
That's where the special took place.
Yeah.
And the only thing they have is dinner outings with three or more of them, which includes Woody Allen, David Blaine, and Epstein. But they do have ties with Woody Allen specifically and Jeffrey Epstein separate, apart from his David Blaine connection, right?
Yeah.
So obviously we can understand that, but the irony that obviously they're running in the same social circles, they're having dinner with Jeffrey Epstein, and just so happened to be that his special takes place in Woody Allen's home.
Right.
So there's a connection, but no, that's not Epstein's house.
But it's not Epstein, it's Allen. Sometimes people get them confused, right? So but yeah, exactly. But let's just let it play from here.
We have plenty of time to get it right and invite the right people. Very close cohort.
This was in New York, I believe.
Post 2007.
Woody Allen married his stepdaughter, so they were probably investigating that.
He got married to his stepdaughter. Yeah, that's true. All right, let's hear some more. You talking about Woody Allen, right? Yeah. All right, let's hear this.
Invite the right people. Very close cohort.
This was in New York, I believe.
Post 2007. Yes, that's in New York. That's Woody Allen back there.
Yeah,
that's apparently in Epstein's townhome.
Okay, so that's not Epstein's townhome. That's Allen's. But
people think that was in Epstein's townhome.
Yeah.
So you can't watch Magicians. All right, who next?
Yeah, so you can go through this and just...
Richard Brunson, Sarah Ferguson, Tom Pitzer.
Woody Allen.
There's Woody Allen, lived one block away from...
One of the worst dudes around.
Just
one
of
the
atrocious
worst
humans.
entertainment.
One of the worst, most atrocious humans that ever lived, that we know publicly what he's done. Is he still alive?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have the X on over him. We know the X usually means they're gone. All right, guys. So... Listen, I want transparency. I want justice. I don't know where it's going to be brought, but all
right, so let's go on. That was some pretty good reporting. I mean, they got the image about the image wasn't accurate, but let's continue now because there's more that's coming out about this. Let's see, as of late. Let's see, Adam Mockler had some words about this.
Investigators are...
no, this is Chris Mowry. What's up?
Storming Jeffrey Epstein's notorious New Mexico ranch. After an email in the Epstein files claims 2 foreign girls were strangled to death during rough fetish sex. And Epstein ordered the bodies to be buried on the ranch. Like a lot of things in the Epstein files, that report is unconfirmed. But authorities are now searching the property, thousands of acres. The ranch has been a dark mystery for years, and people are finally talking. A New Mexico...
This is Fox News, and this is Jesse, a whole hypocrite. But nonetheless, let's continue.
State rep told the Daily Mail this, quote, "We have people coming forward saying they were drugged, had sex organs and sperm harvested from their bodies, and woke up around medical equipment, not knowing where they were or what happened to them."
Guys, what? Let me hear this. And look, I mean, I'm curious, Jesse, are you going to stop capping for Trump or what, man? Like, I guess he's next going to start saying, but what about Biden? What about Kamala and Obama? I'm sure that's what Jesse's going to say. But let's hear some more.
Mexico State rep told the Daily Mail this, quote, We have people coming forward saying they were drugged, had sex organs and sperm harvested from their bodies, and woke up around medical equipment not knowing where they were or what happened to them.
Guys, even Fox News cannot ignore what is going on at Zorro Ranch, at Jeffrey Epstein's New Mexico ranch. And here's the thing. This week, we got a little 1-2 punch. Donald Trump, Todd Blanche, they are in a bad position when it comes to the Epstein files. And the next push being this Zorro Ranch that hasn't been investigated. Thomas Massie just set a trap for the next Attorney General, Todd Blanche, by introducing his new Epstein Files Transparency Act. Obviously, the Epstein Files Transparency Act is what forced the administration to release a bunch of the Epstein files. Obviously, we still don't have all the files. The DOJ is not cooperating. They're breaking the law.
Yo, Underboss says Fox News approved. No. It's I have time. What's up? Says Fox News approved opposition. Exactly. They've been approved now. They can finally oppose something Trumpian.
DOJ is actively breaking the law, but unfortunately the DOJ is the one who enforces the law. So that's a problem, but it's okay because we're not done fighting. And especially for me, and I know here on the Adam Mockler channel, Adam Mockler, we are not going to stop talking about this. Thomas Massie was just recently talking about the next push, like I said, and setting this trap. The bill would require the U.S. Attorney General to cooperate with state attorneys to help prosecute Jeffrey Epstein's top clients under state law. That's specifically, in this instance, relating to New Mexico, because New Mexico state authorities have been trying to investigate this ranch for so long and have been shut down by the feds. Why is nobody investigating this? Why do we not have more details? The bill aims to provide maximum disclosure of all the crimes against children that took place at Epstein's Zorro Ranch property. Crimes were committed there. The Attorney General of New Mexico would like to prosecute those crimes, so we're making it easier with this bill. This video of Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna from not too long ago, Thomas Massie's talking about it. Take a listen.
The bill's been very successful. We've got 3 million documents released. But there have been some dragging of feet by the Attorney General and the acting Attorney General. And so, this is to spur the next level. Specifically, the main thing that this new bill does that we've introduced is forces the U.S. Attorney General to cooperate with state attorneys general that want to prosecute Epstein co-conspirators under state law. And it turns out in New Mexico, that's where the Zorro Ranch was. You hear a lot about Epstein Island. You hear almost nothing about Zorro Ranch, but it was expansive. It was massive. People were going there all the time. Crimes were committed there. And some of those aren't barred by statute of limitations. And so the Attorney General in New Mexico would like to prosecute those crimes. And so we're making it easier with this bill. That's one of the things it does.
Yeah, and we need to be pushing every single member of Congress to vote for this. We cannot go silent on the Epstein files. I know that there are...
Okay, so this has been introduced. Mike, you there? I'm curious about this one. When are they scheduled to vote on this? Is this up for a vote, or is this headed to committee? Is this up for the floor?
Committee. It's not even a thing yet. This is more recent. They literally just proposed it.
Okay, so they're proposing it.
It's the reason why whatchamacallit. It's the reason why they have been on public platforms. So both him and Ro Khanna have been on public platforms.
They're making their rounds. Yeah. They're promoting.
Yes, they're making their point. Exactly, because once it's public, they can't hide it. If that makes any sense, right? They can't just take it under the rug, right? It forces your representatives to be aware of it, right? And
it puts people's representatives on blast, like. They have a bill. What's up? What do you want them to do? Are your representatives on board with this, or they want to hide it? Right, just like
they can call them out on it publicly.
Yeah. So this is round 2 of the first discharge petition.
Yeah.
This is basically round 2 follow up. Right. Okay.
Which is the reason? Yeah. Which the main reason why I think obviously Massie in particular is pushing for it is because he's out for re-election, so he won't be re-elected. So technically, this is him kind of, making his last stance and potentially preparing himself in the future, right? Who knows? A lot of people have made comments that he might switch parties, but we don't know.
He How much money did AIPAC use dethroning him?
They outspent him like by like I think 4 million extra.
And did they break records on spending?
Yeah, they
Yes,
broke records on that single election.
it was like 20 million.
Yeah. So
So
that
so he was 8 million, and his opponent, who Trump backed, was around 18 to 20 million. Yeah.
So
he spent more than double.
So Massey, he does the discharge petition. They needed 204. They needed 218 votes for it to come out of the discharge and go into the floor of the Congress. MAGA Mike Johnson held up swearing in the newly elected Arizona official. That took a month or two. Finally, he was forced to do it because they were going to take him to court, right? And he said, "Fuck it." What happened?
No, I said they were. He's at the end, so now he's gonna do anything he can to go against Trump, right? It's the same thing that Marjorie Taylor Greene did, right?
No, I'm talking about the first. I'm talking about the first discharge petition.
Oh, the first.
I'm talking about yeah. So they threatened to sue to take MAGA Mike Johnson to court because he was holding out on swearing in the newly elected Arizona official, because that would have been the 208th signature on the discharge petition for the Epstein files release. That's what allowed it to go to the floor of Congress, where everyone voted for it finally, even though they really tried to stop it and prolong it, right?
Even with that, what made it a go was Trump actually saying that he agrees with it.
Right.
He's like, "Oh, just release it at this point, right?" So on top of them trying to block it, Trump made a public statement saying that, he's okay with them. Really, he has nothing to hide.
Yeah, he didn't want them fighting it. He didn't want them fighting it once it hit the floor. Basically.
Yeah, I mean, and they had already did. They initially did.
Yeah,
but
okay.
what it was is he knew the public optics. So he's like, okay, look, don't make me look worse.
Right.
So I know I'm gonna do what I'm doing now, which is have the files, redacted, to where we can't reach it. Right. So he knew
he
what
would fight it.
doing.
He would fight it by himself if necessary. Right. From his presidential post. Now,
I mean, what he's doing now, right? The AG is essentially blocking it.
So Massey, he's the one who wrote the discharge petition that led to the Epstein files law being passed and signed by Trump.
Yeah,
and
him and Ro Khanna.
And so they enacted him and Ro Khanna, and they enacted their revenge on Massey by AIPAC funding, outspending, breaking records on spending just to dethrone him from his congressional seat. Right, from North Dakota, and so he lost that. That was just a month ago. He lost that, right?
Yep.
Now, so he has nothing to lose now because he's going to be out, right? Unless he runs for a different seat or something like that. And this is round
he's out.
two.
At least for now, he's out. He's out to the next midterms.
Yeah,
until he chooses to,
Right. So this is his number 2 move. This is their number 2 move now. It's this new what is it? What is it called? Let me bring it back. This new it's the law that allows states to go after, to not just the AG law. So it allows states, if the federal government doesn't want to do anything, it allows states to bring transparency and go after crimes if they find any crimes were committed. Basically, it helps those states. So I just wanted to cap that up for folks that are watching now. Let me see something. Everybody, click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. Yo, I appreciate everyone for coming out. We're almost done. There's only one other thing I want to cover after this, and that's the Tates, because apparently there's some crazy shit going on with the Tates too. And then we're going to be out of here. But let's continue now. Let's continue. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Would like to prosecute those crimes, and so we're making it easier with this bill. That's one of the things it does.
Yeah, and we need to be pushing every single member of Congress to vote for this. We cannot go silent on the Epstein files. I know that there are a million crises in this country right now. There is so much to pay attention to. Donald Trump ripping apart our democracy, the corruption out in the open, the Iran war, the inflation. But this is so important, especially considering that the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and their families have been pushing for so long and continue to push every single day. I think we all owe it to those individuals to continue to push the federal government to release everything they have, continue to investigate and go after these individuals. And the reason they're not, as we all know, is because there is a massive cover-up going on. This is Thomas Massey's tweet, by the way. Investigate Zorro Ranch, as well as the men and women at the DOJ and FBI who shut this part of the Epstein investigation down. Also, the Epstein Files Transparency Act requires DOJ to release memos and emails detailing their decision, of whether to investigate and or prosecute. Exactly, and I certainly agree with we need to investigate the men and women at the DOJ, the FBI, and obviously high up in this administration who are covering this up. I think it's so important as everybody obviously understandably continues to focus on the island and the expansive amount of connections that Epstein has, that the next kind of 1-2 punch here, the next push here is this ranch. I want to play this video from Yumi, who you may have seen her before, talking about some of these connections, because not only do you have Thomas Massey pushing for this new bill, and we're learning more about these new connections, but we also, just in the last 24 hours, learned that the DOJ is being forced to give over more files after Katie Fang of Midas Touch sued the DOJ. We're going to read about that in a second.
Craziest information about Trump and Epstein. This is Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, and it's the only one of Epstein's properties that they didn't search for 7 years. Several articles allege that Epstein buried the bodies of his victims there, and that he used it as a breeding ground to father a super race. But here's the crazy part. It was sold in 2023, and this February it was revealed the buyer was a former Republican senator with ties to the Trump administration named Don Huffine. And the same month, Trump endorsed him for Texas comptroller. I also looked up his son, Russell Huffine's LinkedIn, and look at this insane jump in employment. He went from the self-employed owner of a fireworks store to the deputy director of cabinet affairs for the White House under the Trump administration. So this senator buys Epstein's ranch, Trump endorses him, Trump gives his son a job, and his DOJ is still blocking any attempts to investigate it in New Mexico.
I mean, that is literally insane. Did you see that LinkedIn? In what? It is only ever in this time in American history you can go from owning a fireworks store to being so loyal to MAGA, helping cover up the crimes that go from the owner to, I don't know, just working in the White House. Yeah, no, you have the qualifications. The only qualification to work in the White House is, will you be loyal to Donald Trump, and will you help with this cover-up, the Epstein cover-up, and the outward corruption, And like I said, this is a 1-2 punch going on. You have Thomas Massey pushing for this. You have, obviously, New Mexico state officials pushing for this. I'm going to read this in 1 second. But you also have Todd Blanche in the last 24 hours being forced to hand over the unredacted Epstein files, emails, and documents for the court's private review in Midas Touch host Katie Fang's lawsuit.
Yo, this is going to be huge. This is going to be huge. It's actually getting to crunch time right here, because Katie Fang, wasn't she a lawyer? I mean, a damn judge herself, or a lead? Wasn't she? What was she, an AG or a judge? Right? Let me see something. I'm sorry. Let me see something. Let me look that up. I'm curious about this. Oh, did I spell her name the right way?
In that sense, I just thought she was a reporter, but go ahead.
Let me see. She was a trial attorney and former prosecutor. Okay. That's what she was. She's a former prosecutor, assistant state attorneys for Miami-Dade County, Florida, bro. Former prosecutor. Early in her legal career, she worked as the assistant state attorney in Miami-Dade. Okay. Trial attorney. She spent years handling high-stakes commercial litigation, family law, and criminal defense in Florida, practicing attorney, partner, in private practice. So she those are her chops. Now, she, let me see, because the legal analysts on television frequently break down complex court cases. Okay, yeah. But we know she's in media. Yo, big up to Katie Fang. But this is interesting. So she's going to get her hands on information no one else has had. Right? That's interesting. Regarding what case? Because she was sued. Now, do you know about the lawsuit she just won? Let me see.
No, I don't actually. No. Not familiar with it.
Let me see here. Yeah, I've been meaning to cover this, but let me. I was aware. It was just 2 weeks ago she won it. Won against the DLJ. Yeah, she won a big case against the DOJ. I think they were trying to shut her down or sue her or something, and then she countersued maybe. Department of Justice represents U.S. federal. Okay, high-profile civil rights settlement lawsuits. Michael. No. I'm talking about. Hold on. Here we go. Yeah, damn, she has a whole list right now. It was against the U.S. Department of Justice. Okay, she okay. Major federal transparency lawsuit. The case Fang versus the Department of Justice. Let me flip over to here just so everybody can see what I'm reading from. Okay, here it is. The April 2026, Katie Fang, acting as a journalist and legal reporter for Midas Touch, filed a lawsuit in the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia against the Department of Justice and acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. Damn. Okay. Now, Congress, what prompted the lawsuit? Congress passed the landmark Epstein Files Transparency Act, which mandated that the DOJ release all investigative records and files related to Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and their associates. All associates. Even Trump. Fang's lawsuit alleged that the DOJ committed a brazen and ongoing violation of the law by missing statutory deadlines for producing the files. So, in other words, this was filed it was filed by her, but it's really for the people. It's really for the people of the United States. But since she's a person and she's a media person, she can have access to this and she could sue.
It's funny you brought it up because now I remember that they've been bringing it up periodically at Midas Touch. They've been talking about the case.
Yeah, it was a big day for Midas Touch. Yeah. This was a big case. We just didn't have time to go over it.
And this isn't the only one. I think they have another one pending, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah, exactly. All right. So here it says this is the case that she won. She alleged they missed statutory deadlines to produce the files. Yeah, we know that. That's true. Over redacted and blacking out significant portions of the records without providing the written legal justifications required by the statute. Yeah, that's true. Everybody witnessed that. Unequal treatment. Everyone in the public, the people of the United States of America witnessed these crimes. Unequal treatment of redactions. Specifically, I mean, these are crimes against us, bro. These are crimes against the people. Right? I mean, unequal.
Yeah, which is it's good that she did it that way because it doesn't personalize her. It kind of generalizes like their own duty to put it out in a timely manner,
right?
Which they just didn't.
They just didn't do. Now, unequal.
They didn't meet the deadline. No.
Right, exactly. Now, all right, it goes on to say unequal treatment of redactions, specifically alleging that the DOJ blacked out names of high-profile, powerful figures while failing to properly redact and protect the private identities, identifying details of survivors and victims. The next one is withholding key documents, including records surrounding the investigation into Epstein's death and the alleged suicide note. Outcome. Damn, they withheld key documents regarding that too? Shit. Now it says here the outcome. The status. The court ordered federal district judge Emmett Sullivan ruled that the government likely violated the transparency law. The court ordered the Department of Justice to unredact specific email exchanges and key documents from the Epstein files or provide explicit legal justifications for why they should remain withheld. Special master request. Fang requested an appointment of an independent special master to oversee the DOJ's compliance and ensure that the government could not arbitrarily hide records from the public. Yes, you can't do that arbitrarily. Key impact. Fang brought the suit in her capacity as an independent journalist, arguing that the DOJ's failure to release complete legally complaint records directly hindered the press and the public's right to full transparency regarding the Epstein's net worth. So what is the status? So what does the DOJ have to do now as a result of her winning. Let's see what they say. Boom. I'm curious about this. All right. All right. Damn, big up to Midas Touch too. Wow. All right. Following the U.S. District Judge G. Sullivan ruling granting a preliminary injunction in Fang versus Blanche, the Department of Justice is legally required to take several specific actions. Unredact senders, recipients, and co-conspirators. I mean, this is a huge case. Talk about hiding the Epstein files. This basically means they have to unhide them. Unredacted target email exchanges, unredacted names of senders and recipients, 8 specific email threads discussing sexual activity with young women and minors that were previously blacked out. And it's even more damning when you release something and you black it out, because then when you're ordered to unblack it out, it's hard to hide it from then on. If you just never showed it in the beginning, that would be different, right? But now they already have parts of it, so they can't. It's going to be hard to cover it up. What they want here, draft indictments and internal memos, remove redactions concealing the identities of alleged unindicted co-conspirators in internal DOJ briefing documents and an unfiled 2009 draft indictment from the Southern District of Florida. Wow, that's big. Okay, so they have to remove redactions concealing the identities of alleged unindicted co-conspirators. Wow. Documents and unfiled 2009 draft indictment. So, alleged indictment, co-conspirators, and internal DOJ briefing documents. Okay. Begin review and release of foreign language records. Wow. The DOJ had previously bypassed non-English documents, citing a lack of practicality. The court rejected this excuse, ordering the department to initiate a formal review and public release of all foreign language records tied to Epstein's international operations. Publish a mandatory redaction log. Yeah, this is what they were supposed to do. This is what the law said they were supposed to do. Under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, the DOJ is required to publish a detailed written justification log in the Federal Register for every redacted section or withheld document, a requirement the department had previously failed to meet. 4. Quattro. Quattro. Yeah, okay. The address withheld FBI interview notes. Produce or legally justify withholding specific FBI interviews notes, okay, including interview records involving high-profile figures like Donald Trump. Damn! Damn! Donald Trump. High-profile figures like Donald Trump. What? Damn. Interesting. That were previously shared with Ghislaine Maxwell's defense team during her trial, but withheld from the public. Damn, Weezy. Damn. JJ. Thelma. Damn. James. This is fucked up, man. For Trump. This is bad news for Trump, bro. Damn. All right, here, let's get through this. Damn, I mean, it says it right there. Trump is in trouble, bro. Trump is in trouble. Okay, 5. 5. Formal show cause, right? Formal show cause and camera review. What? For any remaining records the DOJ refuses to release, it must be either present specific narrow legal justifications. Narrow legal. That is deep, yo. Narrow? Woo! That means very specific. Justifications, that means you can't try to be like all out here legally, like throwing all kinds of ambiguous shit. It has to be precise. This is why, according to this rule in the case, it has to be very precise. Wow. such as Victims Privacy Act, the CSAM restrictions. Okay, so they have to provide specific narrow legal justifications under the statute, such as victim privacy. Okay, or turn the unredacted documents over directly to Judge Sullivan for a private in-camera judicial review. Katie Fang, excellent work. Thank you very much. On behalf of the American people, on behalf of myself, expat American citizen that lives abroad, thank you for your work. Yeah.
And remember, she's initially from MSNBC.
Oh, really? Ah, okay. Yeah.
Well, the Katie Fang show until before it got canceled.
Well, she's doing tough work, bro. She's doing some real work here. All right, so back to New Mexico.
Yeah, she deserves a Pulitzer Prize for that.
Absolutely. I'm sure Donald Trump is going to have a fit, but he'll be dead by then. Next time the White House correspondents meet.
I'm sure they're going to try to say, it's some sort of, classified information when it comes to Donald Trump. They're going to try anything. So I expect it to not go too far with Donald Trump, but everyone else for sure. I think they'll get at least some leeway when it comes to what this ruling looks like.
Yeah, I think they're all toast because, there's only, sure, you could make any excuse you want, but why didn't you just make it in the beginning? Why didn't you say, see, that's what's not going to work. See, they can try some, this has something to do with some top secret, da, 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 da. Well, why didn't you already say that? Wow.
I remember
that would have been
his
great.
Reasoning for having Todd Blanche as AG, right? Like it's all connected.
They are toast. And did you hear Blanche? Hold on. One of the appointees didn't get appointed. Did you hear that? Got a downvote. Who was that? Was that the intelligence community guy?
Yes, that was the intelligence community.
Okay.
And yes, that was him.
Todd Blanche should get
that
the same.
Todd Blanche.
We could fuck his life up. We could fuck Todd Blanche's life up.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm more concerned about him than the intelligence. Yeah. Other than intelligence, I'm more concerned about Todd Blanche than anything because he's gonna be pretty much Donald Trump's savior. Pretty much.
Yep. And plus, it's going to give him nightmares because he's basically complicit and hiding the shit. So once he doesn't get ultimate power, he's going to be pissing, shitting in his bed all night long. He's going to be like, damn, oh my God. Oh. It's the whole world is going to turn around on him. Like he's walking around in the Department of Defense like this. I'm Todd Blanche. I'm the number 2 guy. I'm about to be number 1. And everyone's like sitting there waiting like, what do we do? Like, okay, let's find out. Is he going to be number 1? Because they don't like his ass anyway. The rank and file hates him. And so as soon as he gets the thumbs down, the whole wall, it's like, it's going to, I don't know if you ever had one of those things. What do they call it? Vertigo? Like,
yeah.
This whole world is going to, it's going to be like, he's not even going to want to show up to work anymore. It's going to be like Cash Patel, bro.
Well, remember the reason why Todd Blanche is not liked now in current circles is because he was a great attorney for the Southern District of New York before he decided to take on President Trump's personal criminal cases, right? Like,
he decided to work for the forces of evil, the dark side.
He was one of them. He was one of the great prosecuting attorneys for the Southern District of New York, and just decided out of nowhere, like, I'm going where the money's at. Goodbye, people.
He decided,
I'm going to further my career. Right?
Yeah, he decided to work for Ball. This motherfucker decided to, give me the baby blood now. I'll drink this shit. Todd Blanche.
I've been waiting for my turn.
I'll do more. He's like, I'm gonna go all out.
He must have gone to one of those eyes wide shut parties.
Straight. I think more than that. He was in Puffy's party, opening doors up and shit. Like, what the fuck? Come on in, Todd. Yeah, they blew his back out. All right, in any case, he probably in Puff Daddy's video. I don't know what they made that man do. But in any case, all right, let's continue. No, but Puff Daddy is like small. Puff Daddy's like small fries compared to this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a limit for me. I'm not trying to even step on him at all. Come now, he got what he deserved. That's it. He's not on the Epstein level. Puff Daddy is not. Whatever he did, they was like, they did 1 trillion times more. Damn, sadly enough. But hey, If you clapped your hands for Puffy going down, then you need to stomp your feet for this shit for Katie Fang. Like, boom, boom, boom. All right, now let's go. We don't want no hypocrites out there now. All right, so let's see here. All right, let's continue. Let's see what he got, Chris Mowry.
Pushing for this. I'm going to read this in 1 second.
Yeah, maybe that thing on his lip isn't a hair lip after all.
Who are you talking about?
Todd Blanche.
I think Todd Blanche, whatever he did, he's done, man. He's toast. He is toast. He's toast. This is a good lesson in morals, in ethics. Very simple, man. Why would you go all these years claiming to be good to blow it just at the end? That's the worst time to blow it. Why not just blow it early, man? And then you could repent and say, hey, I'm a changed man. But this is the opposite. You can never, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he waited till he got to this age to turn evil. Like, motherfucker, goddamn. Nobody, there's not even enough time to repent. You know what I'm saying? It's over for him. You know, everyone is going to hate you. The whole country fucking hates Todd Blanche.
Unless he becomes like a nun or something.
No, he's gonna have to do it. Won't work, bro. He's gonna have to become a Buddhist monk, and no one will still believe it. He's gonna be like, "I'm gone forever." No one will believe it. It's just too late. It's too late for him, man. It's just he signed up for that shit. So fuck him, man. Fuck Todd Blanche. Yeah, man. Yeah, he needs to go down. He's going down in infamy. Yo, talk about a person. People gonna be looking at his grave like spitting on it. Like, fuck Todd Blanche.
Like, he was a real prosecutor for the Southern District of New York. Like, he was a top prosecutor and just flipped the script overnight. Like, it's insane. His name was well known. He was a well known prosecutor in the Southern District of New York. And I guess for money and power, he just switched it up.
Yeah, his kid's gonna be like, man, yeah, it's my dad, but you know, hey. I understand you. His kid's gonna be like,
well, I don't choose my parents, but you know,
nobody chooses their parents, bro. So this is crazy, man. All right, here, let's hear some more.
Todd Blanche in the last 24 hours being forced to hand over the unredacted Epstein files, emails, and documents for the court's private review in Midas Touch host Katie Fang's lawsuit. In a new order, the Justice Department was directed to produce the unredacted records in camera, so only for the judge's eyes, by July 30th, so in just a couple days, along with documentation backing up the DOJ's claims that the names and other information it blacked out are in fact the categories of people it says they are. That's significant because the court isn't simply accepting the government's representations at face value. The DOJ is being required again to prove that the redactions are justified. Katie Fang said that while the judge denied her request to be present during the in-chambers review, she said it was worth the ask. This is another huge, massive, important step in the legal battle over the Epstein files and whether the Justice Department has properly withheld information from the public. Shout out Katie Fang, as many of you know, over at Midas Touch. Now listen.
Now let me ask everybody in the chat. This is obvious. This should be a no-brainer, but fuck it. We always have a couple that, you know, have some interesting perspective. Now, put a 1 in the chat if you are happy that Katie Fang won this case against the Justice Department. Put a 1 in the chat if you're happy that they'll be forced to release this said information. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it's no big deal or you don't care. I'm just curious about that. I want to see what people's perspective is on this. Because we like to get some qualifying questions with the 1s and the 2s so we can examine everything else that's out there. Don't forget to vote now. 1 or 2, everybody. Let's see make it easy on us. Let's identify the unidentified. All right, nobody's putting a 2 in there. That's interesting. Okay. Well, damn, we got some strong folks in here tonight. Kudos to you. You guys should you should pat yourself on the back for having some great ethics. You know. Now, keep in mind, you can still vote Democrat or Republican and still want these files released. Now, that's okay too. You know, I understand. You know, look, you could vote for Thomas Massey and still want the files released.
There you go.
He's a Republican. You know. So all right. So let's continue.
Here, Adam Mockler is on vacation.
Hold on. Chris said, 2, the Publix near ain't no. I don't know what you're talking about, Chris. Just put 2, man. That's it. Don't nothing else. All right. What up? Listen to this. 2, the Publix near ain't no. What is that? Yeah. Okay. All right. I got you. No problem.
Okay.
Publix is a supermarket, Master V.
Huh?
Publix is a supermarket.
That's what that is. Okay. I have no clue. Yeah. 2, the Publix near ain't no. Okay. I'm still lost, bro. Explain it to me. What does that mean? The statement. It's something Chris Russell wrote. 2, the Publix near ain't no shit. I don't have a clue what that means, bro. I'm lost. Anyway, let's continue. No problem. I appreciate that, Chris. No problem.
Ever. And don't worry, he's still going to be here. He's still going to be uploading videos. I couldn't convince him to fully take time off. He cares so much.
Oh, he's okay. He's talking about Adam. Adam's on vacation, right? So let me see here. Let's go on.
Doesn't stop. Even if Adam is on.
Here we go.
Brutal. I can't put anything in my stomach for the last 30.
Come on now.
Make sure you hit subscribe, turn the notification bell on.
All right, there we go.
The Mockler Media channel on the Adam Mockler channel. So this is a representative in New Mexico. New Mexico has reopened an investigation into Zorro Ranch, and none other than Epstein's attorney, who we deposed today, helped manage the property. So how is it that Zorro Ranch was never served a warrant, and Epstein's own lawyers claim they did not know the DOJ asked New Mexico to drop its investigation? No one is talking. Files are missing, and the cover-up continues. And again, it's so good to see so many of these elected officials continue to push and push and push and push. I just want to play a little bit of this. Take a listen.
Civil suit involving allegation against Jeffrey Epstein at the ranch. Mr. Indike, who is in the room being deposed right now, managed the ranch properties, and I asked a number of questions about what happened at Zorro Ranch. And I will say this, although I can't speak to what was specifically on the record, I was told today by Mr. Indike's attorneys that they were not even aware that the U.S. Department of Justice asked to drop New Mexico's case against Jeffrey Epstein. And so whether that is true, we cannot verify it, but all of this points to the fact that nobody is talking, nobody is telling the truth, nobody.
Whoa. So they can't verify so this idea that the Department of Justice, let me bring that back. That is crazy. Let's listen again.
Right now,
hold on.
Elected officials continue to push and push and push and push. I just want to play a little bit of this. Take a listen.
Civil suit involving allegation against Jeffrey Epstein at the ranch. Mr. Indike, who is in the room being deposed right now, managed the ranch properties, and I asked a number of questions about what happened at Zorro Ranch. And I will say this, although I can't speak to what was specifically on the record, I was told today by Mr. Indike's attorneys that they were not even aware that the U.S. Department of Justice asked to drop New Mexico's case against Jeffrey Epstein. And so whether that is true, we cannot verify it, but all of this points to the fact that nobody is talking, nobody is telling the truth, nobody is helping us get real answers, and so the cover-up continues.
The cover-up continues. So let's read some of these reactions. I think were really good. Again, this from July 14th, so about 2 weeks ago. Today, we sent another letter to the Justice Department, and this afternoon, the Southern District of New York called to inform us that they will not cooperate and will not support the currently the only criminal investigation into Jeffrey Epstein by New Mexico state officials. The only active criminal investigation into Jeffrey Epstein, says the Southern District of New York just informed them it will not cooperate. New Mexico has spent 5 months trying to get the unredacted records it says it needs to identify survivors, witnesses, and possible co-conspirators. This should be a massive story, and it should be. Again, I know there's so much going on right now in the United States, so many things to focus on, but this is absolutely nuts and should be getting so much more press. I just read this from Midas Touch. Again, this 1-2 punch of Thomas Massey, Katie Fang, and Again, Donald Trump and Todd Blanche in a bad position here. This person responding to the Midas Touch post I read for you, what I've been hoping for. If Blanche doesn't comply, he's likely to be held in contempt because there's already been an order to show cause. If he complies, Trump and Blanche are likely to be in a very bad spot. So I expect Trump tells Blanche to take one for the team. We'll see if this is true, and I'm very curious, in just a few days.
So if he's found in contempt, there's a penalties, there's financial penalties, right? Let me see here. If Todd Blanche is found in contempt of, this is in contempt of, right? In
I think
contempt.
that would be criminal penalties. I don't know about financial.
Yeah,
Hold on,
found in contempt of Congress. They'll have to subpoena him first.
Okay, so it's contempt of Congress is already happening. So that can happen. That would be fines. But in this case with Katie Fang, criminal case, right? Is that criminal? Is that
No, it shouldn't be. I don't think those are criminal charges.
Okay, but they can, so he can be fined because right. We talking about fines. Either one, we talking about fines. Okay,
Yeah.
so let me see here. If Todd Blanche is found in contempt of or the court, and that's
Yeah, and that probably should have happened with Pam Bondi, but she just kind of disappeared.
That's probably why she was out, bro.
Exactly. That's why she was out.
Yeah. She was like, "Fuck this, I'm out of here, man," because I'm not going to be paying this. I think the fines are like $10,000 a day, something like that.
Yeah, it's $10,000 a day.
Until they show up. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see here. It says yes, Todd Blanche could be fined if he is found in civil contempt of court, though the rules, mechanisms, and likelihood are very significantly between civil contempt or court and contempt of Congress. Okay, that's great. Now, contempt of court in the Fang Blanche case, because Fang Blanche is a civil suit presided over by U.S. District Judge Emmett G. Sullivan, the court has broad inherent authority under federal law to enforce compliance with its orders. A civil contempt versus criminal contempt. Civil contempt, coercive fines. Damn, if the court orders the DOJ to release unredacted documents or produce a missing redaction log and Blanche fails to comply, Judge Sullivan can hold him in civil contempt. The goal of civil contempt is compliance, so judges routinely impose daily per diem fines against defendants until they comply with the court's order. Who pays? That's a great question. Okay, who pays? If sued in his official capacity as acting attorney general, DOJ head, right? Monetary sanctions are typically levied against the Department of Justice or paid through government indemnification. Damn. However, if a court finds willful personal bad faith or defiance of a direct order, the individual monetary sanctions can be imposed directly against the official or government attorneys involved. So he can actually get the fines levied against him personally, even though
like Master B, Steve Bannon didn't cooperate and he had to go to prison.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying, but that was criminal, yeah.
But that was criminal. And this is civil, but they can still, I understand you as an individual, because he's both. He's the acting DOJ head of the DOJ, but while acting, he's still an individual. So if he's personally liable to, if he is personally the reason why it's not happening, and he's right, he can be fined instead of the DOJ, or they both can be fined. So
just remember, it's arbitrary because money at that point, right? Like Trump's worth billions of dollars, right? Like,
right. So,
I'm sure he'll pay the fines up until
he's telling him
has a valid reason to, get coached. Well, and he's a Southern District of New York, so he knows what pretty much he has an awareness of what they'll ask and
he knows how this is going to play out before he answers.
Yeah, he does relatively well in person. Like when he is, even if it's debating, he does it really well because he's a seasoned lawyer.
Yeah,
at the highest level.
Yeah, so he can evade the law. He already knows the penalty. He's already set up. He knows he knows what to expect, and so therefore he's going to levy that with Trump and say, hey, man, this is what's going to happen to me. Are you going to cover me? Because this is where it's going.
Exactly.
And then Trump has to make a decision. Otherwise, Todd Blanchard will be like, well, fuck you, man. I ain't hiding this shit from you no more.
There you go.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he was doing everything he could to not self-incriminate himself.
Yeah, yeah. He's a slickster, you know, but still a
No,
douchebag.
he's a douche. He's a well-informed lawyer. He was at the top of the deal when he was at the top of the Southern District of New York. So
So they're not gonna, he's not gonna take a hit for Trump. Trump's gonna have to pay out basically for him. All right, so let's see here. Plus, he got Trump. He has Trump probably with a lot of shit anyway. He could flip on Trump, right? Right? Because he's probably got him for a lot of dirt in the past, right?
Like, that's where it comes down to, like, lawyer and client privilege. So he probably won't be able to say much.
Yeah,
but does he know a lot? Of course he does.
Yeah, because if he got some other shit from the other things he defended Trump against, or evidence of other crimes or anything, can he flip on Trump somehow? Maybe, or
it depends. It depends on the capacity, right? Like if he was his lawyer at the time, he won't be able to do much because it's protected under privilege.
Yeah, and
which is also why he made him his AG, right?
Yeah, that's
now it's a bit different, right? Now he's president. He doesn't have the obligations to still to still hold those secrets, especially while he's in office, because he's not necessarily representing Trump directly, right? He's representing the U.S. citizens as a whole on a federal level.
Right.
So, but he, you would have to know that information in order to hold him accountable. But I'm sure there's only things that him and Trump or a very close circle knows about that most likely won't flip on Trump, right?
So
it'll be hard. It'll be hard.
It's going to be hard.
It definitely will be really hard.
So there's a possibility he could be found in contempt with this case with Katie Fang, but then there's Congress, because Congress already has a law, and so as soon as he steps into the head seat, this is crazy. If he's approved by the Senate to be the head of the DOJ, he immediately steps into contempt of Congress there too. Right? Because they're like, release the files, motherfucker. We ordered you to release the files, and the Justice Department hasn't released the files. And the same rule applies, right? It can be personal, or it can be the whole, the Department of Justice. So here's what it says about that. Contempt of Congress. If Congress were to separately hold Blanche in contempt for failing to produce files demanded under the congressional subpoenas, the rules are different. Statutory criminal contempt. If the House or Senate votes to hold an official in contempt, the referral is sent to the U.S. Attorney for prosecution under the federal statute. Criminal contempt of Congress is a misdemeanor carrying a fine between, that sounds so fucking serious, a fine between 100 and 1,000 and up to 12 months in prison. Oh, well, that's not so insignificant. 12 months in prison will do. Damn, I'm glad they had that. Now, catch. Because Blanche is the head of the DOJ.
But are they willing to take the fall for Trump? A lot of people have Master V. I mean, when you look at guys like Peter Navarro, Wesselberg, his attorney,
they go to jail.
Steve Bannon,
All
Michael Cohen.
Yeah.
There's been like 5 people that have gone to prison for Trump.
And there's another one too. There's another one that was a part of his election bid. What's the guy, Manafort? He went to motherfucking jail. It's like
Paul Manafort is campaign manager for conspiracy with Russia.
Yeah. So yeah, he'll take an L. Blanche would take that year.
And that's a very famous case, because there was actually a big deal back in 2000 with the Bush election that went sideways, where there was an election official in Ohio it looked like things were something's kind of funky happened in Ohio, and he didn't cooperate and went to prison.
Yeah, these are some no snitching asses. All right, let's see here. They must follow the 50 Cent rule. Let's see here. Because Blanche is the head of the DOJ, the executive branch under the past presidents rarely chooses to prosecute its own cabinet level officials for contempt of Congress, citing executive privilege. So this is a loophole, which is why crime exists and corruption exists in the United States on the executive level.
The penalties probably aren't enough.
Right.
But that's what I was saying when, in terms of consolidating his executive power, especially that he's done that now. And definitively, chances are he won't get held in contempt, right?
And this has always been the case, though. But this has always been the case. Like,
But
right?
now it's going to be even less so because he's defined the executive power. He consolidated it even more.
Right.
Right,
Exactly.
with the more recent rulings.
And then if they get in trouble, he can pardon them.
Exactly. There's almost no way you can hold these motherfuckers accountable, basically, which is sad because, again, who's the taxpayers? You pay for this. You pay for injustice. So you got to make some choices. If that's the life you want to lead, then yeah, okay. It's up to you. Let's hear the rest of this. Let's see.
The DOJ, I guess, if they comply with court orders, which we've seen the Trump administration can be pretty not the best on, to say the least, if they hand over this to the court and unredact these names, and the judge says, these should not be redacted. You need to unredact these. The public deserves to see this. These individuals, you say they're victims, they're not victims, you're covering up, for example. That would be huge, and I think would add a massive push to this new Epstein Files Transparency Act, too. And I really like seeing actors, big people, like members of Hollywood, talking so bluntly about this. I know you all know this great individual. Take a listen to this.
It's like people, I think, are a little bit afraid of me because they're like, he's a loose cannon. And I'm not. I'm just saying the shit that everybody should say if they give a shit about humanity, And why am I the exception to the rule? Bitch, everybody else speak up. You are all feeling the same thing, you idiots. Like get loud and stop kowtowing to the wrong people. Stop bowing down to people that have power. You got power too, man. And power in numbers, dude. You know what happened if everybody felt like me? Everybody felt I got to be careful. I left Dax Shepard. I just did Armchair Expert with Dax Shepard, and I went on a goddamn rant that I left I was like, that's just not, man, it's just not me. I shouldn't say those things because people are going to start to get he's scary. No. But I just dude, he goes, I love Dax. I had the best time on my show. And he goes, maybe you should let go of that stuff. And I'm like, let go. I was like, everybody else should have it. Everybody else should feel like I feel. The world's on fire. The world, all mad about the way things are and the abuses that are happening. The Epstein files. The fucking Epstein files. God damn it. Where are they? It's a fucking law, bitch.
Yeah. So, I don't know what the hell that was right there, but yeah, it's a law, and but it's complex. And things are not so transparent. Now, this is the last thing I wanted to check out. Adam was on this shit talking about the Tate, about one of the Tate brothers who actually shitted on himself in his jail cell. God damn, excuse my language, but this is what they said. So I wanted to cover this yesterday. There's never enough time.
All right, everybody. Since
I came out late today, it's only on 4 hours. It got 30 minutes. So let's try to see what they had to say about this. This is crazy. Let me see. Is there a letter or something they wrote? Here we go. Let's go. Big up to Adam.
The reporting is that Andrew Tate is allegedly uncontrollably himself while in solitary confinement, and he even posted a tweet about persistent stomach problems. He talks tough, but he can't even last 1 week in jail. 1 week ago, he was arrested in Miami, Florida with his brother Tristan Tate, and they are now set to be extradited to the United Kingdom, where they will face human trafficking charges, rape charges, CP charges, and much more. Andrew Tate has been sending out these repetitious posts every single day about how he's in misery and about how he's being abused. He's, of course, trying to spin a narrative. This is not even him, it's someone on his team, trying to spin a narrative as if he is the victim, but I do not feel bad for him for even 1 second, and you shouldn't either. I'm going to show you a clip in one moment of him admitting to everything over the course of 2 minutes, and the depravity of these people knows no bounds. I cannot stop bringing up the fact that the Trump administration directly helped stop the sex trafficking investigation into Andrew Tate in early 2025 when they took power. Andrew Tate himself tweeted out, "The Tates will be free because Trump is the president." Andrew Tate then had his sex trafficking investigation dropped in Romania, and he traveled to the United States. 1 year later, he was arrested and is set to be extradited because the evidence seems to be overwhelming. Andrew Tate posted earlier today, "I am in special housing unit. My water faucet is broken. I am not allowed water bottles of water in SHU. and I have nothing clean to drink. My only water comes from the shower, warm, and from a brown and filthy faucet. And while the reports that he's uncontrollably shitting can't be confirmed, he did post, "It has given me persistent stomach problems. The water I am drinking is not clean. I am an American, innocent until proven guilty, but I am forced to drink poison water. Where are my rights?"
That's American rights for you. He's getting the regular treatment. I mean, this is, see, when I talk to a lot of people, I mean, and I don't agree with this at all. It's, to me, they make it sound like the criminal justice system is supposed to be there to punish you, like make things hard on you. It's supposed to be a bad experience, and if you're tortured, that's how you will get justice. Like, you will leave and never want to go back. A lot of Americans think that. I don't think it works that way. I think you should focus on rehabilitation. I don't think punishment helps rehabilitate people in that way. It shouldn't be physical torture. But in this case, he's got the norm, right? He's experiencing the norm.
These are the same people who want law and order. These are the same people who want harsher sentencing. These are the people who want harsher prisons.
Exactly. Throw away the key. Rapist.
Yeah, exactly.
Dirty rapist. And is he
so what would make it different?
Yeah. And he's from the UK, so he's American UK. Did he grow up in the US? Let me look that up.
Up until like 14 years old. Up until 14, I think, and then he moved with his mother.
Okay.
His parents divorced, and he took custody of both him and his brother.
Where the Tate?
Yeah, he lived part of his life with his father.
Okay. Were the Tate brothers born in the USA? Let's find out.
They were married and they were here. Yeah. And then they got divorced and she went back to England. But go ahead, cover it, man.
Damn, he was born in Walter Reed. What? Walter Reed Army Medical Center? No, that's DC, bro.
Oh yeah. I forgot his dad was military. Yeah.
Yeah, so he was
grew up
born
in DC.
Okay, he was born
His
in
father's like top secret military, and then went into the CIA.
So
he grew up in Chicago, though.
So he's 18 years younger than me. His brother, he's 16 years younger than me. He's a fucking, what the fuck, man? Like, so he missed all the 90s, man. He was born he was a little infant when shit was hitting the street, when shit was raw in DC. He missed all of that. He came after.
Remember, he grew up in Chicago. He was born in DC, but he grew up in Chicago.
Oh, but he was the infant there too.
He pretty much was. Yeah.
He missed the Rayful Edmonds days. He missed the he missed all the he missed the tough on drug days. Let's see here.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, so
he's a pretty good kickboxer. He was a champion, but I think he might have got kicked in the head a few times. Too many.
Okay. I would like to be bigoted like MAGA is and say, take him, get out of our country, you fauna. But he's born in the U.S. But is he a anchor baby? That's what MAGA will want to know. Is he an anchor baby? Is he MAGA? Any MAGA people out there? Are the Tate brothers anchor babies? Should they be afforded good rights? Or should they just be kicked out? Should their U.S. passports be revoked? Should their citizenship be revoked since they are born? Now let me see. His mother's American, right?
His dad is American. His dad was in the U.S. Army.
Okay, so they're gonna say no. He's not an anchor baby.
His mother
only if it's the
English.
mama. Yeah, only if it's the mama, because women have less rights than us, right? Us men. All right, so enough of that. Now let's hear the rest of this. Let me see. Apparently he doesn't like the American justice system, man. I'm surprised. Republicans are responsible for this shit, by the way. Not. But listen, Republicans, do you want to, make the prisons more humane? Is that what should happen now? Now that one of yours, now that one of yours has brought it, to light. Even though we know that's bullshit, but still, like, listen, maybe he's going to be a hero for criminal justice reform. Can he maybe that can be his new profession, his new grift.
If he ever gets out of prison, yeah, sure.
He could do that for prison, man. He could do
He could, yeah, he could.
He could lead criminal justice, bro. You think the other prisoners will accept him? Being as though he's going to be in for rape. Already.
Oh, God. Absolutely not, but we'll see. Remember, he'll be spending time in the UK, so he's only waiting to get extradited. apparently, right?
Yeah, exactly. They won't
It's
prosecute
just
him.
he's a master manipulator, so I could see him doing pretty well in prison.
This is true.
Yeah, you almost got some. Yeah, you have some weirdos there. You got some molesters there, and it's not always sexual. It could be mental. It starts mentally anyway. All the abuse starts
And
mentally.
remember,
So
he's going to be in the shoe. He's too much of a public figure. So they wouldn't risk anything happening to him. Even when he goes to the UK, he'll be in the shoe. He'll be isolated. And it's what he's talking about now. He's isolated now because he's a public figure, right? The jails don't want to take backlash if anything happens to him, right? Same thing when you look at Epstein. Epstein was killed in the shoe. He was also in the shoe.
You know what?
He was a public figure, right?
People hate. I think they hate molesters everywhere, bro. I think they hate them, and I think
they definitely do.
Well, that's what they're thinking now that that Trump might have set him up, right, bringing him back to the States and then incarcerating him, and then he's going to get the Epstein treatment.
Yo, yeah, criminals. Big up to criminals, the regular ones. They hate. They see in prisons in the UK and in the US. They let their rage out on the pedophiles.
Yes, they do.
It's kind of ironic, ain't it? But yeah, that's kind of an interesting phenomenon. But it's real. It's real. They're gonna get him, man. They're gonna get him. And by the way, I need to call my buddy.
And just blame it on an inmate.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna call my buddy that spent time in the feds, like spent a lot of years in the feds. I'm talking about like 2 decades. Come up and describe how they treat people like this in prison. I don't think is anybody interested. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to hear somebody come up and tell you how they treat pedophiles in prison in the federal penitentiary. Like, if you want to know, put a 1 in the chat. If it's okay, I mean, you let me know if you want to hear that, because I do have a friend, and he came up like 2 years ago. And I don't know. It's called DCXO. Was one of my lives, and the things he described, woo, man, they torture you. They're gonna torture you.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they're gonna torture you, man. They make them do some nasty stuff. Like, anyway, let me play it. I'm sorry for that little diversion, but it's getting real. I mean, this is what we got to talk about, because this is real life.
That's why I think they might have been better off just staying in Romania.
Maybe I'm curious. Where is there a situation that's good for them right now? Like, is there a situation? I don't know. I can't call it, bro.
I think they're just fine. He's trying to drum up attention to his situation, right? It's all a part of his manipulation game. He's fine in the shoe. He's just lonely as hell because he has no contact with nobody.
Yeah. He ain't got no drugs right now. He can't do his little drugs. Yeah,
exactly. No contact with any other inmates. He can't really talk to anybody. If he does, it's on a passing by basis, right? He's passing through to get transported somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
He's just upset because he doesn't have the privileges that he's had outside, and he's trying to drum up sympathy from his base, right, to claim some sort of mistreatment. Mind you, it's the same treatment that every U.S. citizen gets when they are incarcerated in any major federal penitentiary. He's no special, and I think he's noticing that now. And he's just dog whistling to his base. Please help me. I'm in terrible conditions. The conditions are no more worse than anybody who goes to a federal penitentiary faces. He doesn't get any special treatment. And again, he's safe. He's safe. He's not in danger.
At least it's
they will not.
At least it's not the Biden administration.
In jail, you have to drink out of the sink.
In the jail, you got to drink out of the same. Look, in the jail, you got a sink connected to a toilet.
Yep.
The toilet is right under the sink. It's the same water, boy. And but the thing that he can be happy about is that he can sit back, he can relax, and feel safe, security in is that at least it's not the Biden administration doing this to him. It's not Kamala. It's not Biden. It's not Obama. They have nothing to do with this treatment. This is just so he can feel safe in that he's going to get fair treatment under Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's the fairest he's gonna get. It's the fairest he can hope for.
Prisoners attached to Trump have a good reputation of staying alive when in federal custody. Salute. Good luck, Andrew.
Mockler channel. We believe in full due process.
But it almost seems like the way it went down with the U.S. Marshals arresting him, that there might have been a mix-up, that Trump was trying to protect him, or something's going on there. But it just seems very suspect that the U.S. Marshals went after him in Miami.
You know, if you could get away with, let's say Trump did get rid of Epstein. If you could get away with it once, the temptation would always be there, I think, in the back of your mind. Like, why not twice? You're the president, bro. You're the president. You can clean this up. Nobody who's there to stop you. Nobody.
Well, but that's the thing, is he needs to be extradited now. What's the holdup? I mean, what are they waiting for? Does he have some kind of appeal? I don't think so.
Why doesn't President Trump pick up the phone and say, man, get rid of this idiot now with haste? Because he's the head of the Department of Justice, ain't he? Can he just like say, pick it up?
He controls the head. Yeah, he controls the head of the so he can.
We want this
Definitely
shit. We want you to look at this. We want you to put everything else on pause and handle this case right now. Number one, let it skip the line. And it's going to be interesting to see here. Trump, it seems like, wow, all of this shit is converging down to the elections too. The midterms.
I just have a weird feeling that's going to be their last destination.
Death, the cemetery, or what? Oh yeah, I have a weird
prison,
feeling. I think the worst thing that they could have ever said is that they have a relationship with his sons. I think after that it's a wrap. He's not making it out of town, bro. Like he's gonna have an accident.
They thought it was some kind of insurance, but it's not.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Rest in peace, Tate brothers. All right, so let's hear the rest. Hey, look, better them than me, right?
Been guilty, and we also
I hear that.
Yeah, better them than me. Fuck it,
treating people well.
Well, I mean, if they're quote unquote suicides like the rest of them, I mean, come on. Yeah, if the last people in the world that want to kill themselves.
I mean, look, if you are charged with all of these heinous things, listen, the reason why I put this on is because you're about to hear some of the things he was saying to these people, to these little victims, these innocent minors. You're about to hear it, and when you hear it, it is damning. It is damning. And when you know you've been treating people like this, man, like, where are you going to get peace, man? Where are they going to give you some peace after that? I'm serious. Where are they going to give you some peace? So I don't think he's going to make it, man. But it's always going to be a mystery about was it Sue Seedy? Was it suicide, or was it the red rum? Which one?
Rum, yeah.
It's always going to be a conspiracy at this point, but to me, I see it could be either one. I don't know. It's going to be
jail.
It's going to be a toss up, but let's see.
The problem.
Well, they are saying that there's some video footage of a van and somebody escaping the prison during the Epstein situation.
That too. Yeah. Is there going to be another van with this one? 2 vans for both brothers, or what? You never know. But I think we can firmly rest assured that man is not here anymore on Earth. And I don't know. It's a bet. How about we end it like this today? We end it like this. Let's do a bet. How many of you think the Tate brothers? Now think about this. That's going to be. Can you get 2 of them? Damn, that would be crazy. That would be like a double red rum. Can you get 2 of them the same way? That would be a hell of a way for Trump to go out. Like, but nonetheless. Now, how many of you think the Tate brothers are going to make it? I know we did this poll before, but there's always things that change it, and you might change your mind after you hear and hear what he says next. But how many of you think they're going to make it out of the U.S. alive? Put a 1 in the chat if you think they're going to make it out of the U.S. alive. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't think they're going to make it out of the U.S. alive. I wonder if they have any betting places online where they're actually betting the same thing. Like, this would be crazy.
So they have black market betting places where they'll take this bet all day.
Oh damn! I want to find out about that. Fuck it. Since it's not costing me any money, I'm just gonna bet 2. I don't think they're gonna make it out. I don't think they're gonna make it out alive. Oh, hold on. Is 1 or 2? I'm confused. What was 1? 1 is they're gonna make it out alive, and 2 is they not, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. 2 is they not gonna make it out alive. Fuck it. It's not gonna cost me any money to be wrong. So I'm going with the 2. It's anybody's guess.
It depends on what kind of sheets they have.
Yeah, exactly. It depends. Yeah, we better look next. Yeah, all right. So, and you find out it's the same company that made Epstein sheets or his linen. All right, so here we go. Let's hear this. This is fucked up what we about to hear. So, just to let people know.
Andrew Tate has been posting video after video for years, taunting the authorities, saying, "Come arrest me." We have videos of him legitimately admitting to everything.
2 girls have claimed Andrew Tate approached them on social media when they still attended school.
The PhD course is my recruitment system.
A PhD is a pimp and hose degree.
So the recruitment process is you message them on Instagram.
I was contacted by Andrew Tate, the older of the Tate brothers, 3 years ago when I was just 16.
Daria was 16 when she says she received a private message on Instagram 2 years ago from Andrew Tate's account. It read simply, "Romanian girl," followed by a strawberry emoji.
What do you inbox the woman? I live in Bucharest, Romania. It doesn't matter if I'm in London, Bucharest, Moscow, anywhere I am. I just say Bucharest ? Or Moscow ? Or London ? Sometimes, because like I said, intrigue, I'll put a completely pointless emoji.
So this is confirmation that he was the one DMing.
He was definitely going after teenagers.
Yeah, exactly.
Some cherries, or an orange, or a strawberry.
I asked around to my other friends and my classmates who were also 15, 16 at the time. And a couple of them also told me they received messages.
So I messaged her. She's like, "I'm only 16. I was like, give a fuck. Know about me.
It was a pretty well-known fact that he had kind of a network of young girls.
You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck would I read for you? You've got a fit sister who's 16, maybe. Muslims have the best frame on earth. I want a virgin wife at 16 who's going to obey me.
All right, you guys get the point. We'll return to this in a little bit, but now, as Sam points out, not sure if everyone is fully aware of what Andrew Tate is facing right now. If the US extradites him, he will likely face trial in the UK, facing potentially 20 plus years in jail if found guilty. Once he's served time or has been acquitted, he would be transferred to Romania and face similar sentencing there if found guilty. If not extradited, he will have to return to Romania to face trial there, facing potentially 20 plus years in jail if found guilty. Once he's served his time there or been acquitted, he would be transferred to the United Kingdom to face his charges there. He's basically stuck in a cyclical spiral of a hell where he is going to face time, no matter what. There is no scenario where he can realistically avoid trials in both the UK and Romania unless he literally spends the rest of his life on the run. There's a strong possibility he could spend the rest of his life in jail. Listen, I would never advocate for somebody in prison to be having poor conditions, but it can't happen to a better person in this case. This is like the next generation's Jeffrey Epstein, a generation after Epstein himself. Jeffrey Epstein was a sex trafficking, awful rapist who was then covered up by the Trump admin. And the Trump family, collectively, the younger generation, Barron Trump and the rest, basically helped this guy. I mean, it's interesting. We know that...
Listen, they won't. I'm not sure where Adam Mockler got that information, but according to Courtroom News, right? And let's see here. It says the if the U.S. denies the UK's extradition request, the legal dynamic shifts entirely because Andrew and Tristan Tate are U.S. citizens. Why would they be forced to go back to Romania? Or would they be forced to go back to Romania automatically? No. Not automatically, no deportation, because both brothers hold U.S. citizenship and United States cannot deport them to another country. If the U.S. court denies the U.K. extradition request, they would simply be released from federal custody in Florida as free citizens. Their Romanian legal status in Romania, they still face ongoing criminal charges, human trafficking, rape, and organized crime. Under their modified judicial release conditions, they were permitted to travel internationally on the condition that they return to Bucharest for their required court dates. If they choose not to return voluntarily to Romania once freed in the U.S., they would become fugitives from justice in Romania. Can the U.S. stop Romania or protect them? If the Tates remain in the U.S. and refuse to return to Romania voluntarily, Romania's only legal mechanism to bring them back would be to initiate an extradition proceedings from the United States. Here's how the U.S. could intervene or halt that process. The U.S.-Romania extradition treaty. The U.S. and Romania have an active bilateral extradition treaty. However, extraditing a U.S. citizen to a foreign nation requires satisfying strict legal hurdles in the U.S. federal court. Dual criminality and due process. A U.S. federal magistrate must review the evidence submitted by the Romanian prosecutor to ensure it meets the U.S. constitutional standards of probable cause. Defense challenges. The Tates legal team could find a Romanian extradition request by arguing political bias, procedural defects, and violations of human rights due process in the Romanian legal system. Executive discretion. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. The United States Justice approval of an extradition request is only the first step. The final decision to surrender any individual to a foreign government rests with the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. The Secretary of State possesses broad discretionary authority under federal law to decline an extradition request even if a judge approves it for foreign policy reasons, political reconsiderations, or concerns over fair treatment. That's according to PBS, right? Reporting. Summary. If the UK extradition fails, the U.S. will not force them to go to Romania automatically. There it is. So I'm not, I think Trump, listen, what do you guys think? It sounds to me like they knew this in advance. They brought them here. Once they got them out of Romania, I think they knew these guys were never going to face charges.
They're on the UK extradition, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're being held in the UK, not the Romanian.
Right, but they don't. It's the same thing. They don't have to release them either.
Yeah, but then I don't know the legal grounds because they're also UK citizens, aside from being US citizens.
Right,
they're dual citizen.
Well, that's
so the UK has as much right to them as much as we do to them.
Right. Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. But the US, but let's just think about it like this. I mean, the US is going to claim they're American citizens if they want to block it, right? Because if they don't claim that, then they won't be able to go through the procedural parts. They won't be able to do anything else.
Yeah, but the same claim can be had with the UK.
No. I'm saying if the Trump administration or the U.S. government wants to stop them from being extradited, they would have to claim them as American citizens, right? Because then none of the procedural stuff works. Then, right? Isn't that? I'm just thinking.
Well, I mean, I'm not too sure because the same claim can be had on the UK side, right? They're dual citizens.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, but that means
deny another country their own criminal justice to their own citizen as well, right? Like I don't know the legal grounds between that. You
know what?
Because no one supersedes each other, right? I mean, yes, they hear.
No, they don't.
But then why would they?
Right. Exactly. And then
But then why would they have arrested them to try to deport them, right? Like why not just deny the judge and say, hey, look, we're not going to honor this arrest warrant because they're American citizens and we're recognizing them, and whatever claim they state to the judge to say, hey, look, under like unfair persecution, whatever the case is, whatever they want to make up, to say we're not going to fulfill this extradition treaty. But the fact that they even got arrested shows something.
Yeah,
right?
Two countries. What you got? Actually, this is beautiful, and not for the victims, but it's beautiful for Americans to view because look,
it is.
I mean, there's two countries. One country they're not citizens in. They charge them with many crimes. Another country that they're citizens in charged them with similar crimes. Right, same type of crimes. Right,
yep.
And now they're in the U.S. because they're part American, they're half American or whatever. They're American citizens also. So they're in the U.S. waiting extradition because UK, our bilateral partner, and we have bilateral relationships with Romania. By the way, that's why Romania released them because they expected in good faith that the U.S. government or that they would go back. Right now, now it's beautiful in the sense for the American people, not the victims, that it's going to be abundantly clear, because not only are you holding up the Epstein files, but you go out of your way to protect two other people for no reason, like, so, who say that they know your sons, right? Who your own cabinet. Why did they do this? See, this is what's
That's
telling
just
me.
it, Master B. It looks like they might have had an ulterior motive.
There's something.
Yeah.
There is something else going on, bro. You can't use all this energy protecting people if there's nothing there to protect. Like, I think it's going to be abundantly obvious to everybody. Like, come on, because if they don't mean anything to you,
that's what I'm saying.
Like, why would you stop them from being extradited? It just wouldn't make any sense, right? So it only makes the Trump family look more problematic, like just more criminal, outright criminal, not criminal, but just like outright criminal. Like, they're involved in, for some reason, traffickers are all around them for some reason, for some reason. And that can only be bad news for the U.S. security. That can only be bad news to the American people. I mean, what do you want next? Like, who has their hooks in the Tate brothers? Who has their hooks in the Trump brothers family? Like, that is bad for security. That's bad.
I think for global relations, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out if they do try to deny the UK, justice in the form of extradition, right? Because like we just discussed, they're just as much US citizens, but they're also just as much UK citizens as, anyone else, right? So I don't, it'll be interesting to see what the argument is, but I think at this point we just kind of have to wait till they go before a judge, right, and see what that looks like. And see what excuse the lawyer is able to put up.
Yeah.
But by the time they reach a judge, I think that's why they're appealing to Trump to step in advance, because once they reach that judge, that's it. There's no reversing it.
Yeah, there's no reversing it, right? So let me see. One last thing. How fucking long is this going to take?
Yeah.
What is the time? What's the timing?
Yeah.
How long going to take to get a ruling from the judge on extradition? I want to see, are they going to try to make it last, they're obviously going to try to delay it past the midterms, right? It's got to be that's I'm curious if that's even possible. The timeline for final ruling in the Tate brothers extradition from the U.S. will not be immediately. Damn, it is expected to take several months to over a year.
Whoa.
So,
that's crazy.
Yeah, this would be what happened? Okay, the magistrate Louisiana directs attention here, blah blah blah. Ruling initiated, blah, blah, blah. Submission of UK extradition evidence. That was in the September 23rd. Okay, extradition hearing. Wait a second. Oh, extradition treaty. British authorities have until mid-September 2026 to formally submit all supporting evidence. So that's what they have to do now. That's in September. So yeah, this is going to be pushed past the midterms. This is next year, 2027.
Yeah, ideally, yep.
Yeah, and
ideally it could last longer, but yeah.
Yeah. So 6 to 12 months is the verdict. So all of that is next. All of that is past the midterm. So this, we won't know. The voters won't know what all the ins and the outs of all of this. How, we won't know how connected they are to the Trump family, right? Outside of what people already know, they have communicated with the Trump family, with the Trump sons, both the older ones and the younger ones to some degree, right? Then there was the American, what is it, consulate? Someone from the consulate through the cabinet, one of the cabinet members through the consulate intervened and got them released from Romania, something like that. Don't quote me, but something to that effect. Somehow the U.S. had influence over them being released.
Well, what's funny is Trump had visited Romania shortly before they were released. Like he was over there for whatever reason, and then just so happened to meet with Romanian officials, and then maybe like a month later or like 2 weeks later, they were released into like American
Yeah,
custody.
they were incarcerated in Romania and got released on some very shady situations. So they probably should have stayed there.
It says, no, I don't see that.
So it looks like
Where'd you read that at?
there's already been interference, and that was probably Barron.
Because he met with Romanian officials shortly, like I want to say within a month before, and discussed the Tate brothers, but like releasing them, and he made public statements as well.
I'm curious. Well, I don't see anything like that. I'm just curious where you got that from. Where'd you get that from about Trump visiting him before they were released?
If it's either he visited or he met with a Romanian official in like a group capacity.
Okay.
I remember following the case when it first, because it's shortly after he had tweeted it on Truth Social. He made a Truth Social post about it.
Okay, it was a surrogate envoy and surrogate for Trump, Richard Grenell. Okay, special envoy.
Yeah, they had recovered a bunch of their property and cars and watches, and I think they were trying to recover some of that.
Yeah, this is Richard Grenell, special envoy and foreign policy surrogate. So this is like top high-level Trump administration shit. Like, this is crazy. Emil, okay.
And that's been kind of swept under the rug for a while. Why are they interfering? Why are they involved?
Yeah, why are they involved? Because these guys, well, it's obvious because they're friends of their family, right?
Yeah, and Trump announced it. Like, he announced it on Truth Social shortly after. He's like, "Hey, I spoke to the Romanian government." I'm like, okay, this is stupid, but it's great.
Okay, did Trump announce that
Truth Social comments on Tate brothers leaving Romania.
All right, let me see here. Then we're gonna let this. We're about to close out, but I just want to check these things out.
Yeah, it's 5 hours, V.
Yeah, exactly. Let me see here. Surrogate communications. It says that there was surrogate, so maybe True social media posts. While Trump has frequently posted about political allies' foreign policy, he avoided claiming personal credit on the platform for this one. So, but maybe you got some other evidence, but don't worry. It says surrogate communications. Outreach to the Romanian government was conducted primarily by foreign political surrogates like Grenell, who spoke directly with Romanian Foreign Minister Emil Herăzanu, rather than direct personal calls or social media. But yeah, you just let me know if you find that somewhere. But it's no worries. I mean, it's all amounts to the same thing. It's the Trump administration, and come on, you don't waste time with shit like this. If it's, what would be the reason? They're concerned about the Tate brothers because they're Americans. And well, when you look at this shit and you're like, damn, we have a bilateral agreement. You don't want foreigners coming on American soil committing crimes like this, so you wouldn't interfere with the Hungarian government wouldn't interfere with the U.S. government arresting a Hungarian citizen or Romanian citizen in the U.S. who's doing who's doing trafficking, doing crimes. They wouldn't interfere unless it's somebody who's very, very important to someone. You see what I mean? Like, that to me, it just doesn't seem right. But let me let the rest of this play out. There's some more information here, communications from the Tate brothers here. So let's go.
Trump could soon be under investigation for his connection to Andrew Tate. Barron Trump could soon find himself at the center of a congressional investigation after a congresswoman called for him to be subpoenaed over reported extensive communications with accused rapist Andrew Tate. Like father, like son. I wonder if there's a version of the Epstein letter that Trump wrote to Epstein, that curve that Barron wrote to Andrew Tate. Literally just same story, different generations. By the way, I am currently on vacation for the first time in like 3 years. I'm out with my family and we're in a nice area. So we're gonna keep the news up. I'm not gonna leave you guys. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe to the feed. You can also click the notification bell below the video if you wanna keep up to date with my videos, even when I'm traveling a little bit. But to continue, Andrew Tate got arrested about a week ago and he still is yet to be extradited. We still haven't seen anything, any updates. We have only had the updates coming from his Twitter and the reports that he is allegedly uncontrollably
now watch, he drops his phone here.
He drops his phone?
Trying to give it to his friend.
Oh, really? What? You mean in that little exchange there? Publicly?
Yes, sir.
Outside. Okay, let me pull that back. That's interesting. Right here, he drops his phone.
And then his friend with the beard picks up the phone.
Okay. Let me. Why is it so small here? Let me try to peep this real quick. I'm curious about that too. Boom.
And then there's also been some reporting about him and his attorney, I think, demanding his phone be returned.
Okay.
But also remember that the White House, Caroline Leavitt confirmed that President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio will not intervene or block the extradition process.
Right. That's
stating that the administration has no role to play in the ongoing judicial proceedings.
That means they will intervene. I mean, come on. We trust in Caroline Leavitt's word. It's like, what the fuck? Thank you, Caroline Leavitt. That's why they call you Lion Leavitt. Like, what the fuck? That's her name. Pinocchio knows. All right, let's see here.
Well, she came back just in time. She came back just in time from maternity leave to do all the rest of the dirty work.
Do the dirty work. Gotta have a lady out there protecting the PDFs. Let's see here. I want to see that phone if it dropped. Here it is right here. So let's see here.
Yeah, it's in his left hand.
He just gave it to him. Yeah, he just gave it to him. I saw that. You saw that?
Well, he tries to give it to him, and his friend doesn't take it. Well, he attempts to, and then he just drops it.
Yeah.
And then his friend picks it up off the ground.
Wow. Let's play that back. That is wild. Yeah. Oh, that's great, Eric. Let's see here. Here we go. Damn. Got some good little.
And I don't think the cops noticed anything.
Oh, here we go. This is it right here. Watch. It's in slow-mo. There's his phone trying to go in his pocket. Then he try to give it to. Did it fall?
No, he tries to give it to his friend.
He tried to give it to him. He didn't take it? Maybe.
Correct.
Who is that? Maybe it's because it's on camera. That guy, maybe he noticed that. There's some kind of communication between them, though. They talking. Let me see.
Yeah, and then he drops the phone, and he kind of kicks it over to his friend a little, and then his friend picks it up off the ground.
Okay. All right. There it is. He something is in his hand. All right. Okay. Well, maybe we'll be able to get a better view of that. Now, let me just put this back. I was curious about that. In any case, I feel you, man. We're going to try to catch that later. Let me hear the rest of this real quick, and then we'll be out.
Probably shitting himself. He even says, "It has given me persistent stomach problems." Can I also point out that Andrew Tate has run this same bit, the same routine multiple times? Nathan points out, it's hilarious seeing Andrew Tate run back the same exact op he pulled in Romania 3 years ago when he was arrested, crying about his prison conditions and pretending to be persecuted. He's trying to draft this narrative that he is persecuted by the government, but we have extensive documentation of him admitting to these crimes. Remember,
That's what I want. You know, you said it looks like I'm in a teenage girl's bedroom.
Yeah.
To some people, that would be an insult, but to me, I find that quite flattering, to be honest. You know, like, that's exactly what you'd expect. I'm fucking all these 16-year-old women or 18-year-old women, whatever the law is in America. 18?
It's 18 usually. You get married at 16. I think.
All right, in Romania, it's 16. Sorry.
He employed or forced, we don't know, to do video chat for him and who knows what else.
The girl you start with is the most important girl, because the girl you start with is going to be your Bolton bitch. They call it your Bolton bitch on the street. My first girl was so good, it was easy. You gotta get a good one. And you're only gonna find a good one by fucking a lot of hoes. I've got my main bitch, my bottom bitch, Vivian. So, Vivian here, that's how it started. I met Vivian in Slovakia. We had a long-term...
Literally, Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein just reincarnated. So now, Andrew Tate is pulling the exact same bit that he pulled a few years ago. Look at, in 2023, he would post these things when he was literally just being held in like a small prison, and he was posting, my food comes at 8 a.m., noon, and 5 p.m. I have plastic bags I use to try and protect the food from insects. I spend my entire day destroying the flies and ants who get too close to the meal. Bro, he's totally just trying to act like a victim. So now, this is modern day in the USA. The last one I just read was in Romania. This is in the USA. He's saying, day 7 in special housing unit. No commissary, no phones, no yard time. The worst possible conditions the US government provides to terrorists and psychopaths. Oh. Okay, so it's kind of tracks. I'm an innocent person until proven guilty. Extradition detainee. I'm wanted by a foreign state. Why am I here? I mean, there's a lot of reasons why you are here. We can go through the list continually over and over, but he's lying about his conditions right now. The only thing that I believe is that he's probably uncontrollably shitting himself, allegedly, maybe. Continuing.
Term relationship thing. I was living in England. I moved her to England to be with me, to start doing my webcam company. So Vivian's been with me 6 years.
So he's been with Vivian for 6 years, right?
Because Vivian's younger. Vivian's like 21.
Vivian's 21. And at this point, he's been a girlfriend for 6 years.
So Vivian here.
It means that they met when she was 15 years old.
There's a video from 10 years ago that showed me in a sexual act with one of my ex-girlfriends.
You messaged one other guy ever.
Okay, I can't show the rest of this part right here, but to continue.
What? Hold on. What? Is he beating her up or something? Yo, it looks like this guy has his hand in a fist.
Audio. They have the video and the audio. But then he calls it role play. He says that they were role playing and that everything was consensual. So there's the gray area that he creates there. And she did come out afterwards and say that she consented to most of it.
You know, this kind of makes, like, don't get me wrong. Obviously, Sean Diddy Combs is guilty, right? He's in jail. He's done these things. He's done stuff to people, right? And there's probably a lot more of things going around. A lot of other people that were involved that just got away with nothing, right? But this almost makes him look kind of even like he wasn't. Is it just me? Like,
no, look, you're not. Look,
he's in jail.
You are not. But what
he's in fucking jail. Diddy's in jail, bro. Like, he's convicted for real. He's losing everything, and these dudes are just. They have these stories.
In some ways, it seems minor compared to this.
Yeah, because Diddy didn't have these stories like it was just role play. I was role playing with Cassie. He didn't even say something like that. It's like he didn't even have the nerve to say that. He seemed more apologetic.
You have to remember who's prosecuting it. It's not the U.S., right? Diddy was prosecuted in the U.S. and in New York in particular, right?
Yeah.
Where the Tate brothers are being prosecuted. It was Romania primarily, and then the UK.
If he goes to court in the UK or in the US, he's behind bars the rest of his life.
Oh, he's cooked.
This shit, they're not going to listen to that shit. Yeah, role play? What the fuck? He's going to be begging. He's going to be begging forgiveness, man, to the judge.
But also, if he gets convicted, especially in the UK, there could be civil proceedings shortly following after that, going after his assets, right? Compensatory damages that could be had if he does get convicted on a criminal level. So I think that's also another thing to watch out for.
Yeah, and you're right. And I think let me just clarify something that I said before though. But you're right about that, bro. You know, and there's a difference. P. Diddy was a celebrity. He was a music mogul. So he's kind of living this fast life where, where there are no rules, right? Where he's used to the celebrity treatment.
Yeah.
He has a different angle on this. I'm not trying to justify anything because I believe he's where he's supposed to be, you know. And I believe he needs time to think. Like, dude, clean your act up, man. Come on, man. You like just so much bad about P. Diddy and so much disappointment, you know. But this guy, he's not. This is just like straight up pimping. He is straight up sexual trafficking. It's the definition of it. You know, it's like the literal definition. And I'm not saying that P. Diddy isn't guilty of sex trafficking or whatever. I don't even know. The courts didn't even convict him of that, did they?
No, they didn't convict him of sex trafficking.
But maybe they should have, right? Because you moving people around different towns. I don't give a shit. I'm not capping for Puffy. He got what I'm not at all. I don't like Puff Daddy. I'm not trying to express any extraordinary dislike for him, but I never liked his music. I never liked this jiggy kind of bullshit. Like, I'm just not into it. And I'm definitely not into being no sucker for nobody in the music industry. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not down with that bullshit at all. Like, but when you look at this is almost textbook sex trafficking. Textbook. This is like, I don't see how he could get out of any of it. Like,
I don't.
It looks like just your average pimp. You know, like your average sex trafficker, what they do, you know, it almost looks like Puff Daddy learned from this guy. Maybe Puff Daddy went to his school and was like,
it's the Loverboy method. It's a method. It's a well-known pimp method, right? Where they they overwhelm them. They love bomb these women. They have them perceive that they're in a relationship only to later on find themselves being used sexually. And let's get, like at least, and again, there is no equivalency or no justification, but Diddy was in a relationship with the person he abused. Tate was not.
Yeah,
right?
the one that spoke up. Yeah, the one that spoke up. Kathy, he was in a relationship with her. Yeah, but then there's a
long-term relationship with her, right? Like an actual, publicly seen with her, right? Engaged to her, right?
Yes.
So there's a bigger difference. I think obviously when you talk about back to the psyche, I'm sure he was used to a level of celebrity where Tate's seems honestly just more intentful, right? It's like, I know what I'm going to do because Puffy didn't need the money. Tate did, right? Like Tate pimped them for money. Diddy didn't need the money. He was a multi-hundred millionaire, billionaire, mogul, where Tate needed the money. He was doing it for monetary gain, whereas Puffy wasn't. I think that's the biggest difference.
And the reason why I'm bringing this up is not to say Puffy's not allegedly guilty of other things too, like because people suggest that there's kids involved and things like that maybe didn't speak out. So I'm not saying this to protect him, shield him from any of that stuff, because those things are ugly allegations and deserve to have some light shed on them. Anything with kids, anything with Justin Bieber, anything like that, man, you need to be thrown under the fucking jail, bro. Like in all this Clive Davis shit.
But it could be argued with Puffy's situation. It was much more voluntary. Where these young ladies, they had their passports confiscated. They were being held at places. They had their passwords. It's just much more of a controlled situation.
Right. I'm just talking about the thing, some of the more nastier allegations that he's never been tried for, Puffy. There's not been, there hasn't been any criminal indictments or anything like that. But here's the thing. This one, the reason why I'm bringing this up is some sort of thing to compare is Puffy's in motherfucking jail. He's convicted. He's losing.
No.
You know what I'm saying? He's going to lose a lot. He's losing a lot. These guys are fucking arguing that they should have their freedom. They got help. They got fucking help. They
think Puffy was offered a much better plea deal and he didn't take it.
He didn't take it? Yeah. Oh,
yeah. He took it to trial.
But Trump ain't helping him.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Trump is not helping him, man. Come on, man. Trump is not helping the man. And didn't he ask for help? I'm just saying, it's just interesting, It's just interesting. But in any case, let's hear the rest of this. I'm sorry, because I know it's time is ticking.
Okay, I can't show the rest of this part right here, but to continue, Barron Trump was extensively communicating with Andrew Tate, and Nick Fuentes doesn't believe any of this.
Anyone who's been cucked on the Tate case should watch his last showing on Jack Neal. The whole thing is an NGO-funded setup.
Yeah, I didn't see that, but I saw it got insane engagement on Instagram. I saw one of the clips had 150,000 likes. It's nuts. But I gotta watch that. He explained it to me. I believe everything he said in that video. He explained it to me when we did the club accost back in January. I went to his
Fuentes
party.
was also hanging out with Tate.
What the hell? So that explains it. So he is a what's that term they use? Involuntary celibate.
Incel.
He's a fucking incel. This motherfucker. Listening. So he was watching Andrew Tate videos. This is crazy, bro.
And again, I haven't even brought up the Groyper, his larger movement that he's a part of and represents. We'll go through that rabbit hole another day.
Oh my God, bro. All right, let's do that next live. This is some bullshit though. Like, dude, we were just watching Nick Fuentes sitting there with Hunter Biden talking about, the right and the left have to get together, and it's like, lo and behold, yeah. It ain't gonna happen, Nick. It ain't gonna happen, Nick, man. It's just you got too much baggage, bro. You got too much baggage.
And he's grifting. He's grifting. He knows what he's doing. He's a lot more intelligent to know
than he lets on, right? And look at his old man suit. He got on this old man suit and shit. Like, damn, dude, you in your 50s, it's walking around with it. Just wear.
He's a race baiter. He's a lot of things.
People that do serious business today just wear a fucking t-shirt, dude, and tennis shoes nowadays at the office. What the hell? This guy got on an old Nixon get up. He's 20. He's in his fucking 20s and shit, dressing like Nixon. It's like, man, get over it, dude.
Yeah. He's like a 60-year-old in a 27-year-old body.
Yes. Yeah, man.
At least he wants to portray that. That's his image, right? His image portrayed.
And capping for the Tate brothers. I mean, anyway, fuck, man. I don't know. Anyway, hold on. Damn. Is them? All right, I don't want to hear no more of this pathetic shit. You mean to tell me that there's people that actually believe this guy is fucking innocent? Like, what is going on? What's going on?
Yeah, because
bro?
they don't believe in women's rights. They don't believe in they believe women are manipulative, right? They bought into this whole thing, this whole idea of women being evil and Western women ideology. It's a whole mindset, and so they're bought in. So there's nothing that's gonna have anyone else have them think anything else, right?
Yeah, I'm losing my mind.
And he fed off of that. The same way he pimped women is the same way he pimped his audience and the individuals who believe in him. He just the same thing. It's the same exact thing. Wow. He just did it in a different manner with men. He just appealed to their lonely incel mindset and victimized them and blamed women for it, right?
Ooh, damn, bro. Like this is yeah. So the molestation starts in the mind. There's some wild shit, bro.
It's just in Nick's case, it might be more related to homosexuality than actually wanting to pursue women.
Yeah, no, he outwardly hates women, and I think it does have to do with repression from his sexuality for sure. Yeah, and again, we'll go down that rabbit hole. I'll send some videos, and we'll cover some articles as well. And
all right, well, let's cut out, bro. We got to cut out here. I heard enough, man. I'm done with this nasty shit. It's too much. But they have to. The Tate brothers, fuck them, and I hope they get what they deserve, which is jail, and or whatever else, You know what I mean?
But it is very interesting to see who defends him.
Yes. Oh yeah. And Trump defended Epstein up to a certain extent.
Yeah, Trump's on the Epstein list.
You know what I'm saying? So you never know. You never know. You know what I'm saying? How this is going to turn out. But in any case, I wish everybody a good rest of your day. Listen, some of these things, sometimes we got to step away from how nasty and how pathetic the situation is. Get your energy right again. This is horrible. Like watching this stuff. All of this stuff is happening to our country. Nick Fuentes is real. This is a real goddamn incel, and he's out here. So we saw him sit with Hunter Biden, and we were just saying, wow, I was saying it's good to see the left and the right kind of get together if it's going to result in dealing with Trump. Now I'm watching this with him, and he's capping for Nick. He's never going to do anything to help get rid of Trump, man. He's unreliable. The guy's just.
I mean, they're all unreliable.
They're all unreliable. Yeah,
Tucker Carlson, the Nick Fuentes, the Candace Owens, all Griff, the Megyn Kellys.
Absolutely. And so when I see people in the chat sometimes that are on the left, which I am, say, man, we can't, there's nothing, we can't rely on them. We can't get along with them. They're not going to help solve these problems. They just, I'm starting to, I understand that notion because These people don't stand on anything. When there's an opportunity to stand for something that's very simple, right out in your face, right or wrong, how could Nick? I mean, what is this? If you capping for Nick for the Tate brothers, man, come on. What's next? Like, that means you don't get it. You don't get it. That's what that means, you know? He still don't even get Trump. He's mad at Trump. Why is he mad at Trump? Because if he's capping for the Tate brothers, it must be a personal reason why he's mad at Trump.
Because he's more anti-Zionist than anything.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
And once that rhetoric, once Trump
it was Israel.
wasn't anti-Zionist, he's like,
forget you. I'm mad at you now, Trump. Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Yes.
It's not because he wants to fix the country. It's not because he cares about crime. It's not because he wants to get rid of corruption in the U.S. It's because he hates Jews, and we get that. Like, damn, dude, you hate Jews. I've been saying that the whole time. The KKK hates fucking Jews. Since when have they not? But it's like, yeah, it just leads to nowhere. The roads, yeah. They're dead. It's a dead end with these people, dude. At sometimes
it's just they all seem to have such a, they all seem to have such a repulsive personality. It almost seems like they had to figure out a different way to fulfill their sexual needs.
But this is the appeal of conservative men. I'll leave it at that. Have a good one, guys.
Yeah. That's why I don't wear these suits and shit. Don't dress up. Don't emulate anything this motherfucker is doing. Don't do your hairstyle like this. It's a waste. Does he have on any, like, wherever he got that shirt from, don't buy it. The tie, give it up. It's too much. Like,
yeah, I feel like he's going to look at himself 10 years from now and just laugh at himself.
Yeah, man, this shit is, somebody said flakes. Yeah, this motherfucker's a flake. And he's a multi-millionaire?
I mean, he's approaching being a millionaire, so that's what the grift is for. The grift is all for the money. Yeah. Candace Owens is rich. Megyn Kelly's rich.
His hair will be down to his shoulders in about 5 years.
Once the money.
Yo, Eric is crazy, yo. Eric said his hair is going to be down to his shoulders in 5 years.
I don't doubt it. I give it 5 to 7 years, and he's gonna give his story. He's gonna have a whole completely different story once Democrats are back in power and it's popular.
He's gonna be trans then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He's gonna be trans then. It's not even going to be pro. He's going to be.
Maybe when you find out more about him, you'll learn. I'll set it up.
All right. Well, we'll find out.
He needs a one-way trip straight to Thailand. Anyone want to go fund that?
Yeah. Fuck. Nah, man. We got better shit to fund. But he needs a one-way trip to fucking jail. Like, he should go in jail anyway. Crime or not. Lock his ass up. We don't even need to wait for it. Something bad is going to happen with him and shit. But in any case, all right, y'all, we got to be out of here. Tomorrow I will be prompt. I was late today. Sorry about that. That was a mistake. I was riding off yesterday's wave, the music wave, because when I do music, when I'm listening to music, it's a spiritual moment for me. You know what I'm saying? I don't always do that, but when I do, it really hit me yesterday listening to some good old tunes. You know what I mean? It just reminded me of something of a part of me I don't always go into, but I was appreciative of that. Those of you that heard that live yesterday, the off time live, it's not up. YouTube just got rid of it. I don't even know why. I didn't get a message from YouTube, nothing. But those of you that caught it, woo! It was a beautiful moment.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, but yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was. Oh my God, man. I had some fun. I had 2 pale ales, man, and I was just really feeling it. But listen, I'm going to try to do that again every once in a while, but we have some other stuff planned. But until then, we'll be back at 02:30 promptly Eastern Standard Time, America, 08:30 Central European Time on the 29th. So stay tuned. That is tomorrow. So I appreciate everybody. Or for some tonight, just the next day, the wee hours of the morning. But I appreciate everybody for coming out again. Click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. Subscribe if you're not subscribed to my channel. And I appreciate you, Mike and Eric, for hopping up. Rafika, also big girl. Appreciate you all. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Until then, we will see you guys later. All right. So peace, everybody. Release the Epstein files, y'all. Peace. Screaming, oh my God, he just asked me if I needed to cut my lawn. Do you experience a sudden surge of adrenaline and uncontrolled rage whenever you see a man wearing a tan suit or eating Dijon mustard? Do you lie awake staring at the ceiling, convinced that the former president who left offices years ago is somehow still controlling the price of milk at your local grocery store? If the answer is yes to any of these questions, you and your loved ones may be suffering from Obama Derangement Syndrome. Yes, ODS. Obama Derangement Syndrome, or ODS, first emerged around November 2008, the unprecedented event of the first black man being elected president of the United States caused a seismic shock in the system. For millions of Americans, disenfranchised conservative Americans, this moment triggered a deep existential dread, a feeling that the country they knew was leaving them behind. Unable to process this cultural shift, the political brain copes by channeling this panic into permanent chronic obsession. According to the satirical psychiatric medical classifications, ODS falls under the broader category of the woke derangement syndromes, a class of conditions where completely logical, rational behavior is deeply feared and condemned. Over time, ODS has mutated into several documented variants, including Biden derangement syndrome and Kamala Harris derangement syndrome. Yes, KHDS.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling, stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war, we got the weapon. People want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tags say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? One.
We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts. Before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what you like. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, let it, what? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey to your soul. You wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey to your soul. You wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. What? We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. From our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked, while we fight over problems we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. But stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight. 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 If you see see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home.
Everybody here, yeah.
They don't know, kid. They don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie. That I'm gonna be mine tonight. They don't know. That I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie. That I'm gonna be mine tonight. I know how to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you, despite the system trying to clamp down on the people. People will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees, and listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop.